Good morning, everybody. Good morning and welcome to this year's Inspire 2021. I'm really glad that you guys are here. Thousands of Pimcore fans, customers, partners, and developers from, and I calculated, from 65 different countries. Welcome today. Pimcore is quite an awesome success. And today we are opening a new chapter of our Pimcore story. We have worked thousands of hours to present you the latest news from the Pimcore ecosystem. But let me first introduce myself. My name is Dietmar Rietsch. I am the CEO of the Pimcore company. I am today the exceptional, proud CEO of the Pimcore company because it's a big day for us. And thank you for joining in to our Pimcore Inspire. You may ask, hey, this guy, Dietz, how he's nicknamed, normally dresses with lederhosen. That will come a little bit later on. Guys, I'm getting older. I'm getting bolder, and it's now time to celebrate also Pimcore in a little bit more in an enterprise fashion, in a more serious way. You won't believe it. I will say still some swear words probably, such as fuck and these kind of things. So you will hear that from me probably, but at least I'm dressing in a proper way right now. And see what's happening today. I even got my lucky charms. Can the camera focus on that? My lucky charms, which are the Pimcore socks. Hopefully you got it. Yes, you got it probably. So these are my lucky charms for today. So let's see what is happening today. Big things are happening today. So fuck yeah, we are getting started. Welcome to this year's Inspire 2021 conference. Welcome. More than 3,000 people are joining in today. We have more than 70 international speakers. There's a huge amount, and I promise, there's a huge amount of great content that is waiting for us today. But there's one thing missing. Hey, I don't see him. Where is he at? Yes, there's one guy missing today. Let me quickly introduce you to Felix.
Hey Dietz, oh my God, what an opening. So great to see you. My name is Felix, and it's just exciting. I'm going to be your host for today. Dietz has got so many presentations, so he said, we need a presenter, we need a host. So I am so proud to be here.
Thanks for being here.
Dietz, this is exceptional. After a month, you set thousands of hours, weeks of preparation, everything coming together, and finally, we are live streaming into the world. How do you feel?
My balls are on fire. My balls are on fire. No, I'm just kidding. It's a great chance to really showcase what we have worked so in the past. So, Pimcore is our vision and Pimcore is our passion. And that's what we want to bring across. That's what we want to bring across to the audience. And that's why we are here. And that's what we have been waiting for since a few weeks or a few months now, yeah.
And we've prepared so many interesting insights, presentations, news. We have new features coming into the Pimcore universe, but we'll get to that later. I'll leave the stage for you for the moment, and I'll see you guys later.
Okay,
see you, Dietz.
Thanks a lot. And today, that's of course what I'm really proud of, is the biggest Inspire ever. In terms of the products that we are presenting today, in terms of the audience size, in terms of everything. And yes, we are 11 years old and happy to be here and thanks for being here. And due to COVID, it's currently just online. And I promise to you next year again, offline with, the traditional Austrian Pimcore action. The Pimcore ecosystem is a big community. Therefore, our success is the dedication to Pimcore. So my big shouts go out to all of those sponsors of this year's Pimcore Inspire conference that work with us, that are really into the Pimcore ecosystem, that daily are in contact with us, but not the technology partner, not all of it, as well as to our sponsoring solution partners and customers. You guys are just awesome. You are the reason that we can have this conference and these whole sessions, basically, because it's your content, it's your case studies, it's your material. So, before getting to the concrete keynote about the future of data management and seamless platforms, I would like to show some numbers and benchmarks, like the guys from Apple are always doing in their keynotes. Because it's always awesome to see how Pimcore is actually doing and to put that in numbers. I do not want to brag, but this is really awesome, and this is really, again, a huge thing. Guys, my bragging has to start right now. I need just 1 minute, and it has to start with Pimcore X, our biggest and most powerful release ever. And did you know, and this is, I want to jump down the stage and kiss you. We have more than 100,000 companies working with the Pimcore platform. And a lot of them are working with our 140 partners that are certified. Imagine, Pimcore has a customer choice rating of 4.7 across all those platforms. It's a huge thing. 150 million documents are managed by Pimcore. 550 million digital assets are managed by the Pimcore platform. 3.6 billion product records. And finally, 10 billion intelligent relations. Oh! Pimcore X, what an awesome wild beast. Oh, man, it's just awesome to see how that works and how those numbers are. But now let me stop bragging and let's go to Pimcore X. Pimcore X and the Pimcore platform itself is famous for seamless data and experience management. So Pimcore aggregates and manages data and delivers that data to any output channel and device. We know that approximately 70% of our customers are primarily using Pimcore for data management. So this means product information management, master data management, digital asset management, and customer data platform. Therefore, these product capabilities are crucial to the overall Pimcore experience. Our vision is to build the best platform for data management in the world. Hell yes! That has been our mission since 2009. And who says that, basically? Who says that we are really a good platform? We said it for sure. Since 10 years, we have shouted out loudly. I have a loud voice, I guess. I shouted loud, this is the best awesome shit that is available on this planet in terms of enterprise data management software. But let's have a look at other people. What do they say about us? Let's go with Ventana Research. They are out of Oregon in the USA. And they are a leading company for evaluating product information management system products. And guess what? They have put Pimcore 2021 top right in their quadrant. Isn't that awesome? Thanks a lot and best wishes to the US. So if you are interested in that research, just go to Ventana Research and get your details. It's very insightful, but thanks again. Next one, and I'm really happy that we are talking about that today. With more than 3,000 IT analysts, Gartner is the biggest IT consultancy company and advisory company and analyst company in the world. You may also, or you might also know them for the Magic Quadrants, which are the de facto standard for defining IT and software. I tell you all, I've been having, so many calls with Stephanie, for example. I will present you a little bit later on, but also the Gartner guys. Recognition from Gartner is crucial for our company development, for our business development. And that's one of the most important things that's happening. And I'm really proud that Pimcore is in the year 2021 customer choice for master data management solution. It's because of our customers. It's because of you and what you told Gartner and why you love our solution. It's about you. So thanks for your insights. Thanks for sharing your insights. Thanks for sharing your stories, because this was really very honest and very direct. For 10 years, we have been working into that direction. With Pimcore, we have built the biggest and boldest platform ever, and the results are in. It's truly fucking great, because we are in the top right quadrant, leaving competitors such as SAP, Stibo, Informatica, and Riversand in the dust. Let me now introduce you to Mrs. Stephanie Fitzger from Gartner, Austria. Please, Steffi, come to the stage. Hi, Steffi, how is it going?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me, Dieter. It's really a great pleasure to be here today.
It's awesome that you have time to come here. So I have several questions. You are from Gartner. So what actually is the Peer Insights? What have we qualified for?
So Peer Insights is an online review platform for enterprise software and services. And literally everyone who has to make an IT purchase decision or technology purchase decision can go there for information. So all your clients, your partners, and other vendors. And maybe to give you a good comparison, I would say Gartner Peer Insights is for IT what TripAdvisor is basically for the traveling industry.
Okay. And so it's relevant.
Yes.
Perfect.
And also to add to the relevancy, I can give you sort of a feeling in terms of scope. We currently have 400,000 reviews there on 4,000 vendors in almost 400 categories, and Master Data Management Solutions is one of them with 1,800 reviews.
Awesome, awesome. So why did you actually create this? Is that in terms of that the community is getting more important than the analysts, or
I mean, sort of, I would actually say, but the reason is that traditionally our clients have always utilized Magic Quadrants, market guides, talking to analysts to inform their buying decisions. But it turned out that before they really want to make an important decision, they want to speak to someone who has implemented this solution before. And apparently, it's really difficult to find these people on the market, to get the contacts, to get the information. And this is why Gartner founded Peer Insights.
Perfect, perfect. How does this relate to the Magic Quadrants, for example?
Well, everything is closely aligned. So, for example, the Peer Insights markets leverage the market definitions from the Magic Quadrants, from market guides. And you will also find sort of the same vendors, both on Peer Insights and on Gartner Magic Quadrants and other branded research. So it's really an integrated tool, and it's totally complementary so that decision makers find all the information they need.
Perfect, perfect. So what do you personally think about Pimcore winning that prestigious award?
Well, I'm super proud of you, because I've been working with you for so many years already, and I could really witness your development firsthand. And yeah, congratulations, Dietmar.
Thanks a lot. Steffi, for being here. I bring you, I do it this way. I bring you down. Thanks a lot for being here. So, Stephanie Fitzka from Gartner, also telling an important thing, and that's basically our important thing that we have now achieved. So that's the metrics of the Gartner customer choice. It's finally about customer satisfaction of our customers. It's their rating, it's their reviews, no bullshit. Otherwise, we would have been banned by Gartner, of course. And guess what? 98%, yes, it's 98% of the customers say Pimcore is awesome or at least very good. So we are really on top of that platform. The other metrics are interesting as well, like the rating histogram, like the company sizes. So we have a sweet spot for companies between 50 million and 1 billion revenue. So that's also quite interesting to see, hey, how does this work out? How does this look? But now let's go to the really, to the important one. And I have to put away my clicker and say, hey, that's for you guys. That's for you. That's for the community. That's for the customers. That's for the partners. Applause. This is it. That's the Customer Choice 2021. Do you find Pimcore? Yes. Indeed, it's in the fucking right top corner there. Celebration. Celebration, because that's what we have achieved in 2021. And it's an open source product. We are the only open source vendor, I think, in that whole chart. Content Service, not IBM, for sure not TIBCO. Pimcore is. So we are open source and also free of charge. Yes, so this is a crucial thing. So thanks to everybody who made that achievement possible. This is truly a success of my lifetime. And I have just almost tears in my eyes. We have worked on Pimcore over the last 11 years. We had such a strong, or we still have, a strong vision. We have a strong passion for that. We love it. This is our child. And therefore, you made something really special because it's truly a success of our lifetime. Thanks again for being here and for making this possible. You probably remember me saying the last 10 years actually at each conference I was like a little bit bashing I would say best of choice software. I was saying the F word and then I said F word best. I said fuck best of breed, that's what I said. The last decade. Because I was thinking that, people do not buy software by categories in a best-of-breed approach. This is so old-fashioned. And this was the dominant way how to buy software, IT software. But a lot of things have changed, a lot of things in the last few years. And this is another interesting chart from Gartner that reflects the direction we are going. And that's also part of the keynote I'm now starting, actually. That integrated platforms are now in front of the best-of-breed approach. It's integrated suites, integrated platforms, such as Pimcore, has been for the last 10 years. So, it has been our passion. It has been great to follow the success of the platform during the last years. And now we are here to stay. We are a global leader, and we are talking about data management in the keynote very often. So we are a global leader together with you in the data management space. We worked hard, built the best, recognized, damn, baby, this is truly amazing. Thanks for giving us that possibility. But now let's kick off the keynote. And this will be a shorter keynote because I was bragging so much. So a lot more interesting content is coming. We are living in a special time, and the future is bright for platforms such as Pimcore because it's the future of data management and seamless platforms that we are currently living in. But why is this the case? This is the case because data is the source of the web and the whole internet. Enormous amounts of data. measured in the units of zettabytes. That's some major big stuff, actually. I'll tell you all. It has been 16 zettabytes of data in 2015, and it will be a huge sum of 181 zettabytes in 2025. Huge amount of content. 16 zettabytes in 2015 and 181 in 2025. You know, if we want to compare this is watching the whole Netflix product catalog, the product index, almost 500 times. It's the space of 40 trillion DVDs. You know, we are talking about an enormous amount of digital data here. And if you need, if you have digital data, then you need software application to manage, to aggregate, to translate, to export, to syndicate. You need applications to deal with data. Data management applications. So management of data is at the core of digital transformation. That's the exact thing that we are doing, what we are doing with the Pimcore platform. Managing data and delivering the right data to the right time, to the right audience, on the right devices. That's what we do day to day. And these are the crucial disciplines for any marketing and sales department of any company of any size. Managing data, breaking down silos, and getting their stuff together. That's one major core of each business. Let's look at the complexities. It's not easy. It's by far not easy. And I tried to showcase that in terms of the marketing technologies landscape. You probably know that document. It's basically, a summary of a lot of different vendors in terms of marketing and sales technologies and discipline. Let's have a look at this. I guess some of you know this map, so I have to, this is huge. This is huge. It's a summary of marketing and sales technologies available, containing more than 5,000 different software vendors. So you have to select. You have to select your vendor in each discipline. Complex, isn't it? So much choice. Everywhere logos, all over the screen. Market leaders, niche players. It's hard to do. So how do actually marketing and sales departments then select? It's a hard thing. Thankfully, there are companies such as Gartner who give the advice, of course. But otherwise, we have 5,000 players. And the more players you've got, the more IT complexity you get. That's an important thing to mention. But wait a second here. The strategy of software platforms is to limit the complexity because they provide several pieces in one single package, and that out of the box, basically. So that's software platforms such as the Pimcore platform. Less costs, less complexity, better time to value. That's the time of the digital platforms. And that's the exact reason all big players such as Adobe and Salesforce and Sitecore and all of those guys are starting to offer integrated platforms with commerce and content management, with product information management, master data management, because complexity is so high. But let's zoom in a bit. I'm zooming in. Do you see the category of PIM, MRM, DAM? That's Pimcore's home base, the topic of data management. And on the other side, web experience management, the second home base all about multi-channel publishing and DXP. So that brings us together that we have two categories on the screen with data management and experience management that are always and already covered by the Pimcore platform. Let's continue on this huge map and show, hey, what's going on next. The next one you see on the screen is CDP, Customer Data Platform, the management of customer data in an agile environment, the aggregation and then personalization. Hey, covered by the Pimcore platform, data management with CDP. Let's move on. The aggregation and management of customer records for personalization and marketing automation. Hey, marketing automation, campaign lead management. Hey, we are a framework for that. In that case, I have to be honest, we are not out-of-the-box campaign management system, but we are a framework to deliver applications that exactly do that stuff. So personalization and marketing automation. Next one is commerce. Look at the right top green corner. They are the next disciplines of Pimcore, e-commerce marketing, and then also e-commerce platforms and cards. And that's basically it. It's the reduction of complexity. It's bringing together different disciplines to make it easy for sales and marketing teams to collaborate, to work together in a seamless environment. And that's what the Pimcore platform actually is all about. So today, we have to say, it's complex. Data management is complex, often too complex, especially for smaller companies. That's exactly what Pimcore is for, combining data management and experience management in a seamless platform to provide awesome data to the output channel, to customer experiences, allowing for awesome processes on any channel. And that's what we are doing constantly with the Pimcore platform, with the Pimcore software piece, and that's what we are here. So, awesome data, any channel, awesome processes within the platform. That's what we are doing. So that's the reason why customers work with Pimcore on those different disciplines. They are currently working with Pimcore, and I have to stress that, with more than 5 billion data assets, which are products, which are customer records, and in the discipline of MDM, PIM, DAM, CDP, DXP, and commerce. So we are bringing that together in one seamless platform. Look at those slides. So many different categories of data, and we are bringing that together in one seamless platform. That is the aim and has been always the aim of the Pimcore platform. Because we are a platform. We are a platform, and we still say, hey, I don't say the F word anymore, but we are a platform that supports this trend. And this exact platform, and that's what we show you today, and that's why we're here today, and we are really excited for being here. This is available in 3 different flavors. And you hear it today for the first time. It's the brand new Cloud Edition. It's the Enterprise Edition. And of course, we continue to feature the Pimcore Community Edition, which is open source and free of charge. So thanks again for being here. It's just awesome. 3,000 people in front of their mobiles, in front of their PCs, watching how the story continues in terms of Pimcore. I'm excited. That's what I had to say. I'm excited as well as the whole team. Thanks for being here. Welcome again. Welcome to the Inspire 2021. Felix.
Wow, Dietz, what an opening, guys. What do you think? This guy is so full of energy. Now, first of all, congratulations on winning those precious awards, especially, well, winning Gartner in data management and outpacing big players such as IBM, Informatica, Oracle. How does that feel?
Oh, you give me,
No, I don't say it.
No, I don't say it, but it gives me, I have a good feeling about
Chuckles.
that. Yeah, it shackles, yeah. So I'm really, excited that this is happening, and yeah, great to experience that.
We can actually tell that you're excited. And then the next development, Pimcore in the cloud. This feels like a development where Pimcore really fits on a global scale. So since you're deeply involved in development and in everything, did you actually get some sleep in the past couple of days?
Oh, not even in the past couple of weeks, I would say, as well as the team. So now they did an awesome job, especially in terms of the Pimcore Cloud and all of these things. It's just great to see what's happening. So thanks for all my team. They are doing an awesome job, and so I'm really glad to be here. And cloud, just to say a few words concerning the cloud. It will be a huge topic for today with interesting talks, and I'm looking forward about the feedback and what's going on.
Perfect. So we're really looking forward to everything happening today. But now we will continue. You're actually going to stay on stage.
Yes.
And you're going to be featured by your CTO.
Yes,
in just
exactly.
a few moments. And we'll get like a deep dive into Pimcore X. New features. New version 10.3 is out.
Yes.
And, well, you're going to focus on the biggest features, the key features. And I'm going to clear the stage. And please welcome on stage, well, you're going to welcome him, Bernie, in just a few moments. Dietz, stage is yours.
Thanks a lot. Bernie, please enter the stage, enter the arena.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Pimconauts. It's really a pleasure to be here again on the stage with Dietmar this year. I think it's almost the first time that we are together on the stage talking about our product.
Yes, but now let's first look at what we are talking about today,
Yes.
Pimcore X.
Pimcore X.
Pimcore X, a huge story. Welcome to Pimcore X. our biggest release ever. I would like, I'm COVID tested and also I got the shots also, as well as Bernie. And we founded actually him. He created the first version of Pimcore.
But the ideas were from you.
So there was a tight collaboration in 2009. So it was spectacular, and we are close friends, working together since more than a decade. And of course, we were tremendously proud when we initially released Pimcore X this year on the 11th of May 2021. So it was an exciting year,
Absolutely.
so many things to do, and it was great. And how was that pushing that button on the May 11th?
To be honest, it was a great feeling because it was such a huge step forward for us, and we had so much effort to get there. So this was a really great thing, also for the whole team. We enjoyed it really.
Oh, perfect. And I think we also, in the afternoon, then we had some beers to celebrate. So it was really an awesome day, the day of our release of the Pimcore platform in the version X. So we have been working the last 11 years to build the best data and experience management platform out there. And today, we are starting a new chapter, a brand new chapter of that awesome story. Let me reach out to you, dear customers, dear partners, dear developers. Join in as the Pimcore X journey continues. So, Pimcore is our biggest release ever. The Pimcore crew and the whole Pimcore development community invested heavily in creating the Pimcore X platform, being the most advanced data and experience management platform out there. Pimcore provides the latest technology stack. Pimcore X increases tremendously in performance and stability. And last but not least, I have to stress this, for most of you it's probably the biggest thing, Pimcore X sparkles with awesome new features. So we are talking about latest tech stack. We are talking about performance and stability and additional features. But I have to say, just one word, Bernie, I think the whole platform has been rebuilt in a certain way.
Actually, yes, the basement completely changed. So we really did a lot of refactoring there and optimizations. So this is really
not just painting the walls, but really,
from the ground up.
From the ground up.
Yeah.
And that was, I guess, enormous amount of work.
Yes, of course. But it also, you can see it now in the product, it really reflects there. So it really feels much better. And from time to time, it's just necessary to build things newly and create it from
And I think it's also a new starting point in a certain way.
Absolutely. For us, this is really a huge step. That's why we call it Pimcore X. So wholly new chapter for us.
It's like Apple with OS X is doing.
Absolutely.
We would like to be as big as them. So but I see. So great things are happening, and one of the biggest things is actually also happening. And this, I have to say, this is finally happening, because customers have been waiting for that for years. And we were promising. I think
twice.
Twice, I think we were promising twice. The topic of cloud optimization. Cloud optimization has a lot of technical aspects, but also, of course, business aspects. So we were really thinking through everything, and we had to be technically compliant with the cloud first. Yes. That's what we were not thinking about in the past. And that's what the underground, so that the framework also meant to be, to build cloud compliant. And that's what we are. Look at this, cloud optimized for the first time in our life. And that's a big thing for us actually to do.
Yes, the cloud optimizations in Pimcore X are truly good news. But before we dive into the details of the cloud, I would like to talk some words about the technology stack. We talked already some words about it, but now some more details. We always want to build the best stuff on earth for developers. This is since ever Pimcore exists, and so we continued this with Pimcore X as well. This is because we are completely sure that the development community is the source for our inspiration and dedication. And this is our passion, and to be honest, this is what it's all about. So for Pimcore X, we exclusively run on PHP 8 to really provide the best performance in the industry and the latest features and development patterns. It is also built on the latest Symfony stack, which provides the Pimcore platform with industry-leading technology features. So you can use everything from the Symfony framework as well for you coders. And last but not least, we also changed the whole UI framework, or we updated it to XJS 7. And this improves the overall experience in the UI. So as you can see, we are providing really the best stuff on earth, free of charge, and as Dietmar mentioned already, open source and available for everyone. That's a huge thing, I would say. But that's by far not all. Pimcore X is truly damn fast, you can believe me. It's really the fastest Pimcore ever. The Pimcore crew worked almost day and night for achieving this goal. Due to the hundreds of optimizations we implemented and the awesome PHP 8 just-in-time compiler, we were able to set a benchmark here. Just imagine, we are talking about 50 to 100% faster response times. So that's really a number, right?
Isn't it also something for headless commerce or headless content
Absolutely.
management?
Response times are crucial there. So we really have to deliver the content as fast as possible.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the magic behind it also? So what are the sparkles and so on?
Yeah, most of the stuff comes, of course, from the PHP 8 optimizations,
okay.
and that we are able with Pimcore X to leverage all the new features from PHP 8. That was a huge boost, but also directly in the core of Pimcore, the optimizations, database queries, how the whole code is constructed and the design patterns. So this all together helped to get really a boost into Pimcore X. And last but not least, also the caching. I forgot it nearly, but also the caching completely changed. So we are building on top of Symfony there now with multiple backends, so you can really fine-grain, configure it, and really bring it to the maximum performance-wise.
Perfect.
And yeah, so that's how we achieve this, but we are also providing new features that get this boost, like a static page generator, for example, and things like that.
I think we will hear that a little bit later on.
That comes later on.
But static page generator, what does that? So static pages, which are probably damn fast.
Yeah, there is nothing that is faster than that. This is not included in this 120% number, because there we are talking about dynamic requests, of course, because faster than a static page is just not possible, of course. So that's already a great thing, but also the time for getting data into and out of Pimcore improved by about 20 and 70%. This is what I mentioned, where we tweaked the whole core and data persistence layer to get these numbers. And this is also very important for Pimcore because, yeah, getting data in and out, this is what we do. This is our main purpose. And last but not least, even the whole back office is now about 10 to 30% faster. And this altogether is really a huge thing, in my opinion. But now, let's go back to the cloud and see what's happened there.
Perfect. Cloud optimized, yes. I want to stress just the numbers a little bit. So if you are the past numbers, so if you're also an editor working with the Pimcore backend, then also this is faster.
Yes, absolutely. So we also switched some of the functionalities to background tasks. So not everything happens directly in real time. So we do that behind the scenes. And this, of course, makes the UI more reactive and feels just better and more responsive.
Because I was just to give you some insights, I was like making a press release and working with the Pimcore platform, and I was using the documents. And the documents, it was always a little bit, a little bit slow because it has to reload,
Yes.
before you can edit. And I was like clicking on those, how are they called? The edibles or editables.
The area bricks, yeah, you just click there and it's,
now
it's
it was,
there. Yeah.
it was like.
This is actually happening directly in the user interface, so there are no background tasks. So we completely moved the whole functionality into the front end.
Awesome.
And yeah, that's why it's just click and there, and there is
Awesome.
no wait time.
Yeah, I think this makes a huge impact for all the groups, for developers, because it's now leaner to develop
Yes,
and
it's
also optimized, also in terms of, I know what the deployment and all of these things, configuration. Can you just, because you told me yesterday we're having a little beer, and we have still some time here. So can you tell me also some insights in terms of development and how deployment and how this has been changed? Is
Yes.
there something that you can share?
For the deployment, if you just click on the next slide,
Oi.
there we will see also some bullet points what we improved. This is, first of all, it's not that Pimcore 6 or earlier versions didn't run in the cloud. It was still possible. That's why we are talking about cloud optimized and not cloud ready or something like that. So it was still possible, but there was coding involved, for example, and you had to really have deep knowledge of how the cloud works and how to configure it and all these kind of things. And now we switched over to a really just configure-only cloud environment. So, for example, if you are using cloud storage and things like that, it's just a matter of configuration. So you just go in the config, put your configs there, you get from your cloud provider, and then you are ready to go. We are also providing migration tools, for example. So that you
Actually,
can
this
migrate.
means this is more decoupled.
Yes,
You
of
can
course.
now, you do this in the cloud and this on-premise.
You
And
can just do mix and match.
so
Or
microservices, actually.
completely microserviced, yes.
Okay. Because that's a topic that we were talking about lately, microservices, Mark Alliance. We will hear that a little bit later on in other talks. But these are new trends, industry
Yes.
trends, system architecture trends that reflect a new area of software development and also deployment. And therefore I was interested in, hey,
And it
how
also
is it going? And,
makes it faster to deploy all the stuff, because it's just configuration, and you don't need the deep knowledge of
Yeah.
the cloud infrastructure.
Yes,
so,
perfect.
You're just configuring it.
So basically, we added a lot of different things to be cloud optimized.
Yes, so like I said already, we optimized the configuration, but this is a bit different configuration. There we are talking about the configurations like predefined settings directly in the UI, things like that. So configurations which you can do directly in the Pimcore user interface, and not like the backend configuration that the developers or the system engineer configure. So this is really about the configurations directly in Pimcore. And there we changed the whole process of how you can store them. You can either deploy them statically, for example, the developer directly. So this is especially very helpful for immutable container environments, for example, where you can just deploy the whole thing as
So
it
this is Docker and Kubernetes and these kind of
This
things.
is
Yes,
the stuff I'm talking about, right?
perfect.
And also, you can switch then the backend, so where to store the configuration. So you can choose either on the file system as YAML files or in the database, or you can even decide, okay, no, these configurations are not editable for the editors, for example, or for the administrators in the user interface. So you can just disable that, and this is also possible.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So this is actually what I call a game changer. Pimcore X is a game changer. So it was, Pimcore 1 to Pimcore 6, and we migrated from Zen framework to Symfony. But now Pimcore X is a game changer because it's cloud first in a certain way in terms of the paradigm in the background. Of course, we are still open source and on-prem and these kind of things, so nothing will change there. But in terms of the thinking, the configuration, microservices powered, we put additional thoughts into that whole platform, and that's basically what we have done. So modern configuration, file system abstraction. Bernie, can you say a little bit about the message queue?
Yes,
what is
maybe
actually
some
that?
words on the file abstraction layer
please,
first.
yeah, say some words.
The file abstraction layer is also one important and very crucial part of the whole thing, of the cloud readiness, so cloud optimization. And we added a file abstraction layer that is almost compatible with any cloud storage system out there. So no matter what you are using, and like I said already, we are also providing migration tools there. So you can even start your development on site and then just migrate it directly.
Is this, for example, Amazon AS3, or how is it called? S3?
Yeah.
Or Asia, I don't know.
Any kind of object storage, basically. Most of the object storages are using anyway a S3 flavored protocol that is compatible. But also any kind of other remote storages. I think there is even an old school FTP adapter, which
FTP, file transfer protocol, I remember that one. I think it was in the 80s or 90s when I first started writing websites.
Yes.
FTP. I
but
loved
this could
FTP.
be even handy for migrating stuff, legacy stuff, for example, into the cloud.
Yeah.
So
perfect.
But not to run it directly in production. This would be a bit heavy.
Perfect.
And last but not least, we have the messaging queue. This is also a very interesting thing, which allows us to distribute all the background running jobs around several nodes. So just imagine you have, for example, a dedicated node for image optimization. Then you have a whole cluster or pod in Kubernetes speech that processes all the Pimcore maintenance tasks in the background, that housekeeping things, and also the version cleanups, things like that. So you can completely distribute that over, over a whole cluster, or even in different zones wherever you want to run that. And this
so is it possible, just for me to imagine, is it possible that I use, for example, a machine for transcoding videos or optimizing images in parallel while using headless CMS functionalities to deliver data?
Yes.
So I can decouple.
And this is the cool thing then.
But this is then, again, microservices?
Yes.
Okay.
So actually, you can have as many queue workers as you like, and with different roles. So the one is, like you said, transcoding videos, which is a heavy task. And if you are running that all on the same machine or same container, of course, this would affect the performance for delivering headless content. So this is also what we have identified as a very important topic to really optimize Pimcore for the cloud, to distribute tasks, and to dedicate tasks as well, so that they can really concentrate on, for example, delivering the content.
So but that also means that we are continuing to go into that direction.
Yes,
in terms of being the most advanced. I have to talk in terms of marketing talk. I have to brag. So we continue to be the modernist also software development kit
This is
or
just
framework.
the beginning. This is actually just the beginning. So there is more to come, and like we said, we are adding continuously more and more improvements and additional features to really improve that and be the leader actually in that regard.
Perfect. You know, cloud does not mean that we are just running in the cloud. Cloud means, so if I got you right, cloud means a change in terms of the paradigm.
Yes,
that we are using and that we are focusing on. So it's a game changer. And that's what I said before when we're talking about Pimcore X. Pimcore X is a game changer, and it's just the beginning of something we continue to be extraordinary. But still, we have to see, hey, we are already a huge global leader in data management, and it's just the beginning. So keep an eye on us, dear competitors. Hey, we have something in place, that's really awesome. Let's continue with the talk. Let's continue. Thanks to the Pimcore crew. That's one of the most important things I want to stress today. Not only the Pimcore crew, but also the Pimcore nuts out there, which are the Pimcore ecosystem, the whole community. You all did an extraordinary job, bringing the best Pimcore release to life. From so many different countries, Switzerland and Sweden and Norway and Germany and the UK and Netherlands, all those partners, you brought that to life. That's your Pimconauts with a good guitar, with the surfing board. That's the symbol of our dedication are the Pimconauts. And you guys did a great job.
Thank you. Yeah, also from my side, a big thank you to the whole community. Pimcore lives from the community, and yeah, this is what it's all about. But now it's time again for some more impressive numbers. At the moment, we have really more than 400 active contributors. This is really just amazing, and compared to other software vendors, yeah, this is really a high number. This is something we can really be proud of, and also the whole community. Pimcore X consists of more than 1,000 new features and improvements. This sounds really very much, but like we said, we have so many little things.
Tiny things and big things.
Big things, yeah. And yeah, for the total thing, we were really impressed when we made the statistics that we are over 1,000. So yeah, that's really cool. And yeah, this 1,000 features and improvements come from more than 3,000 commits since we started the work on Pimcore X. That's impressive, right?
That's impressive. 3,000 commits, that's awesome.
Yes. So yeah, I think
this was Pimcore X. And now, of course, we want to see features. And Christian Fasching will present us the new features in a second. But first of all, I would like to invite Felix to the stage and to talk about a little bit about Pimcore X and how we have done this in the past. And then we continue with Christian Fasching. And when I mean Christian Fasching, I have to say that Christian Fasching is not pregnant, but he got a baby. So that's what he has got. He got a baby girl, I think.
Yes.
A baby girl, just a few days ago. And
yes.
So he had to look in the hospital. So huge shouts go out to Christian Fasching, who is our CPO, the Chief Product Officer of Pimcore, who defines also the product, and together with CTO Bernhard Rusch defines basically the product together, and now is absent today. But our biggest, I would say, let's say some kisses, Christian, to you. But now Felix, come to the stage, please.
Now that's amazing. So many new features, guys. Are you excited, Bernie?
Yeah, I'm totally
You got a smile
excited.
on your face, like you should see him. Like every time he's not on camera, he's still smiling. Now, we're going to see Christian in just a few moments.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We continue with the track right now, but I wanted to hear your voice and say, hey, but Felix, what did you think about what you heard? Isn't it amazing what we are doing?
It is absolutely incredible, especially the third version coming to market, offering a cloud-based solution.
Yeah.
It's just in time, I guess. Like, this is the perfect timing for it, and I'm so excited.
Perfect.
And I see you are excited. I'm pretty convinced that everybody out there is really excited, so yes.
Perfect. Then I'll give my hands to Bernie. I give it to you.
I'm going to take you from stage.
Take him. Not too hard, not too hard. So, thanks again for watching Pimcore X, what we are doing, what we are up to. And now we continue. And that's what you want to see, basically. We want to see some fucking new features. Because that's what we are here. We are a software product. We are a software product, and the software product is about, it's a little bit about bragging with numbers. It's about talking marketing speech. But last but not least, it's about those fucking features. It's about what is the platform capable of doing. And that's, of course, really important thing. And I have again to say, sorry to say, Christian is today absent. He's getting his second child, big shouts, and he is now joined by videos. Hello, Christian. How are you doing? And please kick it off. Watch closely.
Thank you very much, and hello and welcome also from my side. Great to have you all here, and I hope you enjoy the show. I have now the honor to show you a couple of the new features of the Pimcore platform. And I want to start with a very big topic of every data management platform, which is getting data into the system. Of course, with Pimcore, you always can utilize the Pimcore API to get data into the system. And due to a couple of performance improvements, this is as performant as never before. But of course, utilizing an API means you need to understand the API, you need to write some script, and this is not always the way of choice. And that's why we created the all-new Pimcore Data Importer, which comes as a community extension provided by the core team and allows you to configure data and import data just by configuration. And yeah, let's have a look how this is working. And for that, we switch into the Pimcore backend and start with creating a data model. So just create a data object class, which we call, for example, product now. And then we add some fields there. To not bore you too much, I already prepared some class definition here, which contains a couple of input fields, which contains a localized fields, which also has some image data and a gallery data attribute, and also a calculated value. Maybe just one quick word to the calculated value data type, which also has a small improvement. And this improvement now allows you to define the calculation of the calculated value directly here in the class definition by providing a Symfony expression and does not require you to write a PHP service and a PHP code anymore. So there you can define your calculation or your string concatenation or whatever you want to do with the calculated value here. So let's save this, and having now our data model in place, we can start importing the data. And the import is done via the data hub with the Pimcore Data Importer, which is an adapter in the data hub, which is called the Data Objects Importer. And this importer now allows us to configure all the import. First of all, we need to define the data source. There we have different types of data sources we can load the data from. For now, we just use an asset as a data source, which we already have prepared also in our demo application here. And then we also need to configure the file format, which is in our case a JSON file. And then the most interesting part starts, which is the import settings part. And there we maybe start with the import preview, which just provides you with all the columns or data attributes of our source and also with some sample data loaded from the source. And then here on the right side, we can configure all the import settings. First of all, we need to define the data object class we want to import to. In our case, we import this to the newly created product class. And then we have a couple of additional settings here. And yeah, now we only can, of course, scratch the surface. We will explain all the settings in our deep dive session. And of course, we also have it in our academy. For now, we just do two settings here. First of all, we define the folder where we want to import our data to. And the second thing is that we define that we want to publish our newly imported elements. The rest we leave as it is, and then we directly switch to the mapping section, which is probably the most important one, which defines the mapping between the data source and the data object class. We have already some autofill feature here, which tries to do some auto mapping and now has added a couple of mappings here for every attribute one. And there we see we have the data source article number, which we also have some preview here, and which we want to assign to a certain data target, which is in this case directly assigning it to the article data attribute of our data object class. Same goes for manufacturer here. Same goes for the model. Same goes also for the description. But for the description, we have to do some manual work, as the description is a localized field. And so we need to assign this manually and also define the language of our description. Let's just do the same also for the German description. And so we can very easily define the mapping between our data source and our data target. So let's just remove a couple of the attributes that we don't need. And then we maybe discuss the main image, which is quite interesting. In our preview, we see there that the source provides an URL where we can download the data from and then assign it to our data object. And this is also, of course, what we want to do. And for that, we can utilize the transformation pipeline. In general, the transformation pipeline allows you to transform the imported data before it is added to the data object value. And there we have a couple of different operators, quite simple ones like trimming, like adding some static text, like doing some exploding, combining, all these kind of things. And we also have an operator which is called import asset, which imports the asset from a provided URL and saves it as an asset. We just define the target folder also for the asset, and then we can assign it directly to our main image data attribute of our data object class. Very similar, we can do this also for our gallery. Let's just add there, for example, 2 images. Again, we have just the sources provided. Again, we just use the import asset operator, add it to the import folder. And in this case, we also now need to do some more transformation because we now want to assign it to our gallery. That means we need a gallery data object. And for that, we just use this asGallery operator, which creates us a gallery object, which then can be assigned to the gallery data attribute of our class definition. And the rest we just remove again because we don't need it for now. And we save the mapping here. And now we have defined all the mapping between our data source and our data model. Here in the preview, we see also an overview of all the fields that are mapped now. And now it's time to execute the import. For execution, we have 2 options. First of all, we can just start it manually here directly in the configuration. This means that the import is started and all the items are added to a queue, which is then processed in the background. As an alternative, we also can define a cron definition where we can define that the import should be executed on a regular basis, like every hour or once a day or whatever interval you need for your import. There we see that the import now is running. In addition to this execution status, we of course also have the logs available here where we see that the data is imported to the system. And while the import is running, we already can have a look at our data objects here, and we see in the import folders that all the data objects are already imported here, with all the data attributes of course filled, and also of course with all the media assets filled, and of course we also can open up the asset as a detail page. And once the data is in the system, we can of course then do all the data management that we can do with Pimcore, with all the features Pimcore provides. We can enrich the data, we can link it to other data, we can do whatever we actually want to do with our data. And at some point, then the data is finished and is ready to be published to the outside world. So we can present it to our different stakeholders, we can export it, or we can just provide it via any portals. And for that, we can, for example, use our experience portals, which we presented last year, and which are, of course, also available in Pimcore X. And let's just create such a portal. And for that, we just use our wizard, which now really works. And let's call it, for example, portal, define the domain we want to have our portal available. Then we define the available languages. Let's maybe also define some logo here and some nice background image for the login page. And then we can configure the data that should be visualized in our portal. And for that, we need to assign or add so-called data pools. For now, maybe let's just add an asset data pool, which presents the assets that are managed in Pimcore. Let's just add a nice icon there too. So let's just use this icon here. Do some settings like enabling folder navigation, also defining which thumbnails we want to allow for downloading the data, also some shortcuts in the detail page. And we also can configure the format for downloading the structured metadata of the assets. And yeah, that's already the most important settings for our asset data pool. And then, in addition to the assets, we also want to add the products we just imported to the system. And for that, we need to add a data object data pool, which we call, for example, products. Again, we choose a nice icon here. And then we need to define also the class definition, so the data object class that we want to use, and also the detail page layout. And for the detail page layout, the portals use the so-called custom layouts of the data object class that we need to define first. So let's just add a custom layout here, which we call, for example, portal. And this custom layout now defines which data attributes should be available in our portal in the detail page. And for now, we just add all the attributes of our class definition. Of course, we can pick there several ones. We can hide some attributes. We also can change the appearance, the order of the attributes, and all these kind of things. Let's just make it simple and just use the default one here. And then we can go back to our wizard and select our product class, define the custom layout, again do some detailed configurations like defining the thumbnail definition where we want to allow for downloading the images, and also define the formats that we want to allow for downloading the structured data of the data objects. And then we just create the portal. Portal gets created, it's already all here, and then we also easily, of course, can directly jump into the portal, open, for example, the products pool here with all the product listing here that we want to import. Of course, we can also open up the detail pages where we see then also all the data attributes that are imported in the system. So we have all the data attributes here available. Also, of course, the media. And we have, of course, also available the asset data pool where we have all the assets that are in the system available. Again, also with some detail page available. And of course, in the detail page, we also have some metadata available. So just with a few clicks, we have created a nice portal. And to sum this up, what did we now do? We just created a data model. We configured an import, we imported the data, we enriched the data, and we created a portal for publishing the data to the outside world. And this we did in just under 10 minutes. How cool is that?
Oh, Quash, how cool is that? So this is really astonishing. This is, doing that within a few clicks and a few minutes, this is hot stuff. All without writing a single line of code, just with configuration. This was in previous days, this wasn't possible. So, this is really fast, this is great. I'm so sorry that you are not here today. Ich würde ihn umarmen. I would knuddle him. I don't know how to say that in English. I would hug him. Damn, this is hot stuff. Speaking of configuration, Fash, are there more things we can configure now directly in the platform?
Yes, there are, but let me quickly talk about a more technical topic first, which is quite technical, but still very important and also the foundation for more configuration options. Pimcore provides lots of configurations to be made directly in the user interface, like static routes, like document types, like image thumbnails, and so on. Depending on the use case you're using Pimcore in, you might want to predefine these settings and deploy them to the production system. And in other use cases, you might want to allow the users on the production system to modify these settings and don't override them during any deployments anymore. And in some use cases, you might want to do even both, which is quite challenging right now. With Pimcore 10.2, we made some significant improvements on that, as we introduced 2 storage locations for settings. We have the Symfony configuration files on the one side and the setting store in the database on the other side. And for every configuration type, like for image thumbnails, like for document types and so on, you now can configure a default storage location for the configuration. And so it's easily possible to configure a system in a way that you predefine all the settings and deploy them and don't allow any changes on the production system anymore. Or on the other side, you also can configure the system that you allow the users on the production system to do modifications to the settings and don't override them due to any deployments. And for some configurations, like for example for image thumbnails, it's possible to do both, to provide some mandatory predefined thumbnail definitions and then still allow the user to add additional thumbnail configurations, for example for exports and so on. And this foundation, this concept now can be used for any configurations that Pimcore provides. And so we can add additional ones, like we did, for example, for single sign-on. So let's talk about single sign-on. Especially in enterprise environments, single sign-on is quite mandatory. Of course, it always has been possible to integrate Pimcore backend login with single sign-on systems, but there was no official out-of-the-box integration. And this changes now with the OpenID Connect integration, which comes as an enterprise extension and is available starting with Pimcore 10.2. And this OpenID Connect integration allows now Pimcore to be integrated with any OpenID Connect provider. And you can configure the integration directly here in the backend interface, where you can configure multiple OpenID Connect providers. For every Connect provider, you can then specify a name, the client ID, the client secret, the discover URL. You can specify the scopes that should be used when exchanging the information between the OpenID Connect provider. And you even also can configure some claim mappings to map the claims provided by the OpenID Connect provider with the fields internally used by Pimcore. And as soon as you have configured OpenID Connect providers, you can of course also use them for login. Let's just log out quickly and see. As soon as you have configured OpenID Connect providers, you have their additional buttons for every OpenID Connect provider, where you can then use them for login. And as soon as you click the button, you are redirected then to the OpenID Connect provider. You can enter your user credentials, if you know them, and then you come back to the Pimcore backend system and are logged in as the user that is provided by the OpenID Connect provider. Of course, it's also possible to make user roles. So if the OpenID Connect provider provides you with user roles and you have them existing in this Pimcore system, they are automatically mapped. And so certain user permissions are then, of course, also predefined. And if you are already logged in the OpenID Connect provider, then of course you don't need to enter your credentials anymore and are redirected directly then to the Pimcore backend user interface. This is not only possible for the Pimcore backend. The OpenID Connect provider is also possible to be configured with the portals of Pimcore, the experience portals. So there you also now can integrate any OpenID Connect provider for the user management.
Personally, I'm always a lot of talking with customers, and for this one, I have been waiting for a long time, because those customers always say, "Hey, how does that work?" And I said, "It doesn't work right now." But as I know, there's even more than that topic. What else do we have, Christian?
Well, another new configuration option is the Perspective Editor, which comes as a community extension and was contributed by Roland from our partner Sidewerk. Once again, thank you very much, Roland. It's a great addition to the ecosystem. The perspective editor allows you to configure custom views and perspectives. So let's start with maybe the custom views here, which are additional trees to the standard trees, like we have it here, the documents tree, the asset tree, and the data object tree. And there you can configure additional ones, where you can specify, of course, a name. You can specify the type of the tree, which should be a document, asset, or data object. You can specify an icon. You can specify a root folder. You even can further filter it down with some SQL statement. And you also can specify which context menu entries you want to allow in this custom view. And once you have set up all your custom views, you can then start setting up your perspective and compose the perspective. The perspective defines the whole appearance of the Pimcore backend user interface, like which trees should be on the left side here, which trees should be on the right side, and it also defines which toolbar entries should be available here in this main toolbar on the left side here. Let's maybe just quickly add a new perspective here. Start with defining an icon. Let's just use a nice icon here. And then we can specify the trees on the left and the right by just adding them. For example, add a document tree or maybe an asset tree here. And then on the right, we maybe add a custom view here, which we can then select from all of our custom views that we have configured. In addition to the trees, we also can predefine certain dashboards, and we also can specify which toolbar menu entries should be available in this perspective here. And once we have saved it, we can reload the user interface, and then we also can already load the perspective. Of course, available perspectives also can be tied to certain users and user roles. That means you can specify exactly which perspectives should be available for what user roles, and so can specify them exactly what perspectives are useful for them. If a user has multi-perspectives available, then the user can select them here in this menu here. And for example, now let's just switch to our new demo perspective and see how it's looking like. So we have here on the left side now our assets tree, on the right side our cast tree, so exactly how we configured it in the perspective editor. So yeah, a nice configuration option that was added to the Pimcore platform.
Oh, that's a big thing. Perspectives, for me, perspectives is like a Swiss knife, the Swiss knife of configuring Pimcore to the exact needs of the customer. So because it's different if you use it for PIM or MDM or DAM or for e-commerce. So also nice, and thank you from my side for this contribution. It's a great addition to the ecosystem. What you were mentioning a little bit, workflows. I know that we have a workflow system for years now, based on Symfony workflows, at least what I know of. So, but you said, hey, you have something new there too. So I always wanted to be able to configure workflows in a neat way, and that was always a big topic for me and also for the customers. So is there something new in?
Haha, yeah, there I have one more thing for you. For quite some time we have it on our roadmap, and finally we have done it. Please meet our all-new Workflow Designer. The Workflow Designer comes as an enterprise extension and allows us to manage and configure workflows for the Pimcore workflow engine. Maybe let's just create the workflow and see how this is done. Let's just create a document workflow. And first of all, of course, we can set up all the different settings that the workflow engine provides us in terms of the general settings. Like we can provide a label, we can provide a folder to organize the workflows in the folder structure here. We can specify the type, whether it should be a workflow or a state machine. Then we can specify the subject, where we can choose between two different strategies, the simple and the expression strategy. Simple just allows us to define certain class definitions for the workflow subject. The expression one allows us to apply additional conditions and really specify exactly to which elements the workflow should be applied to. For now, let's just stick to the simple one and choose the documents, as we want to create a document workflow. And yeah, there we have some advanced settings like the marking store and also the option to enable the audit trail. The more interesting part, of course, is then the workflow definition, which allows us to define exactly which places and which transitions the workflow should have. And this can be done in this visual editor here. And there, let's just start and create a simple workflow. Start with a start place, which we call, for example, to do. And then we create a first transition and say content entered, for example, as name. Then we add another place, which we call, for example, ready for review. And then we maybe do another transition, reviewed and publish. And then we add a final place, which we call then, for example, publish. Of course, we can use drag and drop and just create a nice representation of our workflow and really do so very complex workflows. And of course, also we have the option to add additional settings as well to the places as well as to the transitions. So for example, for the places there, we have the option to define an additional label, a title, define if the place should be shown in the element header of the Pimcore elements, specify a color, and also define permissions, which are then applied to the elements of the Pimcore elements if the element is in a certain place here. Same also goes for the transitions, where we also have these additional settings here, where we can specify the label, where we can also specify a guard, where we can restrict the transition to certain user roles, for example, so only specific roles can execute this transition. Can specify icon, we can specify an object layout for data objects. We can also here specify, of course, the published state. In our case, for example, let's force it to published. Then we can enable nodes, commands, require them. Let's just provide an additional title here. And then we also, in addition, can specify notifications that should be sent out when this transition happens here, either as mail or as Pimcore notification. And so we can, really easy set up our workflow. Of course, this is a very simple one, but this can be, quite complex, of course, also if you add additional places and transitions. Let's just quickly open another one to have an example here, how it could look like. Of course, this is also not very complex, a bit more complex here. If the workflow gets even more complex, then we have also things like this map here, where we can easily navigate through a more complex workflow. We have, of course, also zoom options to zoom in and zoom out to have a nice overview. And also in the toolbar here, we have some additional tools which should us help designing the workflow, like things for marking multiple elements, like redo, undo features, and also, of course, the drag tool here for just scrolling around and navigating through the workflow. So coming back to our simple document workflow here, we have actually set up everything, and so it's time to test the workflow, and for that we just create a new document here. Let's just create a new content page, for example. And when we open this content page, we have already our workflow controls here, where we see the current place and also the actions which are available, so we can easily start entering some content here, maybe also just add some text here, just use what you see is what you get text, and paste here something, save it, and then we can start going through the workflow steps. So now we see that it's ready for review. Let's maybe just review it and say everything good, perform the action, and then we have now published our element. We don't have any transitions anymore available. The element is published, and if we go to our notes and events tab here, then we see also all the history of the workflow, where we see what happened and when the transitions were made. In addition to that, we also have this workflow overview tab here, which shows us all the workflows that apply to this element and also the current state, the current place of the workflow. In our case, it's published. And yeah, so we can now really utilize the full power of the Pimcore workflow engine. And the most important thing, of course, is that we can now design it directly in the Pimcore backend.
Ooh, I'm peeing my pants. This is really, oh no, I've been waiting for a drag and drop and these kind of things. So really great module, which is, I think, one of the key topics also for cloud readiness, because it can be configured without writing, I don't know what they are called, YAML files or whatsoever. So you have a neat workflow editor. So this is really great, and I'm looking forward to present this also to our customers. So be ready to check that out. In the documents area, I have also spotted some nice new things. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure, there are some small nice improvements, especially in the area of the documents. One of which is actually quite state-of-the-art. That means Pimcore is now again part of the state-of-the-art, and this is the improved area brick drag-and-drop performance. Up to now, it was necessary that Pimcore reloads documents as soon as you add any area bricks to the document, and these reloads are now gone. It means the area bricks are added instant to the document. So just add them to your document. For example, let's add a product teaser here, and bang, they are instant added to your document, and you can then just continue with your content editing. This is also valid for blocks. So for example, here in this product teaser, we have some block element, and let's just add 3 of the product teasers here. Bang, they're here again, and you can continue adding the content, which is really a nice improvement for editors, especially when the pages are quite long and took a significant amount of time for reloading. Another nice improvement, which is available for documents and data objects, is the autosave functionality, which means that as soon as you change any data here in your documents, they are saved automatically to a so-called draft version. And as soon as there is a draft version available, Pimcore adds this additional button here up there. And as soon as you reload the document or close your browser accidentally or whatsoever, then Pimcore also automatically loads the content of your draft version. That means you should not lose any content anymore when you reload the elements or whatsoever. When you want to convert your draft version into a proper version, you just can use the default buttons like the Save and Publish button for publishing it, or also the Save Draft version for just converting the draft version to a normal version of the Pimcore versions. And if you want to revert the draft changes, you just need to click this button here, and then Pimcore reverts all your changes and loads the latest version that is saved of this current element. Again, a nice improvement which should help you to not lose any content anymore. And then when clicking around in the document settings, we have some small additional checkbox hidden here down there, which is called Static Page Generator. And this small checkbox has quite a significant impact, especially on the loading performance, because as soon as you activate the static page generator, Pimcore then does server-side rendering of this current document and caches the rendered HTML to the file system. And then when some user requests the content of this element, then it's delivered directly from the file system, directly by the web server, without any application server or any PHP needed, which of course has massive impact on the loading performance of these pages. As soon as you have activated this page generator, you also have a different icon for your document. So it's this gray icon, which is also of course available in the tree here. And there you see that you have activated this static page generator. Of course, this has to be used with care, especially in combination with sessions, with personalizations, and these kind of things. because then, of course, you cannot do any static page generation anymore. But still, it's a very easy to use feature, easy to activate feature, out of the box feature for massively improving the loading performance of your pages, and of course also in terms of the load for the server. If you need to use more sophisticated caching, you of course can still use the output cache of Pimcore also, or some external tools like Varnish and the likes.
Fash, thanks a lot. As always, cool improvements, especially combination of headless content management and static page generators. I think we are probably the fastest CMS or content management system out there with these performance and with these capabilities. So another great addition to the platform. But now I think now you would also like to say a few words about Headless. So what's it about?
That you meant. Well, Pimcore offers great options to be used in a headless way. You can create your data models, you can manage all the data with data objects, with assets, and you can use the data hub for the data delivery and also even for updating the data. Everything just by configuration, no coding or no templating needed on Pimcore side. But well, with documents always need a template that defines the structure, and this template needs to be provided by the implementation. There is no such thing like a standard document in Pimcore or even a theme for documents. This is fine in non-headless approaches because it provides you with great flexibility and also is a core concept of Pimcore. But of course, in headless contexts, this is quite limiting and also quite annoying. And that's why we introduced our new headless documents, which come as an enterprise extension and provide you the possibility to configure the structure of a document and then render this structure in a standard template. So you don't need to define a template anymore, you just define the structure directly in the Pimcore backend, and then the structure is rendered with standard templates, and you can use then the full power, the full flexibility you also know from the standard documents. So let's just have a look into the Pimcore backend and see how this is done. In the context of the headless documents, we have two concepts. We have headless bricks and headless templates. The headless bricks are similar to the area bricks and provide you blocks or bricks that can be reused in the documents multiple times. And each brick contains a configuration which actually just configures which edit tables it should contain. So every block here is just an edit table. And in terms of the edit tables, we have pretty much all the types that are also available for the standard documents. And there on the right side, we also provide the documentation so that you see how you configure, for example, an input or a link edit table or a numeric edit table, or even relations to other elements just by providing the configuration here. And once you have set up all your headless bricks, then you can start configuring your headless templates. And the headless templates now define the structure of the documents. And so let's just, for example, create a simple template here. And the templates, again, have actually two things. They first define a certain layout. There we have three different types of layouts, like grid, simple, and tab panel. And then they have some kind of content, and the content again is then just a list of edit tables which you can then arrange here. So let's maybe just use a simple layout here. There we see layout simple, and then we have the content with all the different edit tables, just a list again. And in terms of the edit tables, we of course have again all the edit tables that are available also in the documents, in the standard documents. We even also have, for example, blocks for repeating certain elements. And also we have, of course, this area block, which then can be used for reusing the headless bricks that we have defined before. Let's maybe just add this here and add our teaser and video, I think it was called. And then we just save our headless template and have now the structure defined. And now we can start using these templates with our headless documents. And there we are again back to standard documents. So we have just the different templates here available. Just use, for example, this simple one, create a new document, and then the document renders the structure that we have defined with the standard template that is provided by the Headless templates. And then we can just add, of course, our content here, and also can add the bricks that we defined, and so compose all the content with the concepts we know already from the documents. So much for the data management part. When it comes then to the data delivery part, we can use standard concepts as we know them already from the documents. That means, for example, we can use the data hub for delivering all this data then to the outside world as we know it from the standard documents. So this is then pretty straightforward again on just as we know it already. Of course, the Headless documents provide much more possibilities. I again just scrapped the surface. If you want to know more about the Headless documents, just visit our documentation, of course, but also the deep dive session later this afternoon where we present you more details on the whole Headless documents part.
Thanks, Fash. It was always a pleasure to hear what you have been up to. I would say at least this is the latest, or this is the latest shit actually, what is really into the platform, what we bring into the platform. And it's, I think, a lot to expect. The data importer, including the data hub. We've got the perspectives editor, which is always and also open source. We've got this headless topic. We have got the workflow editor. So it's a huge thing that we have achieved so far, and that's what we've got basically. That's what we have, and that's what we what we are aiming for. I would like now to invite Felix to the stage, and Felix, there you are.
I am back.
You are back again in the house. Very good.
Now, before you start singing, Dietz, I have a couple of questions.
Oh,
now,
please.
From your presentation, I see it right that data management market is very complex. How that requires very special functionalities sometimes. How do you provide the right product to your clients? Like, how do you know exactly what they need?
This is an excellent question, and I wasn't prepared, but I have a talk about that, or we have a talk about that in the afternoon when we talk about the Pimcore roadmap of 2022. So it's a question of product management. Mm-hmm. So I'm not the best guy to answer that, but as Christian is currently having his baby, I can answer that. So you have to know the market. You have to know the critical capabilities of such a solution, and you need to know the competitors. And these are just the three things you need to know. And of course, you need to know your personal business objectives. So there's a lot of more, but I will tell you a little bit later on when we go through the roadmap.
So in your presentation, or in the past couple of minutes, you said that it is available now. Like, what do you mean it's available now?
Available now means available right now. All three editions are available right now. The cloud edition, just go to our website and say, hey, I would like to have it. The Pimcore Enterprise edition, as always, on-prem. And of course, the community edition. So everything is ready right now. You just go to pimcore.com and download or contact us.
Absolutely incredible. Now, I think Dietz has earned his tiny break, because we'll see you back in just a few moments. But before that, well, feel free to have a small break. No, but leave it closed on stage, please. And we'll be right back in just a few moments with Pimcore, well, with Pimcore Triple Play. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back at Pimcore Inspire 2021. Wherever you're watching us, maybe at your screen in your office, maybe your living room, maybe in your bathtub or in a taxi, you never know. Great that you're back. And welcome back to the next session. Now, Pimcore has been the global leader for integrated open source data and experience management for the past 12 years. A cloud-first, API-driven and composable digital world leads to innovation and a change in deployment and service models. And for the first time, we are offering 3 versions: a web-based SaaS platform, an enterprise on-premise edition, and the web-based, the free open source edition. In our next session called Pimcore Triple Play, we will focus on what Pimcore Triple Play actually is and why exactly we offer 3 different editions for maybe 3 different kinds of clients. And I'd like to welcome back on stage CEO and co-founder of Pimcore. Put your hands together wherever you are for Dietz.
Hi guys. Hi guys. Welcome back again to an exciting new chapter of our story. And for that chapter, I would like to invite Stefan Gruber, our CSO, to the stage. What a guy.
What exciting times, I would say.
Exciting times, you are completely right. And today we are talking about, or today not, right now actually, we are talking about triple play. So this presentation is very important for us because it's a new chapter about our Pimcore story. So it's something big and bold, and we have been waiting for that actually for years. We have been promising to the customers for years actually. You can remember that, I guess.
We've been talking about that for a long time, yeah?
For a long time, we have been promising, and now it truly is here, and I'm really excited for that being that time. And thanks for watching, and thanks for being here. It's about Pimcore for everyone, for partners, for developers, for customers, and now that's the new thing, and for customers that prefer SaaS and the cloud. It's now ready, and we call that the triple play. It's the combination of SaaS, enterprise, and open source. So that's not easy, or has not been easy, because Pimcore is loved by a lot of people, a lot of different people, by solution partners, by developers, for more than 100,000 companies. So that's exciting. And they love Pimcore for various reasons. Because it's so powerful, I would say almost almighty, but I don't want to brag now, so it's just awesome. Some solution partners say, hey, Pimcore is their development framework. It's more than just a PIM, it's a complete development framework. Others say they primarily use Pimcore as a product information management system. And others, again, love the unique combination of data and experience management. Various reasons. And why do they love us? They love the flexibility and the data modeling. Others because of the multi-channel publishing capabilities. We will hear a little bit more about that in the afternoon when we're talking about digital signage, web to print, and these publishing capabilities. But most, because of course Pimcore is open source and free of charge, still damn powerful, and it's their platform for innovation. So many, many reasons, but just one single seamless platform. That's why we have built, in the past 10 years, and that's what we want to continue to build. So that's also our claim, the claim of Pimcore, own the digital world. And that's what we will provide you for. That's the platform we provide you. So let me quickly summarize the Pimcore platform. So what is the true power? You see it on the screen. Now you see it on the screen. The true power is the combination of data and experience management in one single platform, in one seamless single platform. And the seamless is very important because you have one single application, one platform that can do it all. So on the left side, it's about data management. So it's about product information management, master data management, digital asset management, and CDP, which is customer data platform. And on the right side, it's experience management with DXP, digital experience platform, and e-commerce. It's both sides delivering the right content to the right people, to the right devices at the right time. And this is unique to Pimcore. Powerful data and experience management. And Stefan, I have now the pleasure, kick it on.
First, I must say, you really look beautiful with your glasses. You are not getting older. We are getting bolder. Yeah?
We are getting bolder,
and,
yes.
Of course, we change, we develop. So the infrastructure and the environment around us develops. And as you know, for example, the thing is, of course, that IT decision makers, 60% of IT decision makers decide into the direction of SaaS when it comes to data management. Also 40%, so this is a huge amount, yeah? And of course, all the landscape changes, the infrastructure changes, the deployment changes. So it's 21, and we are living in a SaaS-first world, software as a service.
Can I quickly interrupt? So that actually means that for 60% of data management IT decision makers, we didn't have a solution.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Now we have the solution, and the solution, we have from now on. So it's available from now. Absolutely cool, and I'm really excited about our new feature and our new offering, and we will introduce that offering a little bit later on. We have a detailed talk about our SaaS offering. So let me quickly state what SaaS customers do not need. Customers which are using SaaS don't need the 100% flexibility of the Pimcore framework. They don't need the framework, of course. They don't need its powerful development capabilities, of course, and they do not need the customizations. SaaS customers are totally different. And we needed, of course, to find the right offering for these customers.
But still, it has to be really powerful, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be scalable. It has to be powerful, of course. It has to be high performance. And we delivered, as we always do. Yeah, we delivered the right things, which is Pimcore in the Cloud, our SaaS offering. So what do SaaS customers really need? What do they want? First of all, of course, they want to start quick. They want a quick time to market. On the other hand side, they don't want to code. They want to configure the whole solution. And of course, they want out-of-the-box capabilities. They want to log in fast. They want to ramp up fast, of course. And they don't want to worry about stuff like IT, hosting, updates. Everything has to be covered within the SaaS offering. And of course, we know what SaaS clients want. They want to start quickly. They want to ramp up fast. They want
the 5 stages, basically.
The 5 stages of a classic PIM. Ramp up fast, set up your data model, set up your perspectives, your users, your roles, everything you need, of course. You need to configure your data input interfaces to ingest the data, to get the data into the system, of course, to manage the data with our beautiful workflow engine, for example, and then to output the channel to all the desired channels you need to have. These are the topics, the main challenges when it comes to data management in the cloud.
Perfect. And I think it's also powered by Amazon, isn't it?
Yes.
So Amazon AWS, Amazon Web Services.
It's a multi-tenant system, of course, and we're hosting it in the cloud. We're working with Kubernetes clusters. So it's a high-performing application you will get with our SaaS application. And we are really excited about this offering. And why we have called this talk Pimcore Triple Play is, of course, because we got 3 different versions now of the Pimcore platform. And our SaaS offering is data management as a service. And now Pimcore is for everyone. So that's the main question. And I've been joining the Inspire last year. The main question of this talk, of course, is, will Pimcore Cloud replace the on-prem edition of Pimcore and the community edition?
No, not at all. Not at all. Triple play, why is it called triple play? Triple is not one, it's not two, it's 3 editions basically for everybody. That's what we stated. So it's an additional edition for data management. Why? That's the reason also we call it data management in the cloud. So we do not cripple the community edition. We do not replace the enterprise edition. There is just one additional edition because, Stefan told us before, it's because of the 60% of the IT decision makers that say, hey, I want to do data management, but I want to do this in the cloud with a SaaS operating model. I do not want to care about upgrades and updates. I do not want to care about coding and, all of these beautiful things that Pimcore actually is famous for. Solution providers still can code and do everything they want with the Pimcore SDK. We will learn about that a little bit more about that in the afternoon. But SaaS, they want to start working. They want to start working with minutes, setting it up, configuring it, and then getting things done. That's also the reason we have shown, or Christian has shown us before, the workflow editor, for example, or the perspective editor, or all of those beautiful configurable pieces, because now the story comes together.
Yeah, absolutely.
It brings it together because now we are configuring things and not only coding. Of course, guys, you can still write your YAML files and all of your things, so we are not going to shift the direction. But Pimcore X is it's a beautiful piece. There are almost tears in my eyes because now, today is the day. Today is the fucking day, I have to say it this way, where we are launching also in the cloud with our SaaS package. And we were promising this for years, and now it's here. We started to work with that. But I honestly have to say, not at all do we replace other editions.
Yeah, that makes the offering perfect, to be honest. Yeah, of course you can utilize the SaaS platform to configure everything, but the option to code everything for 100% customization is very important for us. So, of course, we know our open source history is also very important for us, and that's why the community edition will also be still very, very important for us because it's
our legacy.
Our heart. Yeah,
it's our legacy.
Yeah.
It's our history. That's what we promised in 2009. And we're keeping our promise alive.
Yes, absolutely. So now let's take a look. Last year at the Inspire, we were introducing our enterprise subscription on-prem, so we were having 2 versions of the Pimcore platform. Right now, we're having 3 versions of the Pimcore platform. On the right-hand side, we're having our community edition, of course, for data management, experience management, for creating unique user experiences. On-prem, of course, our open source product. Then we have the enterprise subscription. Data management, again, of course, enterprise software experience management. Enterprise open source, again, on-prem. And then, of course, finally, right now, we're having our Pimcore Cloud Edition, data management, headless CMS functionality, great stuff, absolutely. It's out of the box, it's configurable, it's cloud and SaaS. You don't need to worry for updates and security tasks and stuff like that. Everything is covered. This is our Pimcore Triple Play, and we're fucking proud to announce that. Yeah.
Yes. So that's Triple Play, and I think now we are going into the break, a lunch break. And guys, it was a huge pleasure for us for being here before the lunch. We have now seen exceptional things. We have seen the keynote with some numbers, 100,000 companies working with the Pimcore platform.
400,000 installations, 450,000 installations worldwide in the Pimcore universe. That's great.
150 million web pages, 550 million digital assets, 3.6 billion products.
Huge amounts of data. Unbelievable.
Huge amounts of data, almost zettabytes of data, as we heard. Then we were talking about Pimcore X, our hugest release ever. 70, if I remember correctly, 70 to 120% faster response times. Christian showed us exceptional new functionalities. And now triple play. Isn't that something to celebrate? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Enjoy the Pimcore Inspire. It will get very, very interesting. We will do amazing stuff. Felix, please come to the stage.
Guys, triple play. It's finally out there. Like, all the products are out there, and for you to experience and to try out. I am impressed. Thank you so much, guys. And you said it, Dietz, we're going into a break. 20-minute break, just about. And I have some schedule information for you. If you don't want to have lunch, maybe you already had an exceptional breakfast, we have some information for you. On the Data Heroes session, you will find out how Jochen Schweizer MyDays Group, Europe's leading experience provider, created a modern, scalable platform for its brand channels based on microservices in an event-driven architecture. If you're interested in that, feel free to join a session called A Digital Platform for the Global Experience Market. Starts at 12 o'clock. And if you're more into automotive, we have another session for you. Then move over to the Experience Magic session and discover how Elbkapitän, a German Pimcore Gold partner, implemented a B2C shop for Volkswagen Group Charging GmbH, Elli, in just about 12 weeks. That's absolutely incredible. So if you want to skip lunch, that's a session for you. It's called Pimcore as Commerce Platform of the Volkswagen Group Charging. Starts at 12 o'clock as well. And we'll be right back after the break.
See you guys.
See you guys. Now, well, triple play is out there. It's ready for you. All the 3 editions are available, and Dietz mentioned it, we're going into a short break. Now, during the break, you can have lunch, or you can take a look at the other sessions we offer. So make sure you take a look around at the platform, and maybe choose one of the sessions, and we'll be back in just a glimpse of an eye. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. What a morning it has been. We have had an amazing opening keynote from Dietz. Just absolutely incredible how on fire this guy is. Then we heard everything about Pimcore Triple Play, but before that, we found out everything about Pimcore 10.3, newest version, newest features, and everything about it. And just mentioned Pimcore Triple Play with the 3 editions, the Enterprise On-Premise Edition, the free open source edition, and the brand new web-based SaaS edition. And now we're continuing with the next keynote, the next keynote talk here on stage called Portals, Gateways to the World of Marketing Collaboration. Now, as a former head of MarTech and Marketing Operations Consultancy, our next speaker knows everything, and I mean everything, about the pitfalls of legacy technologies. And he will provide us with marketing insights, and why flexible product and asset experience portals are a must-have for your state-of-the-art marketing operations. And he will give us, a kind of funny behind-the-scenes look and reality check about, the pitfalls, the mentioned pitfalls, and what can go wrong when providing information to employees, partners, consultants, suppliers, and other stakeholders. And please welcome the COO of Pimcore, Klaus Schobesberger.
So, a warm welcome also from my side, guys. Happy to be here, and it's really hard to follow up on all those great releases today. Welcome to today's presentation about portals, which really can be a gateway to marketing collaboration if you do it the right way. And so I'm very excited today to talk about possible pitfalls, as Felix already mentioned, so you can maybe, or hopefully, avoid them and make it better. And before I start, or when starting, I would like to start with the fundamental finding. As you know, for our personal life, but also in business, and especially for marketers, it's always about doing the right things, isn't it? For marketers, it's always about defining the right marketing strategy, defining the right campaign, setting the right message for the right channel. And at the end of the day, it's all about providing the right data, the right content, the right assets and information to the right people in the right format, and even in the right time and the right context. And this is one of the biggest challenges for all of us, for all marketers out there worldwide. It's something like the Holy Grail. And if we talk about the people, the right people, I think it's obvious for marketing and sales organizations to talk about and think about the clients, right? So I think it's quite sure that we have to be aware of customer experience, of the customer journey. But sometimes, we might forget that there are other stakeholders as well. So we also got our internal stakeholders, like product management, sales departments, or even executive management, and they also have the need to retrieve certain assets, content, and product information several times a month, a year, and they need to have an adequate user experience for that. For sure we got backend systems like our Pimcore backend, which is appropriate for the key user, the power user. But we also have to come up with a perfect user interface for those guys. And we not only have these internal stakeholders, we also got other stakeholders as well, like our dealers and distributors, our suppliers, our media and agency partners, and even when we're working on the global scale with our subsidiary partners or subsidiaries. This is where portals really come into play. So, because here, it's not only about providing content one way, it's about collaboration at the end of the day on eye level. And therefore, portals are the right and perfect strategic approach to provide specific content to a specific target group based on certain and tailored scenarios. And the best way you can do this is when you do it in an integrated way based on your fundament, your existing data management, and integrated in your existing experience management. So that means at the end of the day that your target groups have direct access to all those different information, based on their business requirements for certain scenarios, like, for example, just having a great overview and search possibilities, so they can collect them together into a collection, they can export them, or even they can update and collaborate. Well, you might say now, well, Klaus, that's not new, right? Because we know that concept of portals already. Yeah, that might be true. But the thing is that when we're talking about portals, there are so many different ways how you can set it up and how you can create portals. So there are different roads to Rome. And at the end of the day, it's nowadays more and more about doing things right. It's about efficiency, right? So due to the grown stakeholder expectations and the explosion of data dimensions, it's more and more important not only of thinking of doing the right things, but especially for marketing, it's more and more becoming essential for our success in communication to talk about integrated end-to-end processes. And there's even an own discipline for that. It's called marketing operations. So props to all the guys out there who are working on marketing efficiency in all those organizations worldwide. And with the next slides, when I'm talking about possible pitfalls, I hope, this really goes out to you guys, and I hope that this can help some of you in your organizations to get it right when talking and thinking of portals. So I hope now you say, wow, now it's getting really excited, right? And so let's come up with some kind of reality check, with real pitfalls from real life experiences. And I would like to start with the most important one. Because tech should always follow strategy. And the worst thing you can do is that you don't have any strategy in place. Because then you will end up definitely with so many technology, but also process silos, inconsistent silos. And don't get me wrong, these are all great solutions, okay? But if you're not having a strategy in place how to use those solutions, that's really a problem, because you end up like that poor guy here on that slide, like Josh, because you just will do copy and paste the whole day. And if you do this, don't get me wrong, you still will end up with outdated and wrong data and assets and a lot of inconsistencies, and you will frustrate all your stakeholders. Guarantee. Second pitfall you should definitely avoid is if you're just thinking of one single domain that you would try to solve, like Roger does. By the way, I really love Roger. How could you not love him, right? And Roger, he's a great CMO, and for sure he thinks about providing his great brand assets to the whole world. But unfortunately, he doesn't, he didn't think of providing product information to the world. So Roger will end up, unfortunately, with an additional portal project for providing the product information, and will end up with stakeholder rejection, as he now got two portals with different user interfaces and user experiences. Third pitfall you always should try to avoid is when you're not having your intellectual property rights in place and in control. Because in that case, if you use some kind of legacy portal, just, to publish all your assets without any attributes, meta information about your legal rights and your IP rights, you will end up like that poor guy like Martin, when you get called by your legal guys, when they're saying, well, Martin, I don't know if you knew, but your marketing published 10,000 images for several years without proper license rights. Oh, man, you will end up with a 6-digit fine for just publishing those images for several years. Well, another thing, fourth pitfall might be if you provide your assets using one of your standard experience management solutions without proper functionality, without proper portal functionalities. And a main thing here is that you provide limited and individual access to those assets, to those data, to those content. And, at the end of the day, if we talk about Kim, it doesn't help her if she has access to 1 million of assets if she just needs the one for her region. And if you are not able to do this, to provide an individual access to those assets and to this product information and that content, you will end up, at the end of the day, like the global marketing from Kim, when you get forced to use a workaround again, to use Dropbox again to manually provide assets, next to the portal. Not so good, I would say, right? And fifth, I think this is something that is really highly underestimated. Try to avoid reinventing the wheel. We see a lot of organizations outside, they use different solutions like, for example, Sandra, they use SharePoint and they use it for everything, right? They got their own IT department and they are quite convinced they can build everything with it. Great, you can do this. And I saw so many SharePoint projects out there where they put tons of hours and millions of costs into developing standard DAM and PIM portal functionalities. So if you do this, you will end up with just exploding customization costs, just for standard out-of-the-box functionalities. So you really should try to avoid this. And last but not least, if you use a portal, always be aware of having and guaranteeing support and knowledge management. Because if you don't do it that way, you will end up like Angelo, another poor guy, Because Angelo took over the job from David 2 weeks ago, and David, unfortunately, was the last one who knew about the legacy portal they used. So you end up at the end of the day with a portal that is down, with massive data loss, and plus Angelo also will leave his job and quit his job definitely after 2 weeks. And if we have a look at all those struggles and those issues, like we saw in the last minutes, I'm quite sure you would like to avoid this. And you can. You can do better. And when we saw that Pimcore out here, by the way, really love him, you can do better. You can do better with Pimcore Experience Portals. Because with Pimcore Experience Portals, you get a great solution out of the box, a standard solution. And with Pimcore Experience Portals, we guarantee you don't have any silos anymore. And the great thing is, it really is based on your existing repositories, on your existing DAM, your existing PIM, your existing CMS, and provides you the possibility of configuring as many portals as you want with Pimcore's portal engine. And the great thing is, this is all configurable, it's multi-brandable, it's multi-language, and it's even multi-tenant. And now, we already saw some screens from Foch before, and I would like to give you some impressions how this could look like. Dashboards. It's very important to provide your users, your stakeholders, a great entrance point that is just, easy to understand, that they get a great overview and a good entrance point. Another thing is, and I think this is quite obvious for such a portal, you need a main search bar, search functionalities like filter and facet search, and you can configure everything of that. It's so simple. You even can, as a user, create collections and use those collections to, for example, download all the collected assets or products at once. You can even code them like we know from e-commerce and check them out. And you can download. You can not only download them by just clicking, you even have the possibility to decide in which format and so on. And if needed and necessary, for example, for your subsidiaries who are also working together with other partners as well, they have the possibility to provide public shares to their assets and to the product informations. And, I mentioned already in the beginning, it really can be a gateway to marketing collaboration, and a portal definitely can be that way if you have collaboration functionalities in place. And we got that, we got even upload functionalities. So if you're working with your media partners, your agencies, your photographers, they can provide their assets right away with a simple click of a button. And it's also possible to update. So if you're a supplier, you also got the possibility, or as a photographer, to update those media information, those attributes, and so on. So that's really awesome, I would say. And when you're providing the portal to stakeholders, I think it's quite sure that you want to have information how it's used. And we got that in place as well. So we got an own analytics dashboard for that, so you can monitor your portal analytics and performance, all your logins, your downloaded assets, and so on. And as I mentioned before, guys, it's all configurable. Easy like that, No coding needed. But, in this configuration, for sure, you also got branding options, right? So you can really have it look like your corporate identity, your corporate design. And I think the next thing is something that is really special about our experience portals. It's extendable, It's not only configurable, so it's very important also for system integrators and partners that they can extend all the functionalities like they want to and like their clients need it. So at the end, I would say always think of strategy first before doing any tech project. So always keep your strategy in mind, elaborate your business requirements first. And when you have done this, one thing is sure, Pimcore Cloud and Pimcore Enterprise Edition should always be on your strategic list right behind. Thanks for listening, guys.
Thank you so much, Klaus. What a keynote. Thank you so much. Almost as on fire as Dietz.
Oh, I'm working on that.
You're working on it.
Yeah. Be jumping and,
Don't break the stage. We need it all day. Now, Klaus, let me ask you some questions. It seems as if you have an answer to all the questions those poor guys had that you just showed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw all those struggles, and I think it's important for us to provide a standard solution for that. We are quite sure if you have a digital roadmap as a company, a portal shouldn't be a showstopper. If it takes several months to provide a portal, you're done. And so, concentrate on the specific things.
Absolutely. And you've only been with Pimcore for 3 months. How come you're as on fire as you are? And maybe, well, it seems as if you've been at Pimcore for years.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's great. It's awesome. You mentioned I'm here for just 3 months, but it feels like I'm really, I'm arrived, right? And, we are doing so many great things at the moment together as a team. And it's just awesome, working together on a mission, making Pimcore even more successful than ever before.
And I think I know that you are looking for more Pimcores out there, right?
Absolutely, who is not? We are growing rapidly, and we are searching for digital talents, especially in the DACH region.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, absolutely.
And you're ready to go for a mission to Mars, right?
Absolutely, there are still some seats free and available who would join our mission, right?
Seats available. All right, so if you want to join Pimcore, they find everything on the Pimcore website.
Absolutely,
Okay.
and I'm sure we will find together if they are a true Pimconaut in their heart, connect via LinkedIn, social networks, and so on. We'll find together,
Perfect.
I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Klaus. And we're actually going to stay with the topic of tourism, traveling to Mars. Not quite as far. We're traveling to Styria in just a few moments. to the session called Vision 2025. Styria goes headless with experience portals. We're going to stick with the experience portals and we're going to learn how a leading tourism destination uses Pimcore experience portals, implemented MDM and distributes data to partners via Pimcore data APIs. And our talk shows the digital transformation of one of the leading tourism states destinations in Austria. And I'm sure all of you love the topic of tourism because it's always connected to, well, beautiful, good emotions when traveling abroad. And I'm super excited to hear more about how Styria Tourism provides the best content and data experience to their guests, partners, and other stakeholders. Please welcome consultant at Elements, Michael Urban, and distribution and IT web team lead at Styria Tourism, Markus Leitner.
Thanks, Felix, for introducing. Hi, everyone. We are very glad to be here on stage today. We want to present you a very great project as we did together. And first of all, some words about us. I'm consultant at Elements, at the agency that also founded Pimcore, so I was chosen to be a representative today. I'm really proud, and I'm also very proud to have Markus here with me from Styria Tourism. He is the distribution and web head in their team, and we are doing lots of great things together. A bit later, Klaus will join us again, who you already know from the session before. He will then bring a Pimcore perspective to this session here, and yeah, let's move on, I'd say. We have a great partnership, so for more than 10 years now, this is a little bit comparable to the story of Pimcore because we are working together nearly the same time, and it's very great to work together with Styria Tourism as we did the third website now. It's always a great honor to work on projects together because they have a great attitude as a pioneer in tourism. They are always grateful to be the first ones choosing new solutions and always based on Pimcore. That's really great. This year we did the last relaunch, so the third one together, and we are also very proud that Styria trusts us and was the first Pimcore enterprise subscription for Elements. So this is a really great partnership for more than 10 years now.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. It's a really pleasure for me or for us to work with you together for more than 10 years. Hello, grüß euch, and heartily welcome to the audience, of course. My name is Markus Leitner, and I'm the head of digitalization in the Styrian Tourism Organization. And I'm glad to be here at Pimcore Inspire today, and many thanks a lot to Elements and Pimcore for the invitation. So let's have a look at our new tourism strategy. In the last year, we started a structural transformation process in the Styrian tourism. So in former times, we had about 96 tourism organizations and destinations in Styria. So it was a really hard challenge for us to set up together any project because it was really hard and difficult to match all the different wishes and requirements with hundreds of these people. It was nearly a mission impossible. Yeah? So our solution for this problem was a kind of downsizing to at least only 11 professional tourism organizations and destinations, and it really has succeeded. Let's talk about the new data strategy. Because of this new tourism strategy, we was now able to set up a new data strategy for the whole of the tourism in Styria. The biggest problem at the beginning was to bring all the different destinations and organizations together in just a few primary systems, where the acting people in Styrian tourism can store and edit their whole data. Finally, our primary systems are now Ferrotel, Autoactive, and of course Pimcore. Our aim was to put all this data together in one content and data hub for the Styrian tourism. There we can manage all data in one central spot. Our approach was, of course, the users first. And now we are able to give our users and guests the right and relevant data for each point of sales in the customer journey. And what about the objectives and goals? But which objectives and chances do we have with this new data strategy? First of all, we can avoid thousands of duplicates in our content and data. A big adventure also is the reduction of costs and resources in this corporate data hub. We think that we can reduce nearly the half of our overall costs in the next years. Another objective is that we can increase our quality of our data, and this is very important for our guests and users. Together we have now a powerful and competitive position in the tourism. And finally, with this new strategy and data hub, we can create a new customer experience. So let's have a deeper look now at the new data strategy. All the tourism data is now stored in a central content and data hub, and this is Pimcore. But which data do I mean when I talk of tourism data? First of all, the destination products in Ferrotel, like accommodations, offers, infrastructures, routes, tours, points of interest, events, and experiences. Further, these are even routes and tours, like hiking trails, biking tours, or cross-country skiing tours. The next data sets are live informations, like the whole weather of Styria for each community, which we get from ZAMG Austria, or webcams from destinations or ski resorts or hotels. And the last input channel for our data hub are the 11 websites of our tourism destinations. So we collect all these data sets in our central content and data hub. Now it's easy for us to take these objects out of our data hub and transfer it to defined output channels. On the one hand, these are our own output channels, like websites, apps, or skills. And on the other hand, these are other channels, like the Austrian National Tourism Board, partner websites, and third-party platforms. So, Michael, let's have a look at the technical solutions, please, for our audience.
As we already heard now, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of information that needs to be processed in tourism. It's very complex, and therefore we always need a good technical solution, and this is something we have proudly with Pimcore. And I now want to invite Klaus to our session now, who will bring also the Pimcore perspective to our project. Hi, Klaus. Hi, Klaus.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so we heard a lot of data. We are talking about the technical solution. In the past, we were always dealing with unique and complex solutions that we built just for Styria, or like we do it in other projects, or did it, with high effort in development, a lot of update effort, and a lot of costs and so on. And you, as Pimcore, provided us great opportunities to solve this issue in case.
Yeah, that's great, and it's right, absolutely right. So before I go into detail for that, I think it's, for the beginning, I have to say, really thank you, Marcus, for trusting us for all those years. I think that's so crucial for your open and innovative mindset, because, the journey started, I think, 2010, right?
2010, so
it's a really long time, isn't it?
1 year after Pimcore started.
Yeah, so really in the beginnings, right? So we were in the beginnings at that time. And you know all the prior versions from Pimcore, right? And with Pimcore X, we really, created, again, more benefit for Styria tourism. On the one hand, with the asset experience portal. I already was talking about a bit before, and we will now see much more how beautiful this can look like when it's done by professionals, adapted by professionals with a great CD. And on the other hand, we got the Pimcore Data Hub that really brings added value to Styria Tourism, providing all their data. We heard before from Marcus, so many activities, tours, and so on, so many data, or so much data. And, they have now the possibility to provide all that information in a consistent way, and it's just configurable. So they're really setting new standards, as Michi mentioned before, so it's not about customization here anymore. They really can focus on the special things, the special stuff. And with the Data Hub, they have the possibility, to really expand that solution over time. And they also benefit from the new features those will come in the next month and even years. So I think that's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really great. So it's a great story with Styria Tourism. It's a great story with Pimcore. It's very great to be here, and it's very great to talk about the Asset Experience Portal, because we have a lot of opportunities now. Styria Tourism has a lot of opportunities not using an archive that is totally individually developed for hundreds of users. They don't need to search for something like an asset, an image or something in Pimcore, the digital asset management, one of more than 600,000 assets in the system. So this is huge. Not quite, this is great. Yeah, not quite useful. And so we needed to find a decision when we did the project together, taking Pixio, a tool that was already in use with the region in the project, taking Celum, a completely new system that hasn't been part of the system architecture yet, or, yeah, we did it, we took the Pimcore AXP. And why we did that? It's because it's very, very flexible. We can meet the needs of all target groups, internally, externally. There are more than 1,300 users that can take advantage of their login and of the portal, in fact. And yeah, they are very, very helpful functionality. So.
Yeah. And in regards to those functionalities, as we mentioned, it's all configurable. So all those settings, those can be configured in the backend. And we're not talking about the portal itself or only itself. We also talk about the so-called data pools, the subset they need to provide of their assets. And this all can be tailored and configured in the backend.
This is what we see here. This is the new AXP for Styria Tourism. It's a really great tool. And it's not just that, it's not just a dumb tool, as we know it from the market, where you can search for images, download, upload, and so on. It is also editorial. You can create content pages. You can lead your colleagues through the system. And that's a great opportunity. So, yeah, it's completely customizable, and it is state-of-the-art, and it is really competitive. So it's a great advantage for Styria Tourism, because there's a lot of data, there's a lot of assets. Yeah, it's a huge system to work with.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, I think that's the main difference to other solutions out there. It provides you the possibility to do a content mashup, not only providing assets, like we know from other DAM portals, right? It's really the possibility to guide the user through the content by providing not only assets, but also editorial content like you need, and all those data objects we heard before.
This is what we see here. So after logging into the system, you can search within or navigate just through the website within the editorial part, or you can also use a navigation that is included in the portal. Each and every portal can be built up individually. Styria Tourism can create many different portals, so it's a really great tool. Pictures can be added to a collection can be sent to a download card where you then download, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 assets you put into your cart. You can send the images in between to your colleagues or external people as well. So it's a great and powerful tool. It's branded. It looks like, yeah, very, very professional, and it's a really cool tool for you. So.
Yes, it is, Michael. It's really amazing, and it's green, if you have seen it, yes? Styria is the green heart of Austria, and that's why. So the data hub of Pimcore is really amazing, and it's really easy to use, also for people like me that are not experts in coding or so. But our main focus on the data hub is the quality of our data sets. First of all, we have to consolidate all the different data sets in Styria, because it is necessary that the different objects are totally equal from one destination in Styria to another destination. So we have the focus on data quality, and this is our main goal. Further, we must increase the quality of our data sets. Each object must have high-quality pictures with the correct rights, licenses, and conditions, really good description text and correct opening hours, for example. And only if the quality is great, the licenses are clear, and the objects are relevant, we will provide our Styrian tourism data to other channels. And now, with Pimcore Data Hub, this is really easy for everybody. We don't need any developer or agency anymore. Yeah? We can do it ourselves whenever we want.
At least for that stuff, right?
Yes.
You know, at least for that stuff.
And we can configure our Data Hub in just a second, and it's ready.
If you need assistance, you know where to find us.
This is great. So, Michael, please show the audiences how it works.
Well, you remember our system architecture from before. You know, there is a lot of data that comes to the system, comes to Pimcore, to the central data hub, and it can be shared to many different channels. And that's the great thing. Markus can do that without us. So, kind of.
Maybe.
Maybe you have already seen the session this morning where Christian Fasching also presented the Data Hub configuration. It's very, very interesting. You can take a deeper look there, how to configure all your data exports. So you can provide data in any form you wish. You can do that completely individual. It can be shared with your partners and several other external platforms, for example. And this is a great thing. So all data coming from the system can be shared. It can be transformed as well. And you can share the data in any form you wish. So combined with other data as well, and so on.
Really powerful solution. I think everyone who knows about GraphQL, for example, a bit knows how powerful that can be. And the great thing, as you mentioned, you can do this on your own with a little, knowledge and support. And it gives you full flexibility, and I think that's the important thing, right?
Yes, that's it.
This is the thing, if you want to be modern, if you want to be cool, use Pimcore. So we love Pimcore a lot. This is why we are here. This is why Markus is here. It's very great to implement projects together. And if you want to see what we did together the last time, just visit the new website. It's online for 1 month now. So explore and discover the new portal. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Oh, wow. I just love the user experience. I'm definitely going to visit the website steiermark.com after today. Now, as they have so much information, so many stories to tell, they have so much data that needs to be handled, just like tours, activities, hotels, restaurants, weather opportunities, so many, data, so much data. The more I hear, the more I am convinced that data management is really, really complex nowadays in actually every industry. And just by watching this presentation, I am actually pretty convinced that I should visit Styria very, very soon, not just because of the great white wine they have there. Now, we'll be back after just a short, mini, tiny break, and, well, stick with us. Well, today, brands, retailers, and service providers juggle omni-challenge B2B, B2C, D2C processes, struggling every hour of every day to manage complex paths between products, services, and consumers. Now, Products Up calls this Commerce Anarchy, and here to tell you how to combat, how to tackle Commerce Anarchy is Chief Innovation Officer at Products Up. Please welcome Marcel Hollerbach.
Hello Salzburg, and thank you for having me. I'm Marcel Hollerbach. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at Products Up. Products Up is a Berlin-based e-commerce data integration company. And we've come a long way. We've grown to 250 team members. We've got 45 million in funds raised so far, most of that going into research and development. We've got 10 years of experience in the whole data integration and syndication space. And with a global footprint of 7 offices, we cover clients globally. But I think what we're most proud of is the brands and retailers that we're working with today, from names like IKEA to Hewlett-Packard and a lot of other Fortune 500 companies. Now, today we want to look at how to create orders from chaos. And we call that controlling commerce anarchy. Brands, retailers, and service providers share a common goal, but most of them are struggling with creating compelling offers for their consumers because the path between the buyer and the producer and the supplier has become indefinitely complex. And these paths between buyer and supplier are not just becoming more complex, but they're also getting a lot more faster. Now, we have a quote here from Jasper Brodin, who is the CEO of IKEA, who said, "We are going to look into a transformation of our business. The speed of change going forward will be incredible." And I couldn't agree more. Now, why is that? The path between the product and the consumer is what we call a product information value chain. And as the consumer that we see in the middle of the picture is walking through the funnel, from discovering to researching to buying and then later hopefully reviewing a product, he's truly multi-channel. So it's interacting with a lot of different categories of channels. If we look at search, you have Google, you have Yandex, you have Yahoo. If we look into social, you find platforms like Instagram, TikTok, Snap, and so on. And what we see is that these categories are not static. Every once in a while, new categories are actually created. And last year, for example, we saw the emergence of social commerce. But we've also seen that while shops closed during COVID, that clients like IKEA and the Home Depot in the US started leveraging things like augmented reality models, right? Where you could take a sofa and put it in your living room and see how it looks there. So every once in a while, new categories are created. And I think change is ongoing, right? And change is happening and innovation is happening as we speak. And one of the things that we're seeing at the moment, for example, is a whole new category of marketplaces and channels coming up, and they will be all around NFTs. We have ASICs already experimenting with non-fungible tokens, and we just recently saw that Shopify announced that you can now natively sell non-fungible tokens, NFTs, on Shopify shops. And I just came across this a couple of days ago. We have a sneaker brand here that, with the physical sneaker that you're buying, is delivering a non-fungible token that will then give you exclusive access to additional purchases, to newsletter subscriptions, to additional benefits that you will get from it. And I think a new category of marketplaces and so on that we will see is something that OpenSea has pioneered, where Andreessen Horowitz just has invested 100 million, which is a marketplace dedicated to NFT digital products. So as these categories are emerging, right, and as we're seeing more and more channels popping up, these product information value chains are getting more complex, and we're seeing more of those value chains emerging. And it's not just the path from the product to the channel, but really to the consumer. And if we look at, for example, how a value chain looks to the consumer of Instagram or Facebook or Pinterest, for example, the shop that I see there and the offers I get might be very different from the offers that some of my peers will get, which means that product information needs not just to be customized per channel, but it needs to be also contextualized per channel and even tailored to fit the audience. So we see an explosion here of information value chains and also a lot of tools that need to be in place to make that work. And this is what we call Commerce Anarchy. Now, why are you struggling today with Commerce Anarchy? Most likely because the data that you have is slow. And we argue this is even a good thing, and I'll explain why in a second. So most of your data today is stored in a product information management system or in a commerce system, or you have digital assets in a DAM or videos, or you have your logistics data sitting somewhere in an ERP system. All of that is good that you have it, because think about it, you're a CPG company, you're dealing with skincare, right? And you're having to deal with things like allergens. You put the cream on your skin, right? And if that is not where it should be, and if it's not high quality, this can actually do a lot of damage, right? If you don't have it under control. This is why we argue having all that data properly governed in a slow stack is actually a good thing. The challenge that you get with that is if you want to connect it to that fast-moving world of Commerce Anarchy out there, right? With this explosion of channel and this explosion of audiences, you need something that connects your slow data with this fast-moving world out there. Now, what's the impact of Commerce Anarchy? The internal Commerce Anarchy impact might be that you have high costs and low margins. You might have a slow time to market. Yeah? If you get asked, how long does it take you to launch a new product across channels? And the answer is, it takes me a week or 2 weeks. This is too slow. While hyperscalers out there, well, it takes them 5 minutes to get a new product out, right? This is what you're up against. You might have high product returns because the description and the product content that you have listed on a marketplace is not actually matching the product that was delivered, and so on. On the external Commerce Anarchy side, you have uncompetitive offers. You might have a reduced market share. You have an API arms race, and you have an ever-changing competitive dynamic out there. And everything is in motion all the time. And I want to give you a couple of hands-on examples what that means. Now, this is an example I pretty much like because it's really simply illustrates what the complexity is that we're facing. We have a Facebook catalog from 2017 here. And in 2017, to run something like a dynamic ad or generate a product listing on Facebook, what you need to provide was 15 attributes, maybe 20. Now, fast forward 2020, when Facebook introduced shops, we have what we call an enhanced catalog. And the enhanced catalog consists of 30 attributes, and they are even different per category, right? So in sports, you might have something different than you might have in home and garden and so on. And it makes a lot of sense if you think about it. When shops close and consumers are basically forced to shop online, they need a lot of information, yeah? The best possible information to make an educated decision on what to buy. We're seeing the same evolvement on images. On the left, we have Google Shopping. Google Shopping requires images on a plain white background, while on Facebook, for example, where you're in an in-feed environment, where you're on your smartphone and you're scrolling through the feed and you're not having a direct purchase intent, basically what you need to do is you need to capture the attention, right, of the consumer. And Facebook allows, therefore, to augment the image with overlaying a logo, with, for example, providing additional captions, saying free delivery, and so on, to make it more engaging. Now, you can even get this one step further and customize and contextualize product images to fit the audience. And if you're selling, for example, skincare like Beiersdorf does with Nivea, you might want to place the Nivea cream. If you're selling to a hipster from Berlin that is 25 and prefers eco-friendly brands, you might want to put it in front of the Berlin TV tower and put a plant in front of the image. While when you're selling to an audience that is, for example, a family father, right, 40 to 60, has a house, has kids, you might want to put the Nivea cream in a family setting. And surprise, surprise, if you do that, engagement shoots through the roof, return on ad spend gets better, right, and you're selling more. Now, images is already a big part of the story, but what we're seeing increasingly is a shift and a move towards video. And we've seen that with the emergence of YouTube, obviously, that has been around for ages, but also Instagram introduced Reels last year, and TikTok just announced TikTok Commerce and the dynamic showcase ads. And TikTok, for example, is a video native platform, right? So there is no static images there, which requires, if you want to participate on that channel, to have a video for every product that you want to advertise. And this is quite a big challenge. So you can either do that through the TikTok templates, or you can use, for example, a functionality that the Product Up platform provides, which is dynamic video creation, to be able to participate on TikTok. And I think one of the most disruptive changes that is happening at the moment is what we call social commerce. And social commerce is a shift from a classic click-out to a native checkout model. And what we see here on this slide is an example where Macy's has a listing on Facebook. The consumer clicks on that listing and is redirected to the online shop of Macys.com. And the transaction, the actual purchase, happens on Macys.com. I think this is how most of us are used to it and how most of us know it. Now, what's changing is, with social commerce, we're actually in the app of Instagram in this example, and I'm taking an example with Adidas. The consumer is clicking on the ad from Adidas and is not being redirected to the online shop of Adidas.com. In fact, they're continuing their buying journey within the Instagram app, doing a little bit of research, and then providing basically their size. On the next screen, providing their shipping credentials, their name, their address, continuing with the payment credentials. And now the actual purchase is not happening on the online shop of Adidas.com, but within the Instagram app. So this is what we call native checkout. And Instagram has pioneered it this year, and I'm pretty confident that we're going to see similar things happening to Pinterest, to TikTok, to Snap, and other social networks out there as well. Now, what's the challenge with this? The challenge is that the product information value chains that are already complex are getting even more complex. And why is that? Because in order to participate on something like Instagram checkout, you're all of a sudden not in a one-way street anymore, where you're pushing product content out. You're not even in two-way street, but you have to moderate a whole process. Because the actual order now sits within Facebook, right? It is in Instagram. And the order that the Adidas shirt was purchased needs to be synchronized with your stack that you're running, with your order management, with your commerce engine, whatever you have. And it's not just about synchronizing the order, but you might have a return, you might have a cancellation, right? All of this needs to be managed. And this is quite a big challenge. If you think this through and you have to do this for multiple networks, multiple channels, not just Instagram, you have to do it for Pinterest, you have to do it for Snap, you have to do it for TikTok and so on. This becomes quite a challenge. And now I had to put this in. It's a talk of the town, the metaverse from Facebook. I think value chains, product information value chains in the future will not only appear faster, meaning more channels in a shorter period of time, and they will not only change faster, meaning API requirements change. We go from a classic Facebook catalog to an enhanced catalog in this example, but I think they will also get quicker in its nature. And this is because we have a decoupling of physical supply chains moving to a all digital supply chain. I mean, there is no reason why a consumer, when they purchase a digital item like an NFT or anything else in a virtual world, should not have it the second they click the button, right? And if you also think this further, if you have multiple metaverses, multiple worlds that you need to keep in sync and you need to synchronize stock levels, this becomes a real-time challenge. And I believe we're not so far away from that. Facebook is even betting their name on it, right? They just rebranded to Meta. So they really, really mean it. So what? I think we might have parts of the answers to this whole Commerce Anarchy thing. And what we're saying, if you figure out how to stay on top of all of that, you'll be able to create orders from chaos, turn a disadvantage into an advantage. We call that product-to-consumer management. And what we're introducing is the product-to-consumer platform. I'm not going to go through everything here, but just want to highlight it's built up from the ground on the cloud. It's a multi-tenant SaaS platform. We are GDPR, CCPA compliant, ISO certified, so completely enterprise ready. And we offer 5 solutions. First solution that we bring to the market is feed management. This is basically about integrating your product catalogs with all the marketing and social channels out there. Second solution is what we call marketplace experience and social commerce. And we talked about it, right? It's that native checkout, this Instagram shopping journey, but it's also eBay and Amazon and in the US, Walmart and the likes. It's about synchronizing orders. It's about getting synchronized returns and cancellations and staying on top of what's happening there. This is a new product that we've introduced this year. We call it Performance Insights. And this takes it even one step further. This is about making sense of what's happening on all of the channels out there. So think about being active on all of these networks, about selling on Amazon, selling on eBay, selling on Facebook, selling on Google, and so on. What you want to do is you want to understand, how are my products performing? What is the audience that is resonating to it? How do I need to customize and tailor my product content to really, really get everyone engaged and increase return on ad spend, increase sales, and so on? So what Performance Insights lets you do is it lets you map your product catalog on a SKU level with all the performance data from the various channels, like Instagram, like Google, like TikTok, and so on. What we're also bringing to the market is content syndication. This is used by typically brands and manufacturers, right, that have the challenge to integrate their product catalog with the whole environment of brick-and-mortar retail stores that they operate in. So if you are a brand and you're selling through, let's say, Aldi, Tesco, Lidl, and so on, right? So typical CPG supermarkets, this is what you use to populate item setup sheets, to connect yourself to supplier portals of these retailers, reduce error, and have a high level of automation. And the last solution that I want to introduce is seller vendor onboarding. This is basically flipping everything around. So if you imagine you're a marketplace or you're somewhat of an aggregator, a price comparison site, something like that, an ad network, and you have a lot of sellers that need to sell or that are sending you data, and you need to integrate all that data into your PIM system. Yeah, if you want to get all of that into Pimcore easily on scale, you can use our seller vendor onboarding solution. Now, if you get product consumer management right, it will deliver to you a consistent buyer engagement across channels. It will redefine product and brand experiences. It will increase product value and value chain knowledge buildup, which means if you're breaking up silos within an organization, right, and you have multiple teams working on the platform, it will allow you to understand, how are my countries performing, how are my various brands performing, how are channels performing across country, and so on, and really build up knowledge that you can leverage across your organization. And product consumer management also enables customers to take advantage of the complexity that is out there. And I cannot stress that enough. I think commerce anarchy is real, right? And a lot of companies are struggling with it. But the upside is, once you figure out how to really deal with it, right, you can get a lot of benefit from it. You can be the first one in a channel. TikTok is launching dynamic showcase ads. A week later, you're in there as well. You get to the first consumers before everybody else can. Boom, right? A lot of new consumers and a really great opportunity to drive traffic at low click-through cost and so on. So what you can also do is create high-performing and scalable campaigns across markets. And of course, overcome what we call commerce anarchy to realize your full global potential. If you want to learn more about that, there's 2 interesting reports I want to point you to. There is a report from Forrester that just came out on commerce anarchy, and you can find it under the link that you see here. And just yesterday, Constellation published a report about product consumer management that I also highly recommend to have a look at. So thank you for listening. Thanks for your attention. And yeah, handing over.
Thank you, Marcel. And we will actually get into Pimcore product content syndication in just a few moments with a deep dive. But before that, make sure you grab another cup of coffee and we'll see you in a minute. Welcome to our deep dive Pimcore product content syndication. Now, Pimcore and Products Up are a perfect match when it comes to tackle the commerce anarchy, as we've been told by Marcel in the previous session. Now, Pimcore is the PIM system for the product data management, and Products Up can be used to onboard product data from different sources and vendors, and can be used to syndicate product data to more than 1,600 different output channels like e-commerce, marketplaces, marketing platforms, and so much more. So we are ready to dive in. I hope you're ready to dive in. And please welcome virtually connected to the Pimcore Inspire today, CPO at Pimcore once again, Christian Fasching, and Senior Solution Architect at Products Up, William Johnson.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. And once again, hello and welcome from my side. Product information management systems are an essential part for combating the commerce anarchy, especially for managing product data, for consolidating it, and also for enriching the product data. But of course, you also need to onboard the product data to your PIM systems from many different sources, most likely, and once ready, you also need to distribute all the product data to all the different channels you have. And that's where Products Up and Pimcore perfectly fit together. Pimcore provides some great tools with the data importer and the data hub for importing and distributing the data, and these tools also can be used to connect Pimcore to Products Up in both directions. So you can connect Pimcore with the data importer to the Products Up seller and vendor onboarding for collecting the data from different sources, then manage, consolidate, enrich the data, do whatever you need to do with the Pimcore features and the Pimcore flexibility. And then, finally, you can use the Pimcore Products Up integration via the Data Hub to push back the data to Products Up and syndicate it to all the different output channels, to classic ones and also new ones like, for example, TikTok and the likes. Let's have a look how this works and start with the Products Up vendor and seller onboarding. And for that, I'd like to welcome William from Products Up again. He joined us already last year. So, hello William, please show us some insights into the vendor and seller onboarding of Products Up.
Hello Christian, thanks a lot for having me this year again at Pimcore Inspire. It's really a pleasure to be here. And as you said, we're going to look at how Products Up can help you get product data from dozens or even hundreds of providers or brands or partners into your Pimcore instance. So, let's jump right into it. Here's a list of the points we'll be seeing today. First, we'll see that it's a single interface for all use cases. So it's the same Products Up interface you already use for syndication, which creates a lot of synergies. Second, we're going to see how we can import and aggregate data from providers, even if a provider sends you more than one file or data feeds. Then we'll see how we export data directly to your Pimcore instance. Then we're going to see how we can map data very easily between what the provider sends you as a feed or a file and how we connect this out to what is expected in your Pimcore instance. And finally, we're going to see how Products Up running in the background regularly, we check that the feeds, exported feeds quality is what is expected in Pimcore. So let's jump right into it. The first part I'm going to show you is the fact that, again, it's a single interface in Products Up for all the use cases, whether that's aggregation that we're going to see today or syndication. So if I jump in the Products Up platform, here you can see I'm in the Pimcore account of Products Up. So as a reminder, Products Up is a SaaS platform. You access it through your browser. You don't have to install or maintain anything on your side. I'm in the Pimcore instance of the platform. And here, what you see are projects, which are like folders containing multiple sites. And today we're going to focus really on the vendor-seller onboarding project. If I click here, I'm inside this project and I can see multiple sites. Each one of these sites is going to onboard data from one provider, whether this provider is sending us a CSV on an FTP, an XML file, an XLX file via URL or a JSON file on an online storage. Basically, it could be anything. And we're going to onboard each one of these data for each one of these providers into a ProductSub site, clean it up, and make sure it reaches your Pimcore instance in the best shape possible. Again, same interface, no coding required, simple UI, and this is all tailored for business users. Really, the big benefit of this is that it creates operational synergies. You don't need to learn a new interface or new tools or features. You can use all the existing feature set and platform that you already know to get data from your providers into your Pimcore instance. Secondly, let's see how we import and aggregate data from your providers inside a ProductSub site. Today we're going to focus in this provider site, vendor 1. So if I go in this site, you'll see the dashboard where we are greeted with a simple interface again telling us how many products this provider has sent, how many were exported and where they went. So again, Pimcore as an export. But here in this case, importantly, we want to see in the data sources section, this is where we can aggregate data from different providers. And as you can see, we can have multiple files. Here there's one main data source. So this provider would be sending us a CSV file on an FTP. And we can also have additional data sources. So let's say this provider is sending us country codes as a 3-letter code, but we want to have this as a 2-letter code or a number identifier. We can append an extra data source, which is going to have all these variations, and then we can map and reuse any code that we want. So this is very easily done here with additional data sources. And we can always, of course, click Add Data Source to add more main or additional data sources as we need, or as is required by what the provider sends us. Again, as you can see, no coding required. So this is how you import and aggregate data from your providers. This speeds up implementation and processes drastically. So if you need to add new providers and they send you something, on Monday, you can have it already imported and start working with it minutes after. You don't have to wait on your IT department. Next up, how do we export data to your Pimcore instance? How does ProductSub actually connect to Pimcore? Again, let's jump into the platform. So how does it look in the ProductSub platform? So if I just go into the Exports AB section of the site, and here you will see I have a dedicated Pimcore export, which will connect directly to your Pimcore instance that's generating the very specific flat file you expect or having a direct API connection. And you can add more exports if needed. This is usually not the case in an aggregation use case. So we'll usually have only one Pimcore export to feed your Pimcore instance with the data from your providers. Again, no coding required, very easy to set up. So that's how you export data to Pimcore. This ensures data complies to your standards and reaches the Pimcore instance you use in the best possible way. Next up, mapping data fast and intuitively. So this is really the heavy lifting part, the big configuration step that we need to do in ProductSub, getting data from what is sent by your provider to what is expected in your Pimcore format. So let's jump in the platform to see how we do this. This happens in the data flow section of a site. If I go in here, you'll see our mapping tool, which is really the heart of a ProductSub site and where the magic happens. So you see 3 columns. On the left, there's an import column. These are all the attributes that are sent by your provider. In the center, you have an intermediate column where we may clean, split, improve data for all exports or pre-work it for your ProductSub export. And then on the right, you have the Pimcore export as it has been prepared with the expected attributes that are expected in your Pimcore instance. And we can very simply filter through different fields and map them. So I could, for example, here filter on capacity and just by simply clicking connect fields together, and now you know that these fields from cap on import will be mapped directly to capacity on the Pimcore export. Very importantly, this mapping exercise is only done once, and then the product sub site will run in the background and you don't need to go in there often to change things constantly. You only need to do this on the initial setup of the provider, or if your provider changes the attributes that he's sending you. As you can see here, we could also support having different languages for different fields. This will just appear on the import side as multiple fields. So this is the mapping tool that we have in ProductSub, the data flow section. This, very importantly, lets business users take control. As you saw, there's no need to code anything. It's a very simple drag and drop UI, and it's a one-time setup, importantly. So you don't need to go in there every day. You do it once and then it runs in the background. So huge gain of time to onboard new providers. Last thing, and that's connected to the fact that it's a one-time setup. And you will be importing the data maybe every hour or every day or every week from your different providers. So what happens if one day the provider doesn't send you the data, or sends you data with missing attributes, or the number of products that he sends you has changed dramatically? Maybe something is wrong, maybe the file was not delivered properly. So these things happen, especially if you're going to onboard hundreds of files from hundreds of providers and you need these processes to run every day. Of course, it's automated, but what happens if something goes wrong? So in ProductSub, in a site, if I go to the section Monitor, here, this is where we can put monitoring alerts and check whether there is something wrong. And ProductSub is going to check within a site. So in this example, we're going to check if there's any percentage of missing values in mandatory attributes. And the percentage we set is 1%. So if there's 1% or more of missing values in mandatory attributes for your Pimcore instance, ProductSub will immediately stop the processing and send an email notification. And very importantly, this email notification could be to your internal IT teams, but you could also write directly to your provider to tell him something went wrong. Maybe you need to check what happened with your file or your delivery process because something did not go well. This ensures that if there is an issue, you will be first, you will not get wrong data into your Pimcore instance. So no wrong or corrupted data or missing data is getting to your Pimcore or even your consumers online. And very fast, you will be able to act upon the issue and also your provider. We can add as many error events as we want within a site or monitor multiple sites at the same time. Again, no coding required, and ProductSub will check this on every run. So this is the monitoring function of ProductSub. This secures data quality and alerts your teams and partners if anything goes wrong. So, quick recap of everything we just saw and how ProductSub can help you get data from your providers to your Pimcore instance. Single interface again, no need to learn something new, create synergies in your team. Very easy to import data from any format or even if there are multiple files from the same provider. Very efficient and powerful Pimcore connection, whether that's API or flat file or anything that you need. As you saw, the data flow tool to map data from whatever the provider sends you to whatever is expected on your Pimcore side will really adapt. And also peace of mind thanks to the monitoring to make sure that whatever is exported from ProductSub to Pimcore is exactly what you expect. That's it for me. I think we saw a lot of solid features to get data from providers to Pimcore, and now it's back to you, Christian. Let's see how it happens on your side and how you import it into Pimcore. Thanks.
Thank you very much, William. And yeah, now it's time to get the data into the Pimcore system. And for that, we just configure a new import configuration in the Data Hub. Let's just call it incoming. And there we specify again, of course, the data source. In this case, we now can choose Product Sub as a data source, which allows Product Sub to push the data directly to Pimcore, just specify an API key for some authentication, and we also need to specify the file format, which is CSV by default, but of course can be also changed to a different file format. Once this is set up, we already can switch to the import settings, and there we quickly just upload a sample file that we have some preview here, and then we start with the import settings, and these are actually pretty similar to the ones we saw in the morning. So we start with the product class we want to import to. Then it makes sense to do some element loading strategy here. That means that the importer checks if some elements are already in the system and updates them instead of creating new data objects. So for example, we check for a specific attribute. In our case, we choose the article number from the source, compare it with the article number of our data object, and now the importer loads existing data objects with the same article number and updates them instead of creating new ones. Then we also need to specify the folder for the new elements in the element creations, and there we just use this incoming folder, for example, and the rest of the settings we just leave as they are, and then we can start with the mapping. And the mapping actually is also the same as we saw in the morning, so I don't go into details there because it's really just the same. So there you can again specify the mapping between the data source from Product Sub and map it to your data model in the Pimcore. And once this is set up, you actually are already done. We just can save the configuration. We don't need any additional execution settings here because the Product Sub data source is a push data source. That means Product Sub pushes the data to Pimcore, and we don't need any special execution settings on Pimcore side anymore. So you just specify on Product Sub side when you want to push the data to Pimcore. And then once you have pushed the data, you get it here in the incoming folder with the standard Pimcore data objects with all the data attributes, and then you can start with your product management. You can enrich the data, you can add additional classifications, you can add additional relations, media data, whatever is necessary in your use case. You also, of course, can configure workflows to support the enrichment process and do classic product data management with all the possibilities that Pimcore provides you. And once your product data is ready, it's time to export it again and push it back to Product Hub. And this is again done with Data Hub. And there we already have actually some Product Hub configurations here, which configure how the data should be pushed back to Product Hub again. And again, with the same principle, you need to configure which data we want to export to Product Hub. So we first define the schema, where we select the data object class, where we can configure the schema and define exactly what data attributes we want to export to Product Hub here. We also can utilize some special extractors, some formatters, some transformers to prepare the data for the syndication within Product Hub. And then we can specify a workspace, so specify which data actually should be sent to Product Hub, some trigger for delivery, some endpoint where Product Hub then can fetch the data from. And that's actually already what needs to be set up on Pimcore side. So now the Pimcore system is ready for distributing the data again back to Pimcore, to Product Hub. And for that, now I would hand over back to William to show us how the product syndication works on Product Hub side. So William, the stage is yours again.
Thank you very much, Christian. Very exciting stuff indeed. So, as you said, outbound, when Pimcore has all the data structured and ready to be syndicated out, you can present it to Product Hub, as you said. And let's now go into the Product Hub instance again. So, here previously we were working in this project, in this folder, vendor seller onboarding. But if I just close it, we will receive the data from Pimcore in separate projects and sites. So if I open this one, for example, you can have a site for your EMEA regions and, for example, get data from Pimcore in German in this Product Hub site, in English in this separate site, and so on. So if I open also these other projects, which are for syndication, as you can see, we can have as many sites as we want whether that's for different countries, different regions, different product categories, brands, operations, exports, that's really up to you. But Products Hub will have as many sites as you need to receive data from Pimcore and syndicate it, make it ready for all the exports that you need to send it to, whether that's a Google Merchant Center, Amazon, Facebook, and so on. So for example, if we jump into the Germany syndication site in Products Hub, here we'll see again this simple dashboard, same interface as previously. We're receiving right now 171 products from Pimcore, and we're exporting 342 out to different export channels, as you can see there. And just as a reminder, so we went into this last year, but we can look again into it. If I go to data sources in this case, we'll have Pimcore as main data source, so direct API connection, as you mentioned. We could also have additional data sources if you need to get data, performance data, for example, from Google Merchant Center, or if you need to get stock and price from other separate warehouse or ERP systems. And on the export side, we will have as many export as you want, whether that's marketplaces, marketing channels, social media, and so on. So just by clicking here, Add Export, you will have access to the 2,000 plus exports that Products Hub provides and be ready to syndicate data out there very quickly in a few clicks. Again, no coding required, one-time setup. So that's it for the syndication part. It was really a pleasure being with you this year again, Christian, and back to you.
Thank you very much, William. And this was already about it from our side. The key takeaway we would like you to take with you from this session is that Products Hub and Pimcore are a great team to tackle the commerce anarchy. Thank you very much and see you.
welcome back. Now, maintaining a consistent brand throughout all target markets, channels, and for all target audiences worldwide can be really, really challenging. Translation.com, the leading translation management company globally, supports leading brands in their global presence, both online and offline. They know to implement automated processes to create, steer, and optimize all communication materials, contributing to a unique customer experience. Here today, virtually, to tell us everything about how to create a world-class customer experience globally, please welcome from Translation.com, Director of Strategy and Business Solutions for the DACH region, Verena Bucher.
Welcome everybody to this presentation, and thank you so much for joining me for the next 40 minutes. My name is Verena Bucher, and I'm a Director of Digital Strategy for the German-speaking region, that is the DACH region, for a company called Translations.com. Translations.com is a partner of Pimcore and has been for a couple of years now, so that's why I'm very, very excited to be presenting here to you today. Translations.com, what is it that we do, who we are? I think the name gives away many of the secrets already. So yes, we are a language service provider, a translation company. Or at least that is what we started like about 30 years ago. I think when fax was still a thing. Many things have happened since then, and that is great. So we as Translations.com have been able to develop from somebody that did regular translations up to a variety of services that have something to do with language, basically. Today I'm here to speak about digital content and digital marketing in particular. And we are going to have a look at how you can look at content as a strategic element, as a tool for you or your end clients to be present globally in multiple markets for multiple target audiences and via multiple channels. So again, while I hate this slogan, content is king, I do believe that that it is very fitting for today's session. Before we start that, again, back to Translations.com. So as I said, we are a partner of Pimcore. What does that mean? It means that we have a solution in place that is called Global Link, that is able to communicate and interact with Pimcore directly. So that means that a content manager within Pimcore can select certain content elements, for example, a product, and send it into a translation workflow directly from Pimcore. We receive it, we translate it, and then we send it back to Pimcore. So that means we are automating the translation process and making it less manual for everybody that has to deal with content that is stored on Pimcore. And since you are here listening to me today, you know that that's a variety of content. And that's, of course, super exciting. I'm sure that a lot of you, or most of you, have to deal with the topic content and global content. So that is why I would like to have a look at all of that today. But what does it mean global for us, for Translations.com? It basically means 100 offices worldwide. So we are a global company. We are the biggest of its kind. And we are present where all our clients are sitting, basically, as I said, in 100 offices worldwide. But we're also able to provide the expertise and obviously the scale of a global company. But from a local perspective, that's obviously great, as I said, to support the German-speaking market. I'm located in our Zurich office in Switzerland, but originally I am actually not so far away from home when I speak to Pimcore, that's in Salzburg. So that's a double plus of me presenting today. If you like what I'm about to tell you in the upcoming 30 to 40 minutes, please do get in touch at any point in time. At the end of the presentation, you will have my contact details. If you're not a very quick writer or the screenshot tool isn't working the way you would like it to, just reach out to the Pimcore team. I'm sure they'll be happy to put us in touch. Now, content is king. Global content is kinger. correct English is also very important. Why? Please have a look at this neat little slide that I have prepared. If you look at where you can be present with your company or your brand, it's interesting to know who you are speaking to and in which language you should be speaking to them to. Because if you look at the number of native speakers in comparison to the internet users, you can see that the importance of English, Chinese, Spanish, Arabic, Japanese, Portuguese differs. So I think if you look at your content strategy and your brand presence worldwide, it is very important to understand who you are speaking to and what the language is that those people are speaking. And then again, you might want to differentiate, of course, what's the product that you're talking about? Maybe what is the channel that you're communicating through? What is the target audience? Do you need to adapt the way you address them depending on the target audience, target market, and the language and the context? So this is just something that, for me, it's always mind-blowing to realize that our focus is very much on English and Spanish, of course, Chinese, if we look at the internet presence. But we kind of also need to keep in mind that the world, as it is becoming more digital and more global, is more diverse when it comes to our customers. And moving towards an omnichannel experience, it also means that you are not only communicating to your clients digitally, even though that is something that I find super interesting, and that's my day-to-day job. But you mustn't forget that offline communication will remain very, very important. So if you see the discrepancy between the left circles and the right circles, you need to come up with a strategy that actually is able to combine both worlds, both brand presences, and your communicational strategy, depending on the target audience and market that you are addressing. Okay. Now that we know what the importance of language is compared to the target market and audience, we also should take a look at what content is actually important to them. And of course, it depends on the product, demographics, whatever it may be, right? The channel, of course. However, if we take a step back and look at content in what it can actually do, I think it's always interesting to think about the Pareto principle, which is something that we use a lot when speaking about content strategy in and of itself. The Pareto principle basically says that 20% of whatever you're looking at dominates or defines the remaining 80%. And it is pretty scary if you want to research and Google Mr. Pareto, you will see that this freakishly applies to a lot of areas in our life. But since we don't want to take it too far, let's just apply it to content, because that is something that we always recommend when starting to think about a content strategy, specifically one that is also global. So if you think about it, 80% of web traffic comes from 20% of your site's pages. So you really want to make sure that those 20% of the pages, you know which pages those are, or if those pages aren't performing the way you would like them to, you need to think of ways to prepare those pages, to prepare the content so that they are performing in that way. So by having that in mind, you can really think about, okay, by which touch points do I think are most compelling to my client? And therefore prepare the content in that way. But also you could do some market research and understand what is actually important to my client, so that I can prepare the content in a way so that they will find it quickly and so that it is very relevant for them. Meaning that you can increase and steer and navigate the traffic that comes to your site by thinking about it in that way and by preparing the sites that you think are the great traffic drivers appropriately. At the same point, if we take another step back, we see that 80% of customer complaints are caused by 20% of product defects. So here again, if you have 20% of your content, 20% of your products driving the revenue, you would really make sure that those key products, maybe those really brand representing products, I'm just saying like something like Air Jordans or something like that, right? You want to make sure that that's good quality, and you invest a lot of money and research in ensuring that the presentation of that product is good. So if you do that offline, you need to make sure that you do the same thing online. So if we look at the products and how we present them, and you necessarily don't always have the opportunity to get the product in front of the client, again, think about the digital shift that we've been experiencing, specifically post-pandemic, or hopefully post-pandemic, you never know. That is something that you need to keep in mind. So how do you prepare the products visually, but also from a content perspective, so that it is very compelling, and that you can make sure that those products are really representing you well, so that you do not get a lot of customer complaints about those products anymore. Lastly, and I think this is ultimately what's of interest when we speak about digital marketing, 80% of the revenue comes from 20% of your customers. So who are these 20% of your customers? How do they buy? On which channels do you see them? Because if you take those 20% customers and you make a comparison, or you're able to drill it down to the core identity or the core elements that defines those customers, you will be able to design content in a way so that it is relevant to their peers. So by understanding who are the revenue drivers, who are, or which pages are the traffic drivers, who are your key customers, I think that is extremely important for you to, have a compelling brand presence and a direct-to-consumer approach. And again, globally, you don't only need to think about, okay, what would a person in the UK like? You need to make sure that your strategy is inclusive of all your core target markets. And again, as you see, if you talk about inclusive of all core target markets, this is when content actually becomes a core element of your content strategy and globally. So just keep that in mind when you think about content. I've said before, yes, we are called translations.com. Ooh, big surprise. But as I said also, in the last 30 years, a lot of things have happened. And that means that we've been developing along with the industry that we work with. And it has been quite clear from the very beginning that just a one-fits-all solution isn't really meeting the expectations of our customers and their end clients, nor the type of content that they're distributing. So this is why we've come up with a variety of content services that we believe, correspond with the different types of contents that your clients are consuming, and the channels. So transcreation and copywriting, that's not translation per se from a classic understanding. What it is really creating content specifically for a target market, for a target audience, maybe even for a specific channel, maybe for a specific product. And maybe optimizing that also from an SEO perspective, so that it becomes relevant not only from a content perspective, but from a search engine perspective. Okay, so that is not really translation, because, I don't know, a German probably won't look for luxurious shoes the same way like an Italian. And those are two countries that are very, very close together. So that is just something to keep in mind, that in order to make content compelling and to keep it that way, sometimes you don't need to translate from a very content-centric approach. You maybe need to create content specifically for that market and that context. So, which gets me back to the print and the digital part. Like, you want to make sure that throughout all channels, online and offline, you have a consistent brand image and communication. So you need a tool that will enable you to provide consistent quality, consistent wording, terminology, and style. And I've been speaking before a little bit about the process on how that would work, and centrally submitting from one system. And since you are here in the Pimcore event, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. You need a tool that can hold content that is relevant for every single content output channel that you or your clients are going to use. So you want to make sure, if you send the product description into translation, 2 weeks later you send the same product description in the catalog, you want to make sure that the content is being handled the same, that the same translators are working on it, and that if at all possible, we can even reuse the same content to ensure consistency, But of course, we are quicker, and big benefit, you don't have to pay twice for something that you've already translated before. So by thinking about an omnichannel experience, as diverse as the content gets, as you steer it throughout all target markets and channels, as centralized the central content repository needs to be, and compatible as well, in order to be able to feed the content into all of these markets. And what we are doing behind Pimcore, that is exactly that content repository system that can do all of that. Behind that, we are sitting with our global link part and centrally feeding all the content items that you will need to sit in Pimcore. Next part, media. Probably you didn't think about media when I was talking about translation, or did you? I mean, look at subtitling, look at voiceover, look at live captioning even. I mean, media has become so important in order to engage with your customers, specifically now that you have less and less opportunities to get in front of them in person. So you need to find a way to still be able to communicate with them in a compelling way. Additionally, media assets are very relevant for search engine and also for social media. So just keep that in mind, that translation or language doesn't only mean a website or maybe a brochure. It's anything that has to do with language, such as videos. I've been speaking about international SEO, SEM. Just keep in mind the little word international. Depending on which market you are on, or present, depending which channel you are trying to drive your marketing campaigns in, you need to ensure that you optimize the content in a way that it is very attractive for the search engines and the algorithm working within that tool or that market. And that can become super difficult the second you actually exit the realm of, say, Google. Maybe you have to navigate your digital marketing campaigns in tools that aren't even available in English. Just think about that. That's something that we could help you do. Again, global social media. Not everybody uses Instagram. In fact, in some of these countries, Instagram is blocked. So is Facebook. How do you work with that? How do you prepare the content for that? How do you work within those systems? Again, just keep it in mind. Those are all things that we could support you with just because it has something to do with translation. Last but certainly not least, if you look at multilingual customer support, you go ahead and launch your new market in Korea. Congratulations, well done. Now what happens if you receive complaints or positive feedbacks on, I don't know, Instagram or as an email? Like, who is making sure that the community is managed in a way that is meeting the expectations of the target audience? So keep that in mind when we are talking about strategies that go beyond translation. Now, as I said before, depending on the importance of the different content items that you may be working with, and the content strategy that you're setting up, we can also tend to that with not just preparing the content, but also the way how we prepare the content. So as I said before, transcreation is extremely creative, or copywriting, it depends on how you want to call it. It's created for the target market and it's highly optimized. The contrary to that is actually machine translation, or as we call it, the AI. Why? Because we train the machine and the machine continues learning based on the content specifically that it is translating for the end client. So while on the one hand we have something highly creative, and again you might want to prepare the 20% driving traffic sites highly creative, but on the other hand maybe product descriptions or very technical stuff, very repetitive content, easy structured, you can work with the trained machine translation just fine, and tend to the high volume. The fast turnaround time is something that's very beneficial of that, and of course it is a lot cheaper. And in the middle you have a human translation that of course could be combined with a machine translation, so machine translation output, and then you have a human post-editing step, or you just have a standard human translation that is very good quality, and it is also very, very feasible. So whenever you think about who you want to speak to, where they are, which channels, and really what digital marketing and content really means within your market, that's then when you have to find the approach to the different content items and your strategy that will tend to that and will actually support you reaching your ultimate goals. So that is something that we would want to do at the beginning of each collaboration. We work with a content matrix to kind of understand the landscape, where you are at, where you want to go, and then we can let you know what we think is best in terms from a content strategy itself and also from the quality level. And again, anything that you have sitting in Pimcore and you're sending it to Global Link on our end, it doesn't matter if we have a highly creative resource sitting there or a standard translator, or we can connect a machine to that process. It doesn't really matter. Consumer facing, it will always be the same process, and you can dock on different processes depending on which content you are sending. Okay, so now that we have these 3 pillars that we've just discussed, we can really go into some sort of a self-evaluation a little bit. Is your digital marketing strategy global? And if it is, how are you making sure that this is being maintained? If it is not global, maybe you can have a look at all these scary stats to see, oh, maybe there's something that I've overlooked. So again, keep in mind the non-English speakers, keep in mind the international search engines. Just don't forget the importance of social media and media content in general. And just keep in mind that the way people search isn't always the same. Like somebody in Germany would look differently for something than in Japan. I mean, even though they're looking for the very same thing, okay? And then the same thing is like, okay, great. If you get people on your site, how do you ensure that the content that you're presenting to them is actually engaging? You can have millions and millions and millions of people on your website. If the UX isn't great, if the content descriptions isn't great, like if people find something, but then they're redirected and all of a sudden the checkout process, I don't know, isn't in French anymore, that's a high bounce rate. That's a high risk. You don't want to do that. And also, don't underestimate the power of the native language. Even when we supported a client of mine with their Nordics brand presence, where everybody says, oh, great, of course, every Swedish person speaks English perfectly. But still, when we went live with the Swedish content, conversions went up. So don't forget about that when you think about how you maybe would like to consume and buy products that affect you directly. Don't we all feel a little bit more comfortable in our own language? I think the answer to that is yes. What I think is also something that we must never ever forget. I was speaking about, what are your top performing products? What's your strategy? What's the traffic? There are different ways of tracking that and of collecting that data. I can never stress the importance of data enough, and make sure that the data defines your content strategy as well, and the marketing strategy. Okay, because again, maybe we are thinking, okay, our top performing products are equally as relevant in one market than it is in the other. Maybe it's not. And that is something that data can help you find out. But again, it's easy if you look at one market, maybe 2 markets, maybe 3 markets. But say you are present in over 20 markets, like just make sure that you have somebody that understands the KPIs that you have and can map them to the reporting and the data that all the different tools that you're working with spit out. So make sure that, all of the data that you can get, you actually do get. But at the same time, also make sure that you tie the data that you can get to your KPIs internally. Because, I mean, great with all the data, but if it doesn't fit anything that you've ever seen before, specifically not if it's, say, in Russian or Chinese, I mean, then what? Okay? And ultimately, I think what we all want to do is ensure that our customer or consumer engagement remains equally as high, even though supposedly digital is less personal. So how do we make a digital experience, an omnichannel, maybe even digital experience? The second we think about marketplaces, I mean, we give away a lot of control once we rely on marketplaces and their infrastructure. How do we make sure that throughout all those marketplaces as well, my consumer stays engaged and in contact with our brand? Okay, so just think about that whenever you think about your digital strategy and where you are present. You need to understand the landscape, as I said, what's the customer needs, what's that planned outcome, and how are you positioning yourself against maybe the competition, right? Just make sure that you make a difference in the experience. And I know that sounds a little bit vague, and it is, but if you think about the last interactions that you've had within the last month with anything digital, and think about what you can still remember, that is what created a change, and that's what created the difference, okay? And that's ultimately what you want to try. And again, that is different on who you speak to and where and when. You need to make sure that the customer journey is very well defined, that you think about every single touch point from a 360 perspective, and just make sure that your content item ties into all of those touch points equally, okay? Of course, you need to build the roadmap. I mean, you need to plan the communication around the campaigns. You also need to make sure that you take into consideration maybe demographics, maybe the technology that the target market has access to. That's a bit more on a technical part and more data-based, of course, again, but I mean, it is essential to the exercise, and if you don't do your homework, you've probably already lost. And again, how do you communicate a value? How do you make sure that if it doesn't work the way you intended to, that you learn from that and that you apply it moving forward? And all of these things is, I know it sounds a bit vague and not very precise. Why? Because it is so individual, and it depends so much on what the plan and the goal of a campaign is that goes global, or the brand presence that goes global. So if any of the things that I've just said seem relevant to you, most likely it's not just one topic that's important for you. It's more. So the second you think about content, actually, content in the context of e-commerce trends, that's when you open the box of Pandora, and there you are in the mess that you have created for yourself. So just again, I think the e-commerce trends, and some of them may not be new, some of them may be already well known, but again, I think if we look at them from a content perspective, a global content perspective, maybe that changes some things and opens new opportunities, or maybe closes some of the doors that have been open in the past and should maybe be closed. So as I said, the direct-to-consumer approach, specifically also in the context of omnichannel and marketplaces, how do you ensure that you provide value and build one-on-one relationships with your international customers directly with them? So how do you make sure that the touch points that you do have are engaging enough to keep them with your brand and to have them become a recurring customer? You need to also combine that direct-to-customer approach and the content that you have there, and make sure that it fits the context of international marketplaces and social commerce. Because I think content needs to be compatible, and so does your brand. And just think of a tool that can help you do that can help you store all the content and steer it into all the channels, and then look for a partner that can come up with that content that is compatible with all those channels. Then again, I think mobile devices, or whatever device that people are using to access digital brand presences or websites, and how do they actually pay? Like, just keep that in mind, that for example, if you, I think, buy pet food in Poland online, you actually don't pay it online. You have the postman come to your door, give you the pet food, and then you give them the money in cash. Just know that that's a thing in Poland whenever you launch to that market, okay? I think just payments, or mobile payments, except for in Poland, need to be a frictionless experience for your customers, so that the purchasing process is a good experience, but also more efficient. So it makes it easy for people to buy. Media services, I talked about it before. I mean, just think about how impactful a video can be. Just such a little tiny thing can connect so well, and it is just yet another channel that you can use to address your end clients. Same goes for artificial intelligence. Yes, I've been speaking about artificial intelligence in a content way before, but it can do so much more. I mean, think of chatbots. You know, think of content creation, data analysis, inventory management. I mean, AI is here. It's not going to go away. You might as well make it work for you and apply it wherever wherever you can. And I think chatbots is a great idea for that. Multilingual chatbots, that is. I talked about content marketing. Let's not go into that much detail anymore about that. And as I said at the very beginning of this little discourse here, we are looking at pandemic shopping behavior. So I believe virtual reality, supply chain management, different touch points and product presentations are more and more and more important, and a lot of retailers need to rethink the way they do that in order to drive their USP. And again, as we talk about these touch points, I think in order to get a brand connection with your customers, to diversify the offerings and to integrate into other social areas that maybe before you haven't been present before. I mean, think of videos, blogs, podcasts, maybe a sponsorship, whatever, influencers. There are so many new ways and opportunities for you if you are aware of them and if you know how to navigate those opportunities in the local language, in the local market. So again, I think it's super important to understand how are we perceived in a market. You can do that when you're already live in a market, but if you want to enter a new market, you should also know how to position yourself. So I do believe that global social listening is something that we have seen great success with. Just to understand a real-time and less biased source of customer insights than a traditional market research approach maybe. It's a very rich and wealthy source of thoughts and opinions and concerns that are all there. Like they're discussed publicly. Like you just need to go and get that data. It's already there. It defines your target group. It helps you position the brand, and also analyzes the attitude that you are going to be confronted with. You can track a specific set of keywords. You can monitor opinions. As I said, all of that data is going to help you produce relevant content and distribute that across channels. So again, as you prepare your content strategy and everything around it, just make sure that you know that it's relevant and how to prepare the content. Second part, and I think we all know about that, is marketplaces. Everybody thinks about Amazon. Alibaba is extremely relevant. And I think while the rest of the world at the beginning of the pandemic has been suffering, the big winner has been Team Bezos. And not just Team Bezos. I mean, think of any other marketplace worldwide, right? And I think according to Forbes, 2/3 of respondents typically starts their search for new products on Amazon. That's more than start on Google, which seems crazy, but that's what data says. So just think about that. And also, I think business needs to adapt. Those who have embraced e-commerce platforms and technology and distribution channels, they've been able to thrive or to be stable throughout the pandemic. Those who weren't, I guess it was a little bit more difficult for them. And I mean, the marketplaces are there. So why shouldn't you use the infrastructure and the payment and the logistics of those marketplaces by just providing them with the right content? And they do the rest for you. So again, for multiple markets. I also want to point out when we look at the data again, things can change and the sources of data can change. So I strongly recommend that you shouldn't be relying just on one source of data when building your strategy. Okay, so at some point we won't have any more, pop-ups or customized marketing channels anymore. I don't know. Data privacy is on the rise. GDPR is something that we've all discovered, and I think data protection and privacy first will force us to roll out alternative user level identifiers in what way, shape or form. So just keep that in mind when you prep your data and when you prep the strategy set based on that data. And just make sure that we have a solid base for data to build the content strategy on, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And don't rely on one factor only in an ever-changing world. Which brings me to one of my favorite trends, actually, I think, mobile and voice search, which is crazy. I mean, if voice searching will still be overtaking text-based searching. 50% of UK households have a voice assistant, out of which 60 are mobile online searches, and 30% are done by voice only. So that means that the content will need to be prepped in a way so that natural language, not so much keyword-driven anymore or text-driven, but that natural language syntax is going to define the way your content is found. How will you know how people search for your product if you don't have somebody finding that out for you, huh? SEO is becoming a Q&A game, more dynamic and more localized. So just keep that in mind and find somebody that could support you in, prepping your content appropriately. So you just need to think, when you think about digital marketing, a new search experience needs to be considered, and also, you know, taken into consideration when you set up your strategy around that. And brands need to have an answer-driven SEO strategy and answer-driven content in order to survive in the future. And last but not least, I think, is it a penguin? Is it a panda? No, it's a core update. So again, don't rely on algorithms to be continuing to work the way you know them to. I think Google's algorithm really can make or break an online business. I think it's very, very topical. The latest Google update, I think last year, was a core update, and that means that they changed the algorithm. Ooh, that's a very difficult word for me to say as a German. Algorithm. And yeah, I mean, what is important for Google and other search engines? I mean, mobile friendliness, metadata, media content, loading, interactivity, visual stability, safe browsing. I mean, all of these things are things that, you know, yes, they affect content, but ultimately they also work in the background. Just be aware of that and make sure that your content is compatible and the user experience and the page experience is always in line with the search engines in your market. I think all of these things considered, we of course have a very nice example of a very cool brand that Pimcore and Translations.com have been lucky enough to you know, win over as a client, and been supporting them for the past almost 5 years now, when that brand tried something that had to do with every single topic that I have just addressed in the last 30 minutes. And that is a rebranding of a very well-known and well-situated brand, redefining the core values, making sure to communicate that in the core market and markets in English, and then of course moving forward and expanding that brand presence, making sure that step by step you reconquer a market with the new brand image. And what is that brand? It is Bogna. I am sure that all of you associate Bogna with something very luxurious, maybe 70s, 80s, drinking champagne in a fur coat somewhere in Ischgl or in Kitzbühel even more, or St. Moritz, which I'm sure is very much still a core value of Bogna, and that luxurious thing that cannot be lost. But Bogna said, okay, it is time for a change. We want to redefine what we stand for. We maybe want to find new collections. We want to redefine our value. And they did that, and they did a great job at doing so, but they had to make sure that all of that effort they put into revamping their amazing brand and the products, and how to adapt that globally. So together with Bogna, we sat down and understood, okay, who they are now, where they want to go. We did a target group analysis. We defined the new brand, and target a new type of customers. We also had a look at how they were going to redefine the local brand in other markets, and we understood the new design and customer experience. So at the same time, Bogna, that's just from a brand perspective, but also, of course, they were already online, right? They already had, you know, products in multiple markets and languages. So what we also had to have a look at was the system landscape that Bogna used in order to you know, store all that content that they were going to broadcast. And one of those systems was Pimcore, luckily enough. And as you know, I mean, you can have a great brand, you know where you want to go, you have a content strategy, but what you ultimately need is a very, very, very strong system that supports you in doing so. And Bogna had found that. And with Bogna working already with us regarding the brand part, we also had a look together at how we can support them in preparing everything that has to do with their products. And so we did. At the very beginning, this was only for 2 markets, but we are currently looking at expanding that even more together with Pimcore. I believe if the relevant people are listening, yeah, we're currently working on that. So I believe while it is a very brand heavy topic with Bogna, by actually defining everything very well, having a good content strategy, knowing where they wanted to go. They were able to revamp the corporate identity, and they had a very, very heavy focus on digital marketing as well as on creative content. I think theory was there. Now they needed to understand how and with which solution they could actually manage all that content in a very easy way and automatically trigger and receive content based on their product rollouts. And that obviously has to go very fast, because even though Bogner is a brand from the 70s and the 80s, they now need to be compliant with the fast-living world of the different channels that they're now present on. And they did an amazing job, and together with Pimcore, we set up the automated technology infrastructure to facilitate them and enable them to send and retrieve all the content they wanted to send in and out. And I mean, while Global Link is a tool that is compatible not only with Pimcore but of course with other systems, so is Pimcore. So I think with the combination of Pimcore and us, they have found a partner that is an agile and flexible vendor, partner, but also provider of solutions that can go in whatever direction, whatever channel and whatever market that they want to be present on, from a technology perspective, from an automation perspective and a process perspective, but also from a brand and language perspective. And I think with those three pillars, Bogner really made sure that they're set up for success. And I think if you really want to have a look at how Bogner did it in specifics and how the dynamics of passion. I love this so much. This is the new Fire and Ice collection. It's new that they came up with back then. I just love it. Go check it out. It's really cool. The great product descriptions. So again, I think what Bogner really managed to do is be online very, very quick with the new brand presence that was comprehensive to their target markets, which is something that we helped them do. Have a very solid system that could support them with all their needs, which was Pimcore. Automate all the processes in management in regards to the product data from a creation, management, but also localization perspective. Together with Pimcore, we are able to report on a lot of different types, who sends what into which markets, how fast does it go, what's the time to market, things like this. So we were also able, together with Pimcore and Bogner, set up the respective KPIs to measure the success of the content strategy and initiatives. It was so much more easy for everybody involved to manage the content. And I mean, Bogner doesn't have 15,000 people, taking care of the content. It's a rather small team, even though it's a very global brand, and that's something that we see often. So if you don't have unlimited capacity of resources to manage things, you need to make sure that your processes support you in doing so. So by reducing the manual efforts and speeding up everything else, obviously making sure that the quality was very good, based on the great briefing that we could feed the translators and the creative talents to. I think that Bogner is an excellent example of what to do when you have a new brand presence, how you define it, how you take it global, how you make every single process related to it efficient, and to be very scalable, flexible, and agile for the future of their brand. With that, I am going to close now. Contact us. Foremost, contact me. Again, I'm Verena Bucher, and thank you so much for listening to me today and for joining my presentation. It was a pleasure. Hope to meet you all at some point in the future, not only digitally, but in person. And yeah, if there is anything you would like to learn more about content strategy when bringing your brands global, just let me know. I look forward to speaking to you. Thank you so much and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Enterprise Open Source. Now, Pimcore has been the leading free and open source platform for data experience management for the past 12 years. Used by more than 100,000 customers, enterprises need more than just the software itself. They need long-term support, they need extra enterprise features and higher performance. And just by the title itself, Enterprise Open Source, you might think those are two worlds that don't go together. And that's actually what I heard many, many times. Enterprise and open source don't belong, don't go together. But here today, to prove us wrong, are two gentlemen who are going to tell us everything about it. And I'm really, really happy that they're here because I would still think that these two topics don't go together. Please welcome Customer Success Manager at Pimcore, Maximilian Chock, and CSO at Pimcore, Stefan Gruber.
Hello, everybody. Good to have you back. Introducing Max, our Customer Success Manager. We are quite happy to have him on board. Max, you are playing the alien today, I guess.
Yeah, but only for this talk. Also from my side, a warm welcoming. Great to see you. Great to be here on stage. Thank you for having me. And I'm really interested what's going on right now.
Yeah, we are going to tell you a short story about enterprise open source.
So, Stefan, but why is this such a hot topic for everybody?
Oh, well, this question is quite easy to explain. 90% of IT leaders decide for enterprise open source software. And this is quite a huge number, I guess. Yeah? And of course, and I'm sure you'll know that already, Pimcore is an enterprise open source software. So how cool is that?
You really just mentioned enterprise open source, but what actually is enterprise open source, Stefan?
Well, enterprise open source is an open source software which is backed by enterprise services, like service level agreements, like long-term support, for example. It's all about software quality, it's all about long-term support. Of course, it's about security aspects. Yeah, and as I already said, Pimcore is a full enterprise open source software.
Really, really cool. And where is enterprise open source used right now in the world?
Well, the software is used in diverse fields. So it is used in IT, infrastructure modernization, in application development, and of course in digital transformation.
Really awesome to hear this. And why should people decide to use enterprise open source?
Well, there are different aspects covered by enterprise open source software. Yeah? First of all, it's all the security aspects, for example. So 30% of the users decide for enterprise open source for better security. So all the security aspects are covered. But there are more aspects. Higher quality software, for example. Access to innovations, and of course, a better time to value.
So cool to hear this. And how important is commercial support and also the long-time support?
Well, commercial support and long-term support are all topics which are very, very important. You see this in this graph. This is a survey from 2020, and it says that the vast majority, for the vast majority, it's very, very important to have commercial support, to have direct technical support from the vendor of the software, and of course, the long-term support. Only for a minor part, it's not really important.
So cool, Stefan, to hear this. But to be fair, I'm a little bit afraid. To be fair, I have the fear, and I'm just going to ask you, will Pimcore stop being open source one day and free?
No, of course not. You don't have to be afraid about that. We know about our open source history, of course, and our open source community edition is here to stay. This is our promise, and we'll keep that promise, of course. Yeah? But, of course, we have more than 100,000 enterprises already. We have over 450,000 installations worldwide, so it's huge, yeah? And of course, we have some Fortune 500 enterprises which are using the Pimcore platform, of course, in different aspects. But for these enterprises, we have to offer an additional layer of support. And yeah, that's why we are open source and we are enterprise open source software. So just take a quick look about the two versions of the on-prem Pimcore platform. First of all, we see here the Pimcore Community Edition. You know, the Pimcore Community Edition is licensed under the general public license, so it's an open source software. You know also that every piece of software which is written based on a GPL license is also a GPL licensed software, so it's open source again due to the copyleft term. The Pimcore Community Edition does not include support and does not include the long-term support, of course. So it's not an enterprise open source software. But as you know it, I'm sure you participated last year in the Inspire. We were introducing our commercial offering, the Pimcore Enterprise Edition. We were today introducing our Pimcore Cloud Edition, and this is an enterprise offering. So it's licensed under a different license, the Pimcore Commercial License, so all the legal aspects concerning licensing are perfectly covered. Of course, an integrational part of the enterprise subscription and our cloud offering is the support and the long-term support. So everything is covered in here too. So it's a full enterprise open source software. And of course, you get in favor of a lot of really, really powerful enterprise features, and you can utilize them to drive your enterprise platforms.
This is so amazing to hear. You talked about enterprise open source subscription. So that means that I'm secure anyway, or not?
Yes. Of course, when you're the owner of an enterprise subscription, when your Pimcore installation is licensed under the Pimcore commercial license, you already have access to our long-term support. This means, and this is huge, we deliver your Pimcore version, your Pimcore installation with security patches. This means if you're having a Pimcore installation bigger than version 5, so 5+, 6+, and X+, of course, we create security fixes. We proactively monitor your software. And this is quite cute, quite interesting, because you don't need to worry about security aspects. We monitor the software, we create these patches, and of course, we inform you proactively when these patches are available, and we deliver integration manuals that these patches can be integrated very, very fast. And of course, for creating these fixes, we are a very, very fast enterprise. So if you're thinking about proprietary software, stuff like that, they take months or weeks to create these patches. We do it very, very fast, the most of the time within 24 hours. So this is insane.
That's really insane.
Yeah, and you know, this is a big thing. Enterprise open source is a huge thing. Pimcore is an enterprise open source software. And of course, the story about Pimcore and enterprise open source has just begun. So stay tuned.
Thank you for those insights, Stefan. Really, really appreciate this time. And yeah, we want to welcome back Felix to be here with us on stage.
Guys, thank you so much, Stefan. You just said that the story has just begun, and we're so ready to see what's coming up next. Are you excited?
Definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You should tell your face. Your face doesn't say you're excited.
I just can't stop smiling. It's
you got to
really
be
great.
as excited
really
as Dietz, right?
We're always excited about the topic, especially on Inspire, because we have so many things to introduce to the Pimcore ecosystem. There are huge things coming up. The next talks will be very, very interesting. And even the topic enterprise open source is very, very important. And we are so glad that we got these topics covered.
Awesome, absolutely. Now, I think we saw how important it is when using open source to guarantee security and long-term support by a dedicated expert team that actually can jump in whenever there's something wrong with the system or whenever there's something wrong. How important is it to have an expert team behind, to support?
Yeah, for many enterprises, it's crucial. Of course, they have service level agreements, for example, with integrators, but they want to have direct access to our core team. And with our service level agreements, we can deliver this. So the enterprises have direct contact to our core developers when there are things going wrong, when they need support. We are here, and we can deliver every solution perfectly and every service perfectly.
Absolutely. So I really don't want to think about a situation where a big e-commerce platform or a globally big presence is simply just gone by well, any mistake they've made, and therefore you've got a strong team behind it to support in any case.
Yes, absolutely.
Whenever
absolutely.
they need it.
We can deliver the perfect support for the core of the Pimcore application.
So actually, enterprise open source closes the gap between enterprise and open source.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's amazing. And I have one question. I made a note. How does your commercial support for enterprise actually look like? How does it work?
So we got two different options when it comes to services of our enterprise subscription. First of all, we got our service level agreements. Service level agreements are SLA. We offer in different packages, so we have 4 packages we can deliver to our clients, and of course the long-term support. Long-term support is included in the offering. This means there is no additional cost when it comes to the license. Long-term support is included, and we deliver all Pimcore versions bigger than 5, so 5+, 6+, and X+, of course, with the security patches. We inform our clients, we inform our partners when these patches are available, we deliver the integration manuals, and everything is fine, and all the security aspects are covered.
Awesome. Sounds amazing. And thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the presentation. We'll see you later on again with some more features. But after a tiny, tiny break, we'll be back with our SaaS offering just starting today. And we'll get into detail because we've heard a lot about the new offering, but we'll get into detail after a short break. Pimcore in the cloud. Now, we've heard a lot about it today, but actually we only scratched the edges. In this session, we'll get into more detail about our new SaaS offering. And with the Pimcore Cloud, we cover the demand of data management solutions as a software as a service. We will outline why we developed our cloud offering and what the benefits and chances are. And we will show you the missing piece in our Pimcore universe in the triangle with the free community edition, the enterprise open source, and the cloud edition. Welcome back on stage with your personal round of applause at home, wherever you're watching us. Max and Stefan, welcome back.
Hello and welcome back.
Welcome back, hello.
Wow, Max, this is a huge moment. To be honest, I'm a little bit shocked.
Yeah, I'm shaking as well. This is going to be such a great moment. Yeah, just get into it, right?
This is an absolutely historic moment for us because we are launching a new offering, a new product. And as we already seen in the talks before, this topic is very important for the whole ecosystem, very important for the world of data management.
Definitely.
We are going to launch today our Pimcore in the cloud, our new offering, our SaaS-based offering. So, Max, tell me a little bit, why did we do that?
Sure. The application landscape has changed, and so, of course, has deployment. That means we live in a software as a service driven world. And we can feel this when we look at the numbers. So 60% of data management applications are purchased as a software as a service. But Stefan, what do software as a service customers want when it comes to data management?
Well, when it comes to data management, it's quite easy. SaaS users for data management, of course, they want out-of-the-box functionality. They want to ramp up fast. They want instant access, and they don't want to worry about topics like IT or security or stuff like that. And what is a huge change concerning all the on-prem solutions, for example, they want their solutions based on configuration only. They want, to be honest, a quick time to market, fast ramp up, starting fast with the data management, and this without development, without coding, and we deliver that.
That sounds so powerful. And who will benefit from the Pimcore Cloud Edition?
Well, we designed Pimcore Cloud mainly for enterprises which want product information management, master data management, headless CMS functionality, asset management directly out of the box. And this, of course, no code. On base of a no-code solution, 100% configurable. They, of course, want to have transparent and predictable costs. They want a high-performance solution, and high performance. You know that Pimcore is such a high-performance system, and we can deliver that in the SaaS offering too with the Pimcore in the cloud, a scalable system, because data management is always a topic of scaling, and of course, high availability, stability. Yeah, these aspects are all covered. For clients that don't want to worry about IT topics, security topics, DevOps, for example, we cover with this offering all the security updates, all the security aspects, and of course, finally, they can ramp up. They have a quick time to market to start with their data management, because we know this from the talks from Dietz, for example, that digitalization and data management go hand in hand, and therefore it's quick. It's very important to have a quick start. So this is a huge chance.
Definitely.
A huge chance for everybody. So for the whole Pimcore ecosystem, when it comes to new clients, when it comes to existing clients, and of course to our very, very important partners. We have more than 140 of them. So concerning new clients, we can target new client groups which are SaaS-centered, for example. And also our partners have the possibility to target these new target groups. They can resell Pimcore in the cloud, of course. They can make their own concepts. They can configure the solutions for the end clients. So we have the possibility to generate new target groups, to acquire new clients, to acquire new revenue streams, of of course. Yeah, and of course, not forgetting existing clients, they have the possibility to go hybrid, to have different instances running, one in the cloud, one on-prem, for example, and connecting these instances. So again, a very flexible module and a huge chance for the whole Pimcore ecosystem. So it's a huge game changer, of course. So Max, show us the platform. What is Pimcore in the cloud, and what are the modules of the cloud?
Sure. When it comes to data, Pimcore combines 3 worlds into one powerful platform, and that's exactly what it's all about. So when we're talking about data, it's not only data management, it's also the experience management and, of course, the integration. When we go into a little bit deeper into the perspectives, then we can see regarding data management, it's not only about product information, it's also about master data and digital assets. On the side of experience management, we can see that the powerful headless CMS we're having in place is so great, together with our experience portals. Last but not least, the integration part is really, really important when it comes to the data importer, up to Data Hub, and the possibility to export the data to 2,500 channels and sales marketplaces all over the world. Isn't that great?
That's absolutely right, and we brought that offering in the cloud. These are the main modules of Pimcore in the cloud. We're going to talk about each of the modules later on a little bit more in detail. So how does it work, Max?
Well, it's quite easy. The first step is, of course, we have to set up everything, but that's within minutes. The next part is to configure the data models, the users, the perspectives, and of course the rows. The next step is when it comes to import the data, right? We have to import the data to be able to manage it. For example, with our powerful workflows, this is so easy. And last but not least, we have to export our data and syndicate it. That's it.
Excellent. That sounds good.
Really great. Stefan, is there more information? We need more, and the guys and the girls at home need definitely more from this.
Yes, of course. This was just the beginning, and now it's getting dirty. I need to take off my jacket. Because Dietz in my position would have taken off his pants, so be glad about that. Let's talk about the modules in detail. So this is quite cool. As we told you already, it's a data management solution for the cloud. So we have all the core applications we are utilizing in the Pimcore platform, also in the cloud offering. So we have the product information management, flexible data modeling. Yeah, we have the master data management. Create any kind of data model you want to have. The asset management, of course. Manage all your file-based data. And then, brand new, of course, we were introducing it today, our new headless CMS functionality. Of course, we have all our enterprise extensions on board when it comes to translation management, for example, OpenID Connect, the cool workflow designer, which is also a game changer. Fash and his team was doing a great job about that, and many, many more of the extensions, of course, too. When it comes to the layer of integration, we, of course, have our very, very powerful Data Hub, which is, how should I say, kind of a baby to us, because it's the universal tool to integrate the system in any IT infrastructure. So with a data importer, which is also new, we have the possibility to create any data input interface, to ingest the data to the system, of course. And with the Data Hub, we have the possibility to deliver any output channel. So may the data sources be an ERP system, for example, CRM system, PLM systems, yeah? Different other systems. We can ingest any data in any structured way. And of course, we can deliver the data to any output channel we need to have directly via the Data Hub. You have seen it. It's just on base of configuration. You can do it all by your own. You don't need to have a developer or stuff like that. Even our colleagues from Styria Tourism are utilizing Pimcore Data Hub on their own, and they are not developers. Then, of course, our portals. Yeah, we love our portals. This is such an amazing tool, our portal engine. We have the possibility to create an unlimited number, if we want, of course, of portals. You can configure these portals without coding again. You can style them, and of course, you can utilize it for products and for assets, and you can share your data to target groups who should not work in the backend. So, for example, your marketing team your sales team, but also for agencies, for example, or for vendors or suppliers. It's a really, really powerful tool. And finally, to sum the whole stack up, of course, we have our data syndication and marketplace integration feature on board so that we can deliver your product-based data directly to the more than 2,500 sales and marketing channels. So this is, I would say, an awesome offering our guys created. We are so proud about that. This is a cloud-based solution. Everything can be configured, and you don't need to write one single line of code.
So great, definitely.
So, Max, infrastructure. Tell us a few words about the infrastructure.
Yeah, of course. The Pimcore in the Cloud solution is a multi-tenant infrastructure. That means it's hosted in the AWS combined with the Kubernetes clusters. And if you want to have more information regarding this topic, Cyprian is going to have a talk completely regarding the Pimcore in the Cloud infrastructure.
Yes, of course. All the AWS infrastructure topics, Kubernetes clusters, we have at the product itself. So we have created 3 really beautiful packages which really meet the requirements of any business which wants to do data management in the cloud. So we have a starter package, we have a professional cloud edition, and we have the ultimate cloud edition. The starter edition is for basic demands for an enterprise for cloud-based data management. Then, of course, professional is our enhanced and our professional solution for enhanced challenges when it comes to data management, including headless CMS. And of course, we got the Ultimate Cloud Edition, which is the ultimate powerhouse when it comes to enterprise data management in the cloud. And of course, we have different sizings of these packages. We have different metrics to meet each requirement for each tier perfectly. Of course, we have some very flexible add-on modules, which we will be introducing a little bit later on, but these packages come in different sizing with different functionality, of course. So we have a starter package in here, for example, where you have the possibility to manage up to 50,000 data objects, of course, so it's a huge amount of products. This is for starting, of course. We have an asset disk space of 100 gigabytes. We have, of course, an unlimited number of languages, 10 users included, and 3 endpoints for the data hub. So, of course, we have some add-on functionality in here when it comes to data management. All the topics, of course, security, backup. So we have the backup for 7 days in here. And the goal is to manage your data, your assets. You have the data importer, and of course, admin translations and many, many more features. When it comes to professional, we have, of course, a bigger sizing for enhanced challenges when it comes to data management. So we can manage up to 100,000 products or data objects, still an unlimited number, of course, of languages, up to 250 gigabytes of disk storage, 1,000 headless documents. So this is the headless document. To be honest, I'm a little bit getting old, and my vision is getting better and better, but it's getting worse, So in the professional package, this is the first tier where we have the HCMS functionality, and you have the possibility to manage up to 1,000 headless documents. This is quite nice, of course. You have up to 35 users, and this is the first tier where we have our experience portals. And finally, we have additional data hub configurations. And last but not least, the ultimate version, we have the possibility to manage up to 500,000 data objects, of course. We have over 350 gigabytes of disk space, 10,000 headless documents. We have 100 users. We have 5 experience portals, and of course, we have 10 data hub configuration. And of course, for the professional and the ultimate packages, we are adding on functionality from starter on, adding on to professional, and of course to ultimate. So ultimate is the full enterprise functionality we are having in here. Professional is for enhanced challenges for data management. So if you have, the demand for more information about that, we are here from the sales team to inform you about our offering in person, of course, or client success. When it comes to SaaS, it's always a topic about client success because if you're an enterprise and you want to start with data management, you will need support. Support can be done on the one hand side by our partners, of course. They have the possibility and have the chance to directly consult their clients too. And of course, we directly from Pimcore have now this service too. So we deliver client success packages, optional of course, when it comes to business strategy, when it comes to solution approach consulting, and of course, platform conception and data modeling. We can do that. We can configure the platform according to your needs, and of course, we can do all the trainings. So we have 5 packages concerning that: a basic package with 10 hours, an advanced package with 25 hours, a premium package with 50 hours, and an ultimate package with 100 hours. Finally, we have a custom package. So we're also very flexible concerning that too. So I think it's a real exciting offering.
It's really great.
I was talking before about our packages, and of course, about the add-on packages, because our goal from client success, our goal from the sales team is that you get the perfect solution for Pimcore in the cloud. Max, what are the add-on packages?
When we're talking about cloud add-on packages, in specific, we're talking about data objects. We're talking about users or headless documents. And for each metric, there are own small, medium, and large packages which are available for you right now. Isn't that great?
That's perfect. So on the one hand side, you can, of course, select for a tire for one of these packages, and we can make configurations with these cloud add-on packages that you have the perfect fit for your data management solution. So we are again on the way to create the perfect experience for you, that you have the possibility to solve all your business cases with Pimcore in the cloud perfectly.
So flexible.
So if you need more information, and I'm sure you are interested in this offering, just contact us. cloud@pimcore.com, hit us an email. We are here for you. We agree on a meeting. And then we will show you around in our brand new SaaS offering.
We're so excited. This is going to be really great, and I'm still shaking. It's still so huge information, and it's so great to be here to present you at home all those informations regarding the Pimcore in the cloud.
Great. Felix, come join us.
Guys, I am so impressed about what's already out there, and what's amazing is that you can finally focus on your business perspectives and your business prospectives, and that you don't have to worry about anything technical in the background. So that's really amazing. And you mentioned the different editions and packages you're offering, you're providing. How can our viewers get in the favor of the new Pimcore Cloud instance?
Well, Felix, the thing is as follows. Data management solutions have, for each business case, for each enterprise, very specific requirements. And we want to make sure that every client, of course, gets the best sizing, gets the best package, and gets the best solution. And that's why it's the best to contact us simply via cloud@pimcore.com. We get in touch with you, and we create the best offer, the best solution for you, that you have the best experience from the beginning on with Pimcore.
Awesome. So you better go check your emails, because I am pretty sure you already have some requests in your inbox.
All right, good. Let's go.
Stefan, Max, thank you very much for being here.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
All right, guys. And if you have the same opinion that I have, that print is dead, we might prove you wrong in the next session. Now, for a very, very long time, we were told that print is dead. And we might actually convince you that it's not dead today. because we now know that print is alive and making its comeback in helping companies with their digitalization strategy. And actually, Print Group is a leading provider of print publishing automation software for Adobe InDesign, and they are experts in the market when it comes to automating processes such as creating product sheets, catalogs, and much more. And our speaker today will share some insights on the future of this market and tell us the hot trends you should know about. Please welcome the CEO of Print Group, Horst Huber.
Hello. At first, thanks to the Pimcore team to be a part of the Inspire 21. I hope I can give you inspiration about amazing comeback of print and publishing, especially also as part of the digital communication. My name is Horst Huber, CEO of Print Group. We are a software vendor about the print suite to automate publishing processes. Talking about the comeback. After 18 months of poor digital communications, we see, and this was also our experience before COVID, we see that a lot of people, companies recognize that a poor digital communication is not enough to enrich the digital experience with offline and print touchpoints. This is, I guess, for a lot of experts, no surprise, because all statistics, all reports says the mix of touchpoints in the right way is the key of success in the product communication. We call this effect move beyond digital, so bringing print touchpoints into the digital experience, not as a separate silo or channel. It's becoming part of the digital with amazing effects to improve the digital touchpoints as well as for the print touchpoints. Additional to this, I want to talk how we can improve the return on investment, the productivity of the PIM process itself, using print as digital transformation tools, and of course, how we can connect Pimcore and the print suite to bring the print process to PIM and digital processes. At the beginning, I want to mention one important thing, that print is not paper. So, to be honest, we have printed catalogs, we have these catalogs or other kind of publication on digital device, but both ways are print, because we bring product information, emotional information to a given area size of the screen, and this is more or less a big challenge to use the space we have on the media devices, paper, smartphone, tablets, in the best way to have a best user experience. So this is the first input. Print is not paper, and if you are looking on our customers, we are estimating that our customers generate 300 million documents per year with the print suite, and round about 98% of these documents do not go to the printing house. We deliver this on digital platforms. If we keep this fact in mind, then I have a short look on the customer journey and the touch points. We created several years ago a map to bring all touch points to one map, and if we are counting the print and publishing related touch points, we have more than 10% of these touch points are print and publishing related. That means this amounts drivers to think about this and to bring this in the PIM process as well on the digital communication. Of course, if we bring print to the digital communication, we change the print touch points. Like in the example of Hoffmann Group, of course we have our traditional massive catalogs, but digital communication means that this is context driven, that is on demand and in the best way also personalized. And this challenge of the digital touchpoints we bring to the print touchpoint. So maybe print is becoming more and more personalized in demand. And both scenarios, both ways to handle print touchpoints can be covered by the print suite. Let us talk about the benefits if we bring the 10 or 15% of the touch points to the print touch points to the PIM process, to the digital process. So why should we bring the 10 or 15% of the print and publishing touch points into the digital communication, into the PIM process? There are, in my opinion, several very good reasons. The first point, of course, is if we bring the print touch points into the PIM process, then of course we automate this touch point. So we do not create a catalog by hand. We use the data from Pimcore, the product data from Pimcore, and we press the button and we render the catalog more or less in an automatic way. This means that we're reducing the cost, of course, the external cost, the cost to create these catalogs, to update the catalogs, for example, and we simplify the internal process because we can focus our work on the product data inside Pimcore, and we have less efforts in the print channel itself. So the first good reason is reducing costs. The second reason, and this has a lot of do with the first reason. So if we using the data from Pimcore for the print touch points to generate this automatically, to update this automatically, then we use approved data from Pimcore. So the quality, the review checks inside the print process, inside the print channel, we can avoid this, and therefore we can again concentrate on the single source of truth, and we can concentrate our resources on the data in the PIM system. One example of this is maybe one amazing examples besides data sheets, catalogs, price lists, labels are packaging. And if you are looking on a typical packaging, you find a lot of product data, and typically this data on the packaging is not connected to the data of the PIM system, not connected to the data of Pimcore. And with, for example, with our tool for Illustrator, we can connect this data. So we give you the chance to automate all kind of print touch points, not only the traditional catalog, price lists, and so on. The third good reason is to increase productivity. On the one hand, of course, using automation, print automation with the print suite to automate manual processes. And the second point is, of course, if we bring the resources from the print channel to the PIM process, we have more resources for the data without having the resources to do channel work, and we can reuse these resources for all touch points. And these resources which we bring from the print channel to the PIM process, from this work, all kind of touch points, digital as well as print touch points, are benefits from this data work. So bringing resources to the print channel. The fourth, a very important reason is to improve customer experience. So to automate the print touch points, to bring the print touch points into the Pimcore PIM process, improves the customer experience on the for the digital touch points. Do you believe this or not? Have a look on a typical product flyer. This is a real example from a customer from us from the beginning of the project. And here you see a typical flyer which explains a product family in a very good editorial way. A story, it's the flyer tells a story about this product group, and then of course we have some detailed product information inside the table. So that's the experience on a product flyer. Over the last 10 years, built by hand, not with a PIM system, but from storytelling, from an emotional point of view, from an experience point of view, to getting the right information. This is a really powerful tool, this printed product flyer. If we are looking on the results on the digital side, before we bring this product experience into a PIM system, the online sites and the experience looks like in this way. No editorial information, no background information, which is stored in the product flyer, in the print product flyer, but is not in the PIM and therefore also not on the web shop of the customer. And therefore, this is a very typical case, especially in the B2B communication, that a lot of amazing product information is inside the InDesign documents and not part of the PIM system. And I guess to improve the digital experience, this is a huge challenge to bring this data from the InDesign documents into the PIM system. Therefore, Print Suite helps. We can extract this information, bring this to Pimcore on the one hand, and then of course to automate also this more creative, touch points with our plugin. So therefore, the Print Suite supports very automated processes as well as very creative processes. So to bring all print touchpoints into the PIM system, we enrich the product data and improve the customer experience for digital channels. Let us talk about Print Suite. The Print Suite is a modular and scalable platform, and we support on the DDP side InDesign as well as Illustrator. And we can also render PDF files without InDesign. We can do this on the desktop side as well on the server side as a web to publish or in a headless solution. In both scenarios, the center, the heart of our platform is the middleware, we call it Publishing Hub. This Publishing Hub allows to integrate different data sources. Maybe why should we do this? Because in the Pimcore we consolidate all data sources. Yes, in many cases we integrate only one system, Pimcore as PIM system, but in some times we have to integrate other data sources. For example, if the prices are not managed in Pimcore, then we have to integrate a price calculation system or the ERP system. So in some cases, we have the need to integrate several data sources. It depends. If we are looking how we can manage the different print scenarios together with Pimcore, the low entry scenario is to working with the publishing solution on the Pimcore side. So that you create a publication, that you define which products coming to a document, to a page, and if this is really standardized, simple layouts, you can of course render this with the functionality of Pimcore. But if you want to bring this process to the creative guys, to the desktop, to the InDesign or Illustrator, if you have these requirements, use Print Comet, because the Print Comet connects the data from Pimcore through our middleware to InDesign and Illustrator, and then you can create publications, creative publication, also standard publications InDesign documents on the desktop. This is the low-hanging. This is a low-hanging integration and straightforward. Of course, if the layout's becoming complex and the web-to-print solution of Pimcore is not enough, you can use our web-to-publishing scenario to make more complex layouts in a very automatic way. And again, also this scenario uses our hub. So you can reuse, of course, the templates of the desktop scenario because they are the same templates. And so you can increase the functionality of your print solution. You can use the print suite also as a headless publishing scenario if you want to create personalized documents like offers, personalized catalogs, price lists, and so on. And which kind of touch points you can create with Pimcore and Print Suite together. Here a short overview. Of course, you can do price lists, catalogs, leaflets, megalogs. Megalogs is a mixture between magazines and catalogs. Data sheets, of course. For data sheets, we also provide data sheet service based on our print cloud, posters, ads, product flyers, every kind of print and publishing touch points, which includes product information. And again, with our hub or done by Pimcore, we combine 3 different data sources, product data. Of course, if you're looking on editorial content, also coming from Pimcore, and customer data, especially for personalized communication. And this functionality of the print suite can be called by different processes, by different systems. Of course, from the way how we handle traditional print, maybe from the web-to-print solution of Pimcore, or by the print planner, our publication manager, or by the customer experience manager. So for example, for CRM, and we generate from the CRM personalized offers or additional information to offers. We render this in our headless mode and bring this PDF back, for example, to the CRM system. And of course, from the commerce, a lot of customers generate on-demand data sheets direct from the websites, which we generate personalized data sheets, product sheets with a high demand on layout and page optimization. So this is not only a PDF from an HTML file, this has a highly requirements on layout and user experience, and a lot of our customers generate this kind of data sheets or product sheets direct on demand from the website. Of course, based on the product data from a PIM system like Pimcore. And if we are looking on the long-term trends, and I talked about how we bring the traditional print touchpoints to digital communication here, which are highlighted with the black background color. This is the trend that this kind of print touchpoints becoming more segmented, target-oriented, and at the end of the day, on a one-to-one way, and of course, everything generated on demand. The comeback of print and publishing is, at the end of the day, to improve the customer journey, to improve the customer experience, and to enrich, of course, digital touchpoints. And that means that with the print suite and together with, and that means Pimcore together with the components of the print suite, we bring automation product data to the creative guys. Creative guys working in InDesign or Illustrator, and we connect this the data from Pimcore direct to these creative guys. One of the big advantages of the print suite is that you have the chance to establish personalized on-demand publications. Remember on my example from Hoffman with these personalized sales catalogs, and to bring the print touchpoints into the PIM process of Pimcore. And we have really a PIM system which supports all kind of print touchpoints. We bring the content and the experience of the print touchpoints into Pimcore and therefore to all digital touchpoints. And this is my summary: move beyond digital.
Welcome back at Pimcore Inspire 2021, and welcome to our session, Print Publishing with Pimcore for Omnichannel Experiences. Now, when talking about omnichannel experiences, print is still and will stay as an essential part of the game for a lot of industries for the next decades, smartly interwoven with digital touchpoints in the customer journey. Join us now and welcome back on stage Klaus Schobesberger, COO of Pimcore, and he will tell us everything about, well, omnichannel experiences at Pimcore and, well, the different concepts and facets of Pimcore's print publishing capabilities to enable print in 2021 and for the years to come. Welcome back on stage, Klaus Schobesberger.
Hi guys, so it's great to be back on stage. I hope you enjoyed all your lunch, and you know, I'm happy to talk about print publishing today. Print publishing exactly with Pimcore for omnichannel experiences. So as we heard already from Horst and also from Felix, print is still around, and you know, it's an important ingredient for a lot of organizations for their omnichannel experience management. And some of you, will already have, gathered some experience with print as part of their media mix. Some of you already might have implemented some automations for print, but for some of you, it might be still a lot of effort handling, creating, and providing your various print materials worldwide. So I'm very excited to tell you what's print publishing about and how Pimcore enables print publishing as an integrated part of your omnichannel experiences. And you know, for that, we have to start at our beginnings in 2009. Back then, you know, our founders sat together in the Weisse. I don't know if you heard from this story. And they sat together, drank some beer, and they were discussing how Pimcore could revolutionize the MarTech market. And one of the strategic approaches of the Pimcore platform was from the beginning being open and enabling any kind of output channel. And that means websites, that means mobile apps, that means e-commerce, that means, you know, newsletter and so on. And it also includes print as well. And, you know, when on the next day they came back together after, I would say, more than just 2 beers and a great hangover, they discussed in detail and recognized, well, print, that's really a different channel, isn't it? Because, you know, at the end of the day, print is something like paged media. So it's really full of challenges. And if we go into detail, when we try to clarify how we can solve the automation of this channel the best way, we understood that complexity and the challenges around print publishing. So one, for example, is the coloring. You know, we as digital ones, we're used to RGB and hex, but what the heck is SMIC? It always looks different, right? So that's really a tough issue. Another one are these complex tables you need to be able to bring into your documents. Another thing are page breaks. I don't know, and formats. You know, if we think of different formats regionally, we got the DIN formats, we got US formats. Oh, that's not so easy to handle this. And as I mentioned before, I don't know if you know that issue with page breaks. I'm sure some of you are aware of that situation when you add 2 additional products to your product listing, and then you can change the whole pages, the whole document, because you know 2 added products change everything for the further pages. And workflows and lifecycle, for example, lifecycle management. So, you know, when we talk about print materials, print documents, we have not only a workflow for the whole catalog, for a whole document, but even for every page, and even for every asset and every product that is part of the document. So that is really, I would say, complex. And another thing is variance management. So if you're providing print communication on a global scale, you have those regional variants where you have a subset of products as part of your regional catalogs, for example. And last but not least, when you do that on a global scale, you also got translations. You have multi-language variants of all those information. And you know, the tough thing is, it's not always about just changing the text blocks from language A to language B. Because, you know, certain languages have the challenge that the texts are just longer. So, you know, thank you for all the French guys. This is really a tough issue sometimes. And we have to be aware of that solution and come up with solutions for that critical issues. And if we go into detail, you will see, well, it's really full of challenges. And if we think of what is the best approach for the automation of print, we have to differentiate between the different levels of print. Because, you know, print is really a special output channel. Because there are situations where it's not possible to have that fixed standardized layout, which we all know from digital channels, which can be reused for each time content is published. So it's really depending on the standardized and templated layout. And the first level of print automation we call creative integration. Creative integration is necessary and helpful when you support your graphic designers to directly access assets and data. Good examples are an individual campaign layout or even an editorial magazine, where every page and every design is so specific that it doesn't make sense to provide templates for this. Second level of print automation we call semi-automation. Here it's about an integrative approach of assets, of data, and content, so that those are retrieved automatically and inserted and rendered inside print documents. And you know, there are different approaches for that. There's one possibility where those, for example, InDesign documents are just generated and exported. It's just one way. And we have the possibility where it's really integrated. So it's also even possible that the data and the assets can be updated at any time via the client or even via the server. Good examples for that semi-automations are, for example, catalogs or brochures or leaflets or even packaging documents. And third level of print automation is full automation. So where it's really possible to do a fully automatic generation of a print document. And that makes sense when it's really possible to standardize your layout by 100%. And you know, good examples for that are a product folder, a price list, and I think the best example for full automation most of the times is a product data sheet. So for all those print automation requirements, we as Pimcore, we offer an appropriate integration approach. So we really can say, you know, Pimcore is the perfect framework for omnichannel publishing. And if we go a step further and look into more detail, I already mentioned, you know, that we got those different integration approaches. And for integrated print publishing, where it's about full automation, we provide integrations with WK-HTML to PDF engine, which we use for more simple print automation scenarios, where it's about one pages, for example. And we use PDF Reactor for very complex scenarios. And when it's about semi-automation, where it's about integration into InDesign, for creative integration, there is a partnership with CI Hub, and we offer integration approaches for 65-bit, which is better known for the product name Easy Catalog. And also, we got a strategic technology partnership with the Print Group based on the integration with the Print Suite. And in the next slides, in the next minutes, I would like to give you some impressions of great examples from real-life projects. And I would like to start with, you know, from the different levels, I would like to start with creative integration approach. And, you know, for individual campaigns, it's perfectly done via using our integration with CI Hub. So here it's really possible to connect directly inside InDesign, inside an own palette, connecting to Pimcore and having the possibility to directly search and filter and facet our digital assets inside InDesign. Another great example for semi-automation for catalogs and brochures is done by our strategic partner Elements for Bosch. Bosch is a specialist manufacturer for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning technology, and they got a massive catalog, a massive print catalog with more than 680 pages. And you know, this is a really important thing for them because they use it for their contractors and distributors to sell their products worldwide. And Elements uses Pimcore based on our Pimcore Web2Print editor, including PDF Reactor, to create this. So it's all done, you know, by Pimcore on board, including the PDF reactor engine, which is really great. Another example for semi-automation was done by the long-standing print group solution partner Premedia for the client JAF. JAF is one of Europe's leading wholesaler for wood and wooden materials from Austria. And you know, while the PIM fundament was provided by our strategic partner Elements, Premedia retrieved all the data objects and assets from Pimcore platform to the print suite, where JAF is now able to plan all their print documents inside. And they're doing this for more than 80,000 products with various languages for more than 18 countries. And you know, the automation here is by 90% of the full print production. So that's really huge. And we see here some examples. So we see here the direct access of the data objects inside Pimcore. So they are synced to the print planner, to the print planner. And inside the print planner of the print suite, it's possible to define certain templates, print templates, according to, you know, the different data objects. And later on, it's possible to have a visual overview and a visual planning of the whole print document inside the print suite. And the graphic designer, based on those plan structures, is now able to render those pages and generate these pages inside InDesign. And we see here inside an own palette the direct access to all the Pimcore data objects. Another great example was done by our silver partner Incox for Audi. Here it's about signage boards for Audi's car showrooms, and they used Pimcore's web-to-print editor to do this. So a great example so that you can see print is not only paper, as Horst Huber already mentioned today, so it can be even more. Another example where we see what's all possible with print publishing with Pimcore is a case from our strategic partner Elements done for ProTouch, where, you know, we see that nearly everything is possible. And they used Pimcore and Pimcore's print engine and the possibilities to create a custom configurator to be able to design jerseys, and at the end of the day, automatically print-ready flocking PDFs are created for production later on. And a great example, as I mentioned before, for full automation are product sheets. And one great example here is done by Elements for JAF. So with just a click on a button or just by clicking, you know, on the website, the latest product data sheet is generated fully automatically. When we talk about print, we also have to think of, you know, what's ahead. You know, how could print look like in 2025? And I think we already now saw a lot of great cases and a lot of great examples of, especially also of web to print and print on demand cases. So where it's done by user, right? But we are highly convinced that print contextualization is the next big thing. So where it's not about a user who creates that layout automatically, but it's a machine, maybe based also on machine learning algorithms. So here, when we talk about print contextualization, it's really getting interesting again. So we see that it's possible based on the Pimcore platform and all the available assets and data objects and content, you know, and our existing marketing automation framework, as we heard of today, or even a third-party marketing automation integration, it's possible to create all those individualized print documents on demand. Like, for example, you know, print offers, a personalized price list, or a contextualized coupon, for example. So we are highly convinced that we will see great cases next year in context of this. And you know, I hope you saw Pimcore is even more than just owning the digital world. With Pimcore, we make sure you really own the omnichannel world. So I hope you like that and can't wait to see next great print cases for the next years. Thank you, guys.
Klaus, that was quite eye-opening, but you just said it on your last slide. Pimcore is usually about owning the digital world.
Absolutely.
And today you're speaking about print and the omnichannel. Why?
Yeah, I think it's quite obvious. You know, for as long as it is important to provide print for our clients, it is important for us to provide solution approaches to automate this and to make it, you know, the best way possible. So it's the same if we were talking about digital marketing. You know, is it digital marketing? Is it marketing? You know, at the end of the day, it's about a holistic experience for the clients. And so as long as our clients have thousands of print documents where it's a lot of effort to change and to update that content, we need to come up with great solutions for that.
So whenever there's a solution needed, you would love to provide it in order to make your clients happy, of course.
Absolutely.
So one final question. How do you think print will shape the future of omnichannel experiences in the future?
Yeah, I think like we saw on the last slide, so we are totally convinced that it's really about contextualization on demand. So, you know, that it's automatically created on demand for a full and holistic experience based on a great marketing automation engine.
All right, so great future we're looking into. Thank you very much, Klaus, and we need to clear the stage because the CEO is coming back.
Yeah.
Yes,
We
all
have to
right,
run.
so we'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome to Pimcore in the Mach world. And Mach is an acronym, and that's, I need to read that because it's an acronym for Microservices, API First, Cloud Native, SaaS, and Headless approach. It's quite far-fetched, but it's Mach, the Mach world. And it's quite state-of-the-art approach on how to build applications today and provide best possibilities for scaling. We'll get information about how Pimcore actually uses the Mach approach. And, well, in the previous session from Klaus, he showed us the possibilities and considerations how to use Pimcore for omnichannel challenges with a print focus. And now Dietz will be back on stage giving us insights on what Mach means and what it means for Pimcore. So welcome back here on stage, CEO and co-founder of Pimcore, Dietz.
Hi guys, glad to be here, glad to be on the stage again. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon, you had some perfect lunch. I'm having this talk today, and this talk is about a Mach world. It's interesting, it's an acronym. Felix has just talked about that, and I will say a little bit more. So, why is that? As a CEO, I also have to know IT and technology strategy. So because I have to talk to customers, I have to talk to customers, I have to talk to partners, I have to talk everywhere, so I have to know what I'm been talking about, and I have to have also a technological knowledge about that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tell you the best stuff on earth, or I wouldn't be able to recommend the best solution to our customers. So when I still had more hair on my head, it was the time where I didn't need any glasses. It was actually now 20 years ago, I started off as a CTO. As a CTO, and I was doing Perl programming. Who the hell knows or still knows Perl? At that time, it was called CGI, Common Gateway Interface. I was doing CGI script and Perl and all of these beautiful things. I was a web developer. Yes, you got that right. I was actually coding all day, and I was really into that. So I loved it. I loved coding, and I still do. But actually, my guys say that I pretty much suck. And I suck pretty bad, actually. But I still have my weekends if it's raining outside, and I'm at home with my 2 kids and my wife, and they are still asleep on a Sunday morning. I'm sitting in front of my notebook, starting up a Docker engine and say, hey, now I need to code a little bit Node.js in current days, PHP, all of those beautiful things. But now, it's a technology talk that I have prepared, and it's about the Mach world. And that's what I want to stress today. So, Mach, what actually does this mean? The alien asks. Hey, that's a great question. It's something very relevant in current days because it's about software architecture, it's about technology architecture. So it's really important for IT people how to build websites, how to build web applications, how to build mobile apps. And Mach is an acronym. Felix told us before. It's an acronym for Mach microservices. A, like API first. C, cloud native SaaS. And H, headless. So I'm not bullshitting you, and I'm not playing bullshit bingo with you. These are the 4 terms. Microservices, API first, cloud native, and headless. So welcome to this world. And this is a little bit different. It's a different approach to do things. And I tell you today how Pimcore is perfectly, and I want to stress that, perfectly for this approach, and you can configure it exactly that way. You probably would expect Bernie here as our CTO or Christian Fasching as our CPO. But I said, I want to do this talk because if even I know what's going on, and I'm not the smartest guy in the room, even if I know what's going on, then we are probably going into the right direction because for all those topics, you not even need somebody with high diplomas in terms of development. Most of it is everything, most of it is configuration within the Pimcore platform. And that's a neat thing. That's a neat thing because you don't need so much, but you can build this kind of stuff, especially in terms of headless and API-drivenness yourself. So let's kick it off. Mach. Microservices, API first, cloud native, and last but not least, headless. Look at this Pimcore, how he draws the rocket. Isn't that awesome? We are living in a Mach world, and things are gonna change, have been changed in the last couple of years. And I tell you now why we are ready for that. Yes, damn right. The question is Is it about computers? Yet, it's about computer systems. It's about a cool system architecture style and websites. But it's more than that. It's an alliance of innovative companies that found together. So if you have time after this talk, go to machalliance.org and read their manifesto. It's really interesting. But just after the talk, set a bookmark, then we are done. Let me now kick it off. Let's kick it off with microservices, also known as the microservices architecture. It is an architectural style, so it has to do with computers again, that structures an application as a collection of different services, and these services are highly maintainable and testable, very important in current times, loosely coupled, so we are living in a decoupled environment where you have to combine things, independently deployable, organized around business capabilities, and last, owned by a small team. That's it, baby. That's it. That's what microservices are. So let's see how that reflects with the Pimcore platform. And let's, I put it in, I put it in, I put it in, and I put it in. So there are several styles how to construct microservices-based system architectures. Let's start off with the left one, which is a monolithic environment. That's a typical thing that you see with Pimcore. Everything is in one single application with one runtime. In this case, a runtime is a Pimcore installation and with a data store attached to it. So that's typically the monolithic way, and that has nothing to do with microservices. But let's go on with macroservices powered. So, of course, you can add, by utilizing the data hub, just add services and APIs to your monolith via the data hub, and we are microservices powered. Hey, think about that. Dear partners, go out to your clients and say, hey, we have now the new microservices powered environments ready for you. Yes, doesn't that sound awesome? It's something really great. But we want to continue. It can be mini services powered exactly by converting the monolith to separate services that can be called from other applications. This will be still be a single Pimcore runtime, but only one data store. And finally, I would say the holy grail of software development or software architecture, the microservices-powered applications. So you have multiple Pimcore instances for each service, and they provide the needed services and data to the whole environment. So you see, all four architectural styles are possible with the Pimcore platform. You can still use a monolith, but you also can use microservices to a far extent. And to show you some examples, I'll quickly show that to you. So how does this work in reality? It's decoupled. It's decoupled. So for example, you can have 3 different instances of Pimcore. One is, for example, doing PIM, another one is doing DAM, and one is doing digital experience platform, so headless content management. And they provide services for data and application data interchange, which is a product data service for PIM, which is an asset data service for digital assets, and which is headless content management for headless content management. Everything powered by GraphQL and with the GraphQL-based data hub. Additionally, you can use various further microservices. We show that on the right side, actually, for topics such as storage, database, and cache. So these are application infrastructure-based microservices that can also be utilized with the Pimcore platform. And that's important to know. Let's put in another example there. So an example would be an integration of commerce tools, for example, with a monolithic platform application layer. So that's another typical example that you see here. So we have in the middle, we have 3 microservices-powered applications. One application we've got for PIM, another one for DAM, and one for DXP. But we still have, for example, an old B2B platform on the basis of Pimcore, which is still a monolith, and it's living just there. And for the shop, for example, we take commerce tools and say, hey, let's bring it all together. A monolith with a microservices structure and an e-commerce headless system from a third party. So that's all possible, and that's all doable by this application infrastructure. The second topic of Mach is API-drivenness. So API first, Mach, API first. API means application programming interface. It's a layer of services to communicate between different applications and other services. So that's what API actually mean. Let's have a quick look how Pimcore reacts to that, or what Pimcore does to it. Does Pimcore have APIs? Yes, Pimcore has APIs. We are API first since our evolution in 2009. So we have the Pimcore SDK, the software development kit. We have the GraphQL Data Hub with GraphQL-powered services and also RESTful services. So that's what we had almost since the beginning of our Pimcore platform, so we are ready to go in there. You know, I'm also often playing with the Pimcore platform, and I did a little example how much time it takes me to build an API, and I want to share this with you, and let's share this. I'm entering the Pimcore platform. I'm just the sample platform, you know, the Pimcore interface, and I'm going to the data objects to select, you know, so to see, hey, what's in there. In the data objects, this is a demo application. I have access to many different cars. I have access to many different cars, and now I'm opening a different car, and I see all the attributes of this car. So what I would like to do now, I want to build an API to expose this information by GraphQL. And that's what I do now. So I close that one, go to the Data Hub, open the Data Hub, and create a new configuration. I call this current configuration, so what's it called? Car API, GraphQL access for the API. So, you know, we have only 1 minute has gone past that. So I'm creating APIs already. Then I define the schema. The schema is the access to the data itself. So I define that I would like to have access to the cars object, and within these cars object, I would like to define some attributes that I would like to expose via the API. So I'm going in. On the left side, there are my whole attributes of that data definition class. I go in and I want to say a gallery, a name, and so on. I just select a few fields that I would like to expose. Then I add access to an asset and to an asset folder. I go to the security definitions, generate my API key that I have to do just once. Then I check the permissions, so I select the folders where my cars reside, so the API has access to that information. I do that for my cars and also for my car images. So API done. This was 2 minutes. This was 2 minutes. Isn't that, whenever I look now to my developers sitting over there, I say, is this crazy shit? This is absolutely crazy. Within 2 minutes, GraphQL APIs, fully headless and so on, adding some attributes into that GraphQL editor. And of course, this has not been cached right now, but this can also be cacheable. On the right side, everything here, the data is here. And this whole thing was done between, I would say, this video is 3 minutes long, just 3 minutes of your time. Isn't that tremendously awesome. The third topic of Mach is C. C for Cloud Native SaaS. This means that the application is hosted and run as a service, as a software as a service in the cloud. And therefore, I can only answer with the talks that we had actually today. And that's it. It's triple play. Yes, done. Because it's triple play. Because we are available not only open source, we are not only available as enterprise edition, but also as a cloud native SaaS product. Still, everything at your fingertips. It doesn't matter which edition you use. We don't cripple there. Also the open source version. Not at all. So also a check in that regard. We continue on. The third topic of Mach is an age, actually age for headless. This means a separation between front-end presentation layer and back-end, the content management system. A headless system delivers just the data and no final design for components and the website. So this is a crucial thing to know. It's logic. So we are a headless PIM. We are a headless DXP. We are even a headless DAM because you can access all of this information via headless infrastructures, via APIs, and of course also in the SaaS environment based on microservices. Let me step on a little bit. Let me step on. Next slide. So, the question is, headless is the big thing. And you will hear, actually in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, you will hear it in the talk from Divesh. What is headless content management all about? But let me continue. So what does it actually mean? So is Pimcore compatible to the Mach paradigm, to the Mach approach? Yes, my friends. I'm glad to say that right now. I'm glad to stand here. Yes, Pimcore is fully compliant to that approach, and we are thankful to those wonderful companies out there that put together this alliance, because that's a good thing to have. In our terms, it's even rather not only Mach, it's even Macho, I would say. But why is this the case? Why is it Macho? Let's have a look at the Pimcore Note. Let's have a look in the Pimcore Note. Look at this. Wow, it's a huge, it's like a big guy is entering the arena, and he's saying that Macho, because it's open source, which provides an endless galaxy of additional benefits. So we are not only Mach, we are macho, if you will. And that's what Pimcore is about in that regards. And yeah, thanks for letting me have this talk. Felix, please come again to the stage.
Thank you so much, Dietz.
Yeah,
your
with pleasure.
Inspiring Mach or Macho talk.
Yes.
He is still on fire after so many hours being on stage today. Dietz, just one simple question. Are you already a member of the Mach Alliance?
No, we are not a member of the Mach Alliance, but I tell you all, this video, I will send this video actually to the people from the Mach Alliance, and we want to join that great group of companies. So we hopefully be part of that awesome community in the next few months. So that's what I hope.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
All right, perfect. And you already mentioned it. We're getting into detail about Headless.
Exactly.
In just a few moments. Thank you once again, Dietz, and we'll see you in just a few moments.
We'll see you in just a few minutes.
In our previous session, we talked about Mach, and now we will focus on the H. We will focus on headless content management with Pimcore. Now, it's all about headless content management now, and so far it was possible to export documents, data in a headless way just via the Data Hub. And now with the new Headless Document plugin, you can also structure and manage the data in a headless approach without using any Twig templates or anything, or actually data objects. And with the plugin, Pimcore becomes hybrid CMS, where it is possible to use traditional CMS and headless CMS at the same time. We will answer the questions why it is actually worth talking about the headless approach and what are the problems that we are solving with it. Please welcome on stage core developer at Pimcore, Divesh Pahuja.
Hello everyone. I hope you are having a great time today. I'm really excited to be on this stage today, as I'm going to show you how to manage headless content within Pimcore. As you just heard Dietz talking about how Pimcore offers powerful and robust APIs to cater microservices and headless architecture. And with Data Hub Bundle, it goes to next level with different output possibilities like GraphQL, REST, and so on. And with our amazing new bundle, Headless Documents, you can also manage and structure the headless content within the headless documents. And now, we will see the complete headless approach in action. Before we jump into the demo, let's talk about headless CMS and how it is different from traditional CMS. A headless CMS is all about structuring and delivering content, so it can be reused across different platforms and channels. This type of CMS is very flexible and scalable, as it can serve data without the intervention of presentation layer. So let's look at the different CMS types. In traditional CMS, we have a backend layer, which takes care of the content body, and we have a front-end layer, which is the presentation for the content. And these two layers are tightly coupled, which offers a better experience to content editors as they can preview the data while editing it. In headless CMS, the front-end part is kicked out, and the data is served through API to different platforms like web, e-commerce, mobile apps, and so on, so that you don't need to stick to one front-end technology, which makes it scalable. In decoupled CMS, you get best of both worlds. So you have a front end, which is tightly coupled for better experience and ease of use, and you have APIs to serve data to different platforms for scalability, which is the case with Pimcore when it provides headless CMS capabilities. So we can structure the headless content with the Headless Documents bundle. We can author and persist the headless document with the Pimcore core. And the same headless content can be exported through Data Hub Bundle. Now let's take a deeper look at these two bundles, which completes the headless approach. With Headless Documents Bundle, you can create a new document type, which is purely based on YAML structure, called as headless templates. So you don't need to work with any templating engine or Twig templates. And it also provides editing interfaces for managing these configurations. It's really awesome. And with Data Hub Bundle, as you already know, that it supports querying data through GraphQL APIs, which is the on-demand language for APIs. So you can fetch the data from Pimcore with queries, and you can also update and create and update data into the Pimcore with mutations. I can't wait to see these two bundles in action. So it's time to jump into the demo. For demo use case, I will create a simple blog with static site generator for Inspire events, which consumes headless content from Pimcore through GraphQL API. So let's start the video. First, we need to define the structure for headless content. And for that, we have this amazing bundle called Headless Document. So we can define headless bricks, which are similar to standard document bricks that can be used on multiple headless documents. And we also have the possibility to define headless templates, which defines the structure for headless content. So let's add a template now. Inspired demo. And in this template, we can define layouts. So we can use grid, simple, and tab panel layout. We can group the templates into the folders on the left-hand section. And under content, we can define layout panels and editables that you can use on standard documents. So I'm going to use this nice help section to add a simple layout to my template. This really saves my time because I don't have to type all the configuration. Now, we have headline and description editable. So let's add some more editables for the blog page. So now let's add the image editable and format it according to the YAML structure. And last, we need date editable for the event date that will be shown on the blog. Now our template is ready. So now we can create a headless document based on this template. So first, let's save the template. And let's create a new headless document based on this template. Again, I'm going to name it Inspire 2021. And great, that document is created, so we can add some content now for the blog page that will be shown on the static blog site. And let's add some description here. Even though it's not required, but it's always better to have description for blogs. And let's add an image that will be served as a blog banner image and an event date. And let's save the document. Now let's see how we can add on-demand editables to the headless documents. And for that, we need to define headless bricks. So I already have some bricks here, so I can create a new brick for the Inspire demo. And in the brick template, we need to define editables, which can be added on demand on the headless document. So let's add some editables from the help section. So let's use a video editable here. And of course, let's structure it according to the YAML. And let's add a WYSIWYG editable to have the video description for the brick. So now the brick template is ready. It's time to use that brick on headless template. And for that, we need to add an area block editable to the headless template, which basically acts as a container for the brick. So I'm going to add the area block editable from the help section. And in the config allowed section, we need to define all the bricks that can be added to the headless document. So let's define image, video, and the new brick that we have just created, Inspire demo. And let's save it. And let's reload the document and see how we can add this on-demand editable. So you see, that's how you add the on-demand editables to the headless documents. However, I'm not going to use the brick data for the simple block. So now the document is ready with all the editables. We need to define the GraphQL API now to expose this data through Data Hub bundle. So let's create a new GraphQL endpoint. In the endpoint configuration, we can define active inactive status, description of the endpoint, and so on. And in the schema definition, we define all the elements and properties that can be queried with GraphQL. So here we define mutation and query schema and general type schema for documents and assets. So right now, let's give read permission on the documents schema. In the security definition, we define authentication and authorization for the API endpoint. So let's generate an API key for the authentication. And in the workspaces, we define element permissions that we want to fetch from Pimcore, or we update into Pimcore. So let's give read permission here. So our GraphQL API endpoint is ready. So now we can use GraphQL Playground to form the query that can be used by external system to fetch the data from headless document. So I'm going to use a get document query here. And in the parameter, we define ID, which is the ID of the document that we have just created. And in the return block, I'm going to use GraphQL inline fragment notation to request the headless document. And just like the standard documents, we can request all the properties that we have for this headless document. So right now, I'm just going to request ID and full path. And let's run the query. So we have this information now. Similarly, we can also request editables data. And again, for editables, I'm going to use this GraphQL inline fragment notation to request all the editables data that will be shown on the block page. So let's add editable input for the headline text, editable WYSIWYG to request the description text, and then editable image, which returns the asset, and we can request any asset property here. So let's request a full path of the image. And at last, we need editable date to fetch the event date for our block page. So I'm going to use a formatted date here. And we need to provide a format parameter so that we get the date in the human-readable format. And let's run the query. So we have all the information except the image is null. And the reason is that we have not provided the workspace permissions on the assets folder. So we need to give read permission on the assets folder so that we can read the asset image. So we have successfully requested all the data with the GraphQL API now. Finally, it's time to consume the headless content via GraphQL API. And for that, I'm going to use this static site generator here, which is based on Vue.js. And the Data Hub endpoint is integrated with the API key. And for front end, I'm using the index view page, which uses the GraphQL get folder query, which gets the list of headless documents and show it on the page. And I have event view page, which is the main block detail page, which uses the get document query that we have just formed in the GraphQL playground to fetch the detail of the headless documents. And now let's see how the block looks. So let's copy the link that is generated by the static site generator, and let's hit the block. So you see the content is now displayed from the Pimcore, which is the headless content, and it is served through GraphQL API. Isn't it amazing to see that how you can set up and utilize headless content in few minutes with these bundles, and that too without writing a single piece of code? All right, if you'd like to try our new headless CMS bundle, which is at Pimcore we call Headless Documents, it is available in Cloud Edition and also in Enterprise Edition. Thank you very much. That's all from my side today.
Divesh, wow.
Hi, Felix.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
God, you gave me a surprise there. I wasn't ready to come on stage yet because you have 1 minute left. Gives me time to ask you some questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Now, in your presentation, I saw that you can actually create headless documents and, well, web documents. Why did you actually choose that approach for your headless approach? And why did you choose to set up this way?
I think it's the best approach to use the same existing user interface, as users are familiar with the documents section and they know how to use it. So I think keeping the headless documents next to the actual standard documents, it's the best approach that we can use.
Okay, all right. And I have another question. Now, as Pimcore already offers editorial content management through Pim, MDM, and one can use that for serving headless data to different endpoints, how does it differ from the approach of creating data objects?
I totally agree with you. You can still use data objects that can be served as headless content to external system. However, with Headless Documents bundle, you get the possibility to use the same editor interface like the standard documents. So you get the same features like inheritance, localization, and so on. And think about the scenarios when you have to deal with different user roles with who manages the master data on one side and web content data on the other side. So it solves that challenge.
Okay, solves that challenge. Perfect. Divesh, we will see you later on when we, well, look into the future, when we talk about the roadmap for 2022.
Yeah.
Thank you for now, and we will be back in just a few moments, and it's going to be magic. Today we heard a lot about digitalization and the constant change from people, channels and processes. In our next talk, Dietz will talk about the current trends for channel development, for trends for data behavior and trends for people's behavior. He will outline which issues you have to be aware of when talking about digitalization and how Pimcore will actually support you on your mission. Please welcome back on stage, Dietz.
Hi guys, how is it going? It's in the afternoon. Thanks, great talk, Divesh. Oh. I was just, my traditional, hope you guys are doing fine. Divesh, great talk. And today I will tell you a little bit more about the digitalization, the magic triangle of digitalization. And for that exact cause, I wear now my traditional clothes, traditional Austria lederhosen. All day I was wearing this, the beautiful black thing, but I have to dance on the stage. And what else is there here? Without such a pant, it's hard to dance, and therefore I have now changed my appearance a little bit. So the magic triangle of digitalization, what is it actually? So it's a short talk about how we think that data and experience management is a driver of digital transformation and also enabler of digital transformation. And we tell you a little bit more, or I tell you a little bit more about the trends that are there. What is the problem? What is the challenge? And how to overcome this challenge? And how to really, get the thing going. I don't know if you have noticed, still I have this new Pimcore beautiful lucky charms on me. So everything should be fine for that talk, actually. So let me kick it off. What the fuck is so hard about digitalization anyway? So that's a question which I hear a lot of times when I'm talking to customers, when I'm talking to partners, and when I'm talking to different audiences. Because let me tell you all, it's the constant change and how processes, channels, data, and people have to deal with it. And a human is not very, he's not very adaptable. He's not very open to change. But change is the only constant is change. So digitalization has a lot of things to do with change and change management. If we take a look at that in more detail, we see 3 different types of behavior, which is the data behavior, the channel behavior, and also the people behavior. Because also people and consumers, they change. They change the behavior, and we as a company and we as a vendor of a company have to reflect that and have to provide the right tools to solve that challenge. So when we are getting that and have a look at the data behavior, data is becoming more real-time. It's agile, it's assets, it's big data, it's data intelligent, like data relations and so on. Then we look at the channels, the output channels. Everything is mobile, social, online, offline, multi-channel. So everything gets more complex. We are living in an omnichannel world. And then, of course, due to technology, we also face the constant change of people. Everything, communication itself, it's much more faster, it's much more direct. It's push versus pull. So we are living in a world within constant change. Smartphones, devices everywhere. I read a blog post lately that we currently have 5,800 different mobile phones out there, different vendors and different phones itself. You know, it's a huge amount of different channels, different devices, and we have to adjust to this factor. So, let me have a quick look. And a quick look, is the world getting more complex? And I truly have to say, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for B2C companies. I'm sorry for B2B companies. Yes, it's getting more complex. We heard about the channel or the e-commerce anarchy in the talk from Products Up. We heard about that, how things get more and more complex. We also heard that in the keynote. 5,000 different vendors with marketing and sales toolings. Yes, the digital world and the world itself is getting more and more complex, and this won't change. So companies have to adjust to that fact. They have to adjust. It's just a simple rule. Follow the trends, accept the change, or fail. And therefore, companies, B2B companies and B2C companies have to accept those challenges. That's an important thing. So accept change. Tear down those silos within companies. Make communication clear without silos. Let the data flow. Simplify processes and all of these things. You have to be aware that it won't be the same anymore. Let's continue. So let's have a look at this magic triangle. It sums up the core challenges of companies in terms of digitalization, in terms, again, on data management and experience management. So, what is the most important thing? The most important thing, and that's probably 120%, is the customer experience. We are living in a customer-centered world. The customer can choose. And within Google, he's just one click away from the competition, from your competition. So we have to care about the customer experience. Everything has to be perfect, fast, high performance. You have to be very integrative. So you have to work with headless environments, as Divesh talked a few minutes ago. You have to provide an excellent customer experience to solve the needs of those consumers. And therefore, you need awesome data. Awesome data is needed because there are no experiences without data. I tell you, it's just not possible. So no experience without awesome data. And then you need, of course, awesome processes and applications like e-commerce, content management, all of these topics, configurators and CRM and so on. And you have to deliver that to any possible channel. Because it's about generating value in a digital society with a great ROI. That's important for the companies. It has to pay back. Change has to influence my business strategy and has to pay back. That is always important. So there is also business implications that are here. So let's take a step back and chill for a few seconds. Some chilling. And look at the concrete requirements in terms of technology. So in terms of data, we are talking about of any amount of data, any complexity of data, and any digital data. In terms of channels, we talk about mobile, we talk on apps, we're talking about digital signage, web to print, POS, social, whatsoever. Even print, yes, Klaus, even print. And then if it comes down to processes and applications, it's about websites, e-commerce, portals, and everything has to be perfect in a perfect scenario. But what about the soft facts? For sure, there are some additional criteria in terms of technology. So, and how we answer those as Pimcore. So, you need the flexibility. You need the flexibility and you need the possibilities to scale global. Therefore, we often answer to that. Therefore, you need a software development kit. You need a framework to be flexible and be scalable. Also in terms of scalable, you can use just the Pimcore Cloud. Scales perfect. The second one is agile innovation. You want to be, it's all about the competition. You want to be competitive, so you have to foster innovation. Pimcore is open source, and open source is meant to be innovative. It's by definition, open source is innovative. And last but not least, ownership of the technology. Again, open source, one of the key criteria. So that are the soft facts in terms of the magic triangle. Let me continue. It's the flexibility of the platform. It's the agile innovation. And it's the ownership. But now look at this starry sky. You see that starry sky on your screen right now. So, based on that, how it's called starry sky, that's how it's called starry sky. Based on that starry sky, I want to say what is important in terms of technology. And technology in terms of data management technology and in terms of experience technology. So let's zoom in. Consistent data is one of the critical aims and challenges to be solved. And there we are talking about multiple domains. We're talking about product data. We are talking about customer data, transactional data in terms of e-commerce, master data, user-generated content, digital assets, a multitude of different types of data which has to be consistent. We need the data flexibility. We need structured data, like products, unstructured data, and then also binary data. And additionally, you need data intelligence. Because again, real-time data, millions of records, and relations and classifications. Because you want to make data more intelligent to really solve or guarantee a perfect customer experience. And for the perfect customer experience, excellent data, excellent and consistent data is needed. Let me continue. The next thing, omnichannel. So in that regards, we are talking about single source publishing and multi-channel publishing. That's what Klaus mentioned before when he talked about marketing intelligence and delivering the right information to the right audience on the right device. You have just one time your information and deliver it to various output channels. Single source, multiple channels. Why does this make sense? Because it's less work, it's less costs, and it makes you perfect for that quality and that consistent data to be really achievable. Because if you have just one place to edit data, then you can have enough time and also translate data, for example, then you have enough time to really step in and make something extraordinary. Therefore, single source publishing and multi-channel publishing is an enormous amount. Multi-channel publishing in terms of products up, for example, delivering the right message in real time to 1,600 output channels in terms of marketing. Google product pages, Instagram, TikTok, and so on, delivering information. Therefore, this omni-channel compatibility is one of the crucial things. Headless is not enough. Headless is not enough. It's just one paradigm. But you have to look for single source and multi-channel publishing in an omni-channel world. The next one is the customer experience. I won't talk long about this anymore because we have covered it really a long time. So it's about the customer experience for the consumers, for the companies, and for the agencies and the integrators. It must be a perfect software package for everybody. That's what we want to offer also with the Pimcore platform. But by far, the most important thing is the consumer. The consumer has to be entertained. He needs the highest quality, the highest performance. Therefore, this is so important. The next one is on our Starglaze is marketing intelligence. So you need for search engine optimization, for Google, you need search engine optimization and search engine marketing. You need a high grade of automation. For example, a marketing automation, doing print publishing on demand, personalization, analytics, and all of these topics, you have to bring them together also in the marketing sense. Because finally, customer experience is a close relative of marketing, because we want to market, we want to communicate. And we have to communicate in the right way. We have to communicate in a professional way on any device, on any channel. Therefore, we also need systems that have an enormous amount of marketing intelligence built in. You remember that chart that I've presented in the morning in the keynote, 5,000 vendors. Things get pretty complex. Therefore, a good choice and a good, perfect choice, select a platform that can cover most of it in an integrated style. Let me continue. Time to market. That's one of the next experiences. And that's probably all the partners out there will say, this is one of the critical things in terms of pitching for customers. They want to be live fast. They want to be online fast. They want to have MVPs, and they want to have agile paradigms, and they want to go. But they want to have still the flexibility and the innovation. Therefore, you need to cover topics like framework-drivenness, so that you can build anything you would or your client wants. You have topics such as low-code, and in terms of integration with third-party systems, topics like headless. They should be covered. Low-code and headless, and that's typical things what Pimcore is getting more and more proud of doing. The next one, and almost the last one, is scalability and security. Your systems have to be secure. They have to scale. And, when I'm talking to Fortune 500 customers of us, security is one of the key criteria. And, of course, the lifetime of their applications is the second topic. So you need security paired with lifetime. The only solution there is long-term support, because you want to extend that lifetime, especially in terms of security, scalability, and last but not least, API-drivenness and interoperability. Systems that can work together via APIs. That's in a little way the Mach infrastructure that I was talking before. API first, microservices, and so on. So we need a bit security, we need a bit scalability, and we have to work together. So we have to talk about these modern day things such as headless and Mach. And last but not least, we have to see the costs. Is it a build versus buy decision? Is it about the ownership and the intellectual property? We are open source and free of charge. Most stuff actually is in the terms of Pimcore. So we are here to stay. And that's also the reason, because if you have a look, or if you had a close look at this stargaze, then you will have recognized this stargaze is actually a lederhosen. And we in Salzburg, our most famous person is Mozart, the classic music composer. But this was 300 years ago. We want to be the next Mozart in terms of digital transformation, data management, and experience management, and play your perfect symphony. Thanks a lot.
It's the magic triangle. Now, it seems as if there is still amazing socks, by the way.
Look at those.
I got my pair as well. I got my pair as well.
Shouldn't we just, how do we do it? How do you do it?
I don't know how to Schuhplatteln.
Schuhplatteln.
No, different topic.
Different topic.
No. Stage is yours. No, I'm just kidding. Now, I actually have a question because there is still so much to do for organizations out there. And next to providing perfect answers with hard facts and actually technological prerequisites for digitization, where do you see your biggest challenges?
So whenever talking to big and small companies, the major topic is, in most cases, change and change management. Because digital transformation has to start from the top. Because it's about really erasing company silos, bringing together people, processes, and data. This is crucial because the behavior of our consumers have shifted and changed. And therefore, also companies have to change. And if you have a big company with 5,000 or 10,000 people, it's not always easy to change. And that's probably one of the most important leadership topics from top to bottom to really enliven and realize change.
That's absolutely incredible to see you. You are the CEO of the company and still you're involved in so many detailed organizational topics. It's absolutely incredible. So thank you very much for being here today. And we will actually, do you see over there? It's a look into the future.
We're going to look into the future.
We're going to look into the future in just a few moments. We're going to rebuild the stage, and we're going to have some guests on stage as well.
Yes, we do.
Now, once again, thank you, Dietz, and we'll be back with the look into the future in just a few moments. Now, for the most of you, this is a Pimcore. But for me, or for us today, this might be a crystal ball because we're taking a look into the future. We're going to take a look at the Roadmap 2022. I'm so excited what's ahead of us, and you're going to present it with some hard facts. Please welcome on stage once again, Dietz, Bernie, and the Dev Power from Pimcore.
Hi, how's it going? Thanks again for being here. Awesome to be here. Welcome to the Pimcore Roadmap. Let me quickly introduce you to the crowd sitting besides me. Bernie, CTO. Marco, Divesh, Chipri from the core team. They are just with us because we are talking about technology now. We're talking about the roadmap of 2022. So we know that for a lot of different people, the roadmap is the highlight of a conference because, as Felix said, it's about the future. Where do we go? We have now seen so many awesome things with the cloud, with the products, with the features and the workflow engine. So we have seen the whole day so much. And now we are looking into the future. So it's about our vision, the future, and how we see and envision the world of integrated data and experience management. And for that topic, the crew is here. And I would say this is my favorite crew. This is the awesome Pimcore core development team, or not all of them, but a few of them, the most beautiful ones that we presented now in the... And now Christian Fasching is missing. He's as well, you know, he should sit here because it's the most beautiful one actually from the crowd. But he got pregnant. No, his wife got pregnant by him. And yes, and he will be missed today. So big shouts to him. Hey, Fasch! Woo! Hey, Fasch! Christian Fasching at home, CPO at home. Today we are talking about the roadmap. And there we talk a little bit more about us. We are not only showcasing the roadmap, but we're talking our vision, because our vision is the core driver of our roadmap. And this vision escorted us the last decade. So it's not just that we have a vision for the next year or so, it's the last 10 years. You know, we started in 2009 API first, and now everybody in terms of Mach is talking about API first. We did it. We did the fuck already in 2009. Our vision is to create the most awesome data and experience management platform for customers, partners, and developers. And I'm so thankful that all of you are here today in this room. Customers, partners, developers, sponsors. So thank you for being here. And thank you for enabling us to provide you with this show. Because that's what we want to do, and that's what we have been doing for a decade, and as promised. But before we start, I want to a little bit go into road mapping and product management, because you need to know why are we do things like we do things. What is the core parameters? How do we decide? So how do we do that? It's quite simple to say. First of all, and that you see on the screen, know your customers. Because I said it in the previous talk, it's about customer centricity. And we live in a customer-centric world. So we do that by research and product analytics. We do that by registration, by qualitative feedback. That's what we do. Because if we know your needs and challenges, this defines the future of the Pimcore platform. This makes us such a successful platform. You know, more than 100,000 companies utilize our platform. It's a huge thing that we are currently doing, and it wouldn't be without you. You telling us, hey, we should go into that direction, we should go into that direction. It's always about the customer telling us which way to go. Another thing is we need to know, and that's especially important for all of us as we are coding, not me, I suck at coding. We need to know the market, the competition, and the business trends. So we are doing that by regularly monitoring our competitors, by getting market feedback. And also an important thing is talking to analysts from Gartner and Forrester, and they tell us what are the next trends, what are the hype cycles, where should we be going? For example, the cloud and all of these topics. We want to build the best stuff on earth. Therefore, knowledge about the market is everything. The market and your challenges and needs. Let me continue. The next one is the industry itself. We are living, or we are working in a $33 billion industry that is growing year over year by an astonishing 15%. And you can imagine this is a huge market, and we have to take care of it on a daily basis. Because there are vendors popping up, there are new technologies popping up, there are new software paradigms popping up, and we have to adjust our strategy. But we have to be careful, because we want to have you in mind. So it doesn't make any sense to shortly do that and then that. You trust us. So it's about the trust in us that makes us breathe. Breathe in a $33 billion market. But also, what is important, it's not only external factors. You can believe me. It's also internal Pimcore business objectives. Development costs money. Conferences cost money. And we want to grow big. And also this business requires some business revenues. You have to understand us, and that's, I think, perfectly understandable. If you want to grow, you need revenues. And that's why we built, not only because of that, but that's why we also offer our services, our enterprise services, the Enterprise Edition, and also SaaS. Because we want to ensure the future of the whole Pimcore platform. That's what we aim to do. Last but not least, our strategy for product management has also to care about our product capabilities that you see here, about core and maintenance, because we want to build the greatest data and experience management platform. So we have to care. We have to care about the quality, the programming style, the features in terms of experience management, in terms of data management, and of course also in terms of our core commercial products such as SaaS, which was released today, and the Enterprise Edition. And now, this is being done, and all of it, so I'm thankful for the whole Pimcore crew that is here today, and here, and here, and here. That is all done by Bernhard Rusch, Christian Fasching, and our other 12 developers, senior developers from the core team. And I'm so damn proud on you. What you enable every day, that is incredible. So kudos to the whole crew for the organization of this event, for marketing, for partner management, for product development. You are the most awesome guys I have ever met in my lifetime. So, it's now time to stop my brabbling and my bragging about my guys. It's now about handing over to Bernie for talking about the roadmap together with our team.
Yes, as we have heard already from Dietz, we are growing fast. Also, our development and product team is growing fast. And so we have now also the power to really tackle big projects. And I think we brought some surprises today that probably most of the people didn't thought that we are going that big and doing that great stuff. For example, as we can see here, the first one is we are completely developing a new user interface. Can you imagine that? So really from the ground up, with user experience experts, with designers, with graphic experts, really from the ground up, new technology. We are saying goodbye to XJS. And really
holy cow! Holy cow!
That's a big thing.
That's a big thing. I wanted to do that for years, actually. You know, XJS was always a very powerful framework.
Absolutely.
But of course had its limitations in terms of the usability and, you know, these kind of things. So.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not feeling that good, even if, especially if you want to customize it and things like that. So until now, it was the problem with resources, but we have heard already we are growing rapidly, and so we can really tackle these challenges as well. So we will start with that, I would say, mid of next year. That's why we have put the label on where it says 22 plus. So this is a project that, of course, will gonna take a bit longer than just 1 year. And yeah, so we have great, big plans there, and we are really looking forward to that because that will again change the whole Pimcore ecosystem. Maybe one thing that is interesting about that, we will develop this in parallel. So there will be an additional bundle. You can then choose between the old system and the new system. And we will also start with the most frequently used functionalities. So this will be more or less editor focused. And then after that, we will more and more add more and more features for administrations and things like that. So there will be an early preview, hopefully as soon as possible. And then, yeah, we're gonna improve it bit by bit. So I think that's really one of the biggest things, but not the only one. Next one is, for example, Symfony upgrade to version 6. Currently, we are running on Symfony 5. So that's also a thing we are already preparing, all the guys. So fixing deprecations and really preparing already for this new major version of Symfony. And this again brings a lot of new functionalities also into the Pimcore platform, where we benefit as well. And yeah, we will see. Some of you might ask, will that be possible within Pimcore 10, or is it a topic for Pimcore 11? Actually, at the moment, we don't know it. We don't know what exactly needs to be done and if we can really be everywhere compatible, so to allow a smooth upgrade. But the work started already. We are preparing for that. And yeah, we will soon find out if we can manage this or if it comes with the new major version. Then, again, the marketplace. We had it, some of you guys who probably can remember, we had the marketplace already on our roadmap for at least 2 years, I think.
Yes, the enterprise marketplace, yes.
The enterprise marketplace. And this is what we now see as the marketplace 2.0. We have launched now 2 new products. First of all, the SaaS, our SaaS product, but also the enterprise subscription. And for SaaS, if we want to provide a marketplace, we need some kind of certification and also guidelines, rules, how to participate in the marketplace and also in the SaaS environment. So this is something we need to establish. This is something where we will work on and provide it as soon as possible.
Of course, we need also a business plan for that.
Of course,
you know,
yeah,
and I think I have to say that we are pretty far in terms of that. So core business mapping and so on has been done also for the marketplace. So now it's time for development topics and how to bring that to life. But I will have some spectacular ideas and sharing models also for partners and contributors. So it will be really interesting, and that's probably a topic that we should first showcase next year, probably.
Yeah, and we are really looking forward. We have already many inquiries from other vendors that want to participate and share their functionalities, from marketing automation vendors and also e-commerce, things like that. So this looks very promising, and we are really looking forward to this. Then we have also some smaller things, but not less interesting. For example, we are working on providing translation scopes. So for the developers, this is the domain functionality from Symfony. We want to provide this as well in our shared translations in the admin interface. We will also gonna merge the admin translations together with normal shared translations. So this will be a unified user interface for the translations. This is already going on. This is already planned, and you can see this already on GitHub. Then we are also aware that our export functionality is sometimes a bit tricky, also in terms of the user experience. And we did this actually already with the data importer, which we launched already as a additional bundle. And the same we're going to do for the exports, really providing a sophisticated export functionality with an UI, also for end users, not just for the developers. And where you can plan, schedule, configure your custom exports. Another very interesting thing is, we have seen this already today, that the whole topic of SaaS is at the moment focusing just on the data management, but we also want to provide the functionality of templating in our SaaS environment. So we're going to provide, this is the first step, more on that later on, that we're going to work on a templating editor within Pimcore, where you can, for example, script your own web-to-print templates, but also smaller snippets, for example, for Headless CMS, where you can provide pre-rendered stuff for the front end. And last but not least, two topics, but not less important, is the whole topic of maintenance. What do you think? How many people do we need to just keep the Pimcore ecosystem running? Just to maintain, fixing bugs, reviewing pull requests.
There are so few bugs, I would say one person.
No, actually it's more than two. It's really depending a bit. It's going a bit in waves, but more than two people are continuously working on just improving the ecosystem and maintaining it. And this, we're gonna not stop, this for sure. We really enjoy that, and we also want to provide really a stable environment, providing smooth upgrades. And this involves, of course, test coverage improvements, but also core improvements and code improvements. So actually, that's it from the core roadmap. But we've brought some more topics. So we're going to switch to the next one. The next slide. We also have some dedicated topics for the data management. And let me just put that on the screen. Yeah, now it's gone. Marco, can you tell us a bit more about these bullet points here we have on our roadmap for data management?
Oh, of course I can, and thank you for the introduction. Let's talk about first backend search.
Yeah, that's a topic we know.
Yeah. We got a lot of feedback from our community regarding the backend search. And yeah, we are aware of that there may be a little bit of room for improvement at the backend search. And what we are looking into right now is that we are implementing better and new filters and basically implementing a new UI based on the Pimcore UI 2.0 you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And those are those two big points we're
Yeah, and I
focusing
think we
on
also
right
talked
now.
about maybe also providing different backends so that you can, for example,
Exactly.
integrate Elasticsearch, have a bit better filtering, things like that.
And it's faster in that case.
Yeah, and also faster. Even if you have this drill down stuff,
Yeah.
it really makes sense to also switch to another backend. So this is
Makes a difference, yeah.
Yeah. So there is
Okay.
no finished concept yet.
There's no
but,
finished concept yet, and
we
we're
are working
hoping
on
for a community to provide some feedback, maybe some ideas of their own, what they want
Yeah.
to see, what they want to have, what they want us to implement or to have as a feature for our backend search.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The next point looks really interesting. Machine
Yeah,
learning
machine
and
learning
artificial
and
intelligence.
AI support, yeah, we're already using machine learning for image
Image tagging.
recognition and image tagging. And now we're trying to take things a little bit further, one step further, and we are trying to use, or we are going to use machine learning to validate data and validate the quality of the data in the Pimcore platform.
So this plays well together with the next point we have on the
plays
slides
well
with
together, exactly.
data quality management. So there, it's probably also about supporting all the stuff, maybe even with machine learning algorithms and things like that.
Exactly. For data quality management, basically we are thinking right now of configurable metrics. And based on those metrics, we'd like to calculate a quality score. And with that quality score, you can take certain actions or certain steps or use it in workflows or I don't know, whatever you want to do with it, so to say. Exactly. The next point would be enterprise portals. I think the enterprise portals are one of the most used and most successful points from the last year's roadmap.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dietmar still has tears in his eyes when he plays around with it.
Yeah, exactly.
I still do, yes.
Yeah, and of course we want to continue this journey together and provide some new features based on user requirements, like, for example, brand management.
Cool.
Exactly. And last but not least, there is collaboration. It's basically split up in 3 parts. It's about messaging, about annotating, and about tasks. And I don't know, maybe one day you will just open your Pimcore installation in your browser and you will get a notification saying that you are requested to review a document, to fill in some fields, to tag an image, or whatever you can imagine. And we will provide you with the tools to do so, and mark it as done afterwards. Just you would like on GitHub, for example, because since we're working on GitHub on a daily basis, we took some inspirations from there.
Of course.
Of course. And there will also be a small task management component where you have an overview of all of your open tasks and all of your open to-dos. Yeah,
great.
And yeah, the goal is not to provide a full-featured task management. I guess we don't want to clone Jira or things like that.
Maybe the goal could be to integrate the Pimcore tasks into those systems.
Yeah, to just
and
interconnect
not the other
them.
way around.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So there will be an API again.
Yeah.
And there you can just
will be
connect
an
it. All right, that's for data management.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Next up, we brought some more. Experience management. And let's have a look what we have on our roadmap here. Divesh, do you want to continue here?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I would say that talking of experience management, Headless is a hot topic for us right now. So we will continue working on that. And Headless is a way to go if you want to have a content which is future-proof. So it provides flexibility, it provides adaptability and scalability. So we launched a bundle today, Headless Documents, which allows you to structure and manage documents in a headless way. So now we will continue working on the headless commerce part, which then will allow you to fetch the e-commerce data in a headless fashion. So you can really fetch the e-commerce data like product indexes, pricing rules, and so on. And then next we will work on getting the transactional data like cart and checkout.
So this is also about, for example, connecting an existing shop system with our product index, delivering it together into a front end, things like that.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, that's our plan, and we are already working with the community right now.
So it's interoperability, actually. Not only with our commerce systems that we have integrated, but also commerce tools, for example, so third-party applications that are out there. So we are connecting things.
So as a use
decoupled way.
Microservices.
Microservices. Okay, I see.
As a use case, you can use Pimcore for e-commerce data, and then you can use another technology for some other feature like checkout.
Yeah, okay. Awesome.
So yeah, that's our plan, and we are already working with the community right now, and we're getting a lot of feedback on that, so it's going really well. And I think we are really in a good direction for headless, going headless this year. Then next is the integration, as the Bernie already explained, that we will extend our footprint by providing some interfaces on our product platform, so that we can integrate different marketing automation tools and e-commerce and web-to-print tools. So yeah, that's what the plan about the e-commerce.
So really standardized interfaces, or in our talk, bundles where you can just connect to anything else, no matter what it is and for what purpose it is.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all for experience management, but we brought some more. And that's about our SaaS offering. Chipri, do you want to continue and tell us a bit more?
Well, regarding SaaS, there is a lot of things we can talk about. But
That's true.
The thing is that we're just at the beginning right now, and probably a lot of the roadmap is going to be feedback from the customers, and a lot of those feedback we need to apply and just to find a way to include that. Without the customers involved as a roadmap, currently you have to, to put every feature, all the bundles that are on Pimcore, to be able to find them also on the SaaS, and also to integrate with the marketplace somehow seamlessly. So if you're on premise or you have on the SaaS offering, should be able to migrate all of those bundles easily together with the data. So this is a big challenge over the whole year, together with everything that comes as a feedback. So yeah, it's a huge thing, and yeah, it's as this said, everything is changing, So we need to keep up to date with all the technologies that are happening right now in SaaS, and there is a lot in the past years. There are a lot of things happening there. So we need to keep everything up to date and to keep everything working perfect. So yeah, that's the goal for the next year.
Yeah. So also the topics Divesh mentioned already, like experience management for SaaS, for example, extending that, providing the functionalities so that you can then combine it with other tools and things like that.
Yes, the big plan is that to make SaaS somehow integrated. So everything that you move from one place to the other to have sense and to make it easily to make easy for the developer experience to be able to do that. So also in the business part, if someone wants to move from one place to the other, it shouldn't be a big problem, and they should easily go for it. So yeah, this is the overall plan for the next year.
That sounds really promising, right?
Awesome.
And I've heard there are also some secrets, but we cannot talk about that.
Apparently,
it's a secret. Yeah,
so I think we are at the end. Hopefully you have enjoyed what you have seen on our roadmap. For me, it's exciting.
Awesome, guys. For me, it's especially exciting. Guys, we have something. So that's not the secret, not at all. That's not a secret at all. But what we have,
Don't tell everybody our secrets.
We grow tremendously. We will get a new office in 2 or 3 weeks, actually beginning of December. So we are getting this office, and mid-December, and we are growing, and new people start joining in almost every month.
Yeah, and from all over the
we
world.
want to bring Pimcore to life, and now I stand up again. I would like to again thank you, thanks to all the partners, thanks to the sponsors, thanks to the whole Pimcore crew. I want to say one thing. We, as the Pimcore crew, our vision is to create the most awesome data and experience management platform out there for customers, partners, and also developers. And that's what we want to continue in 2022 and the years on. We reached the end of this conference, the official part of this conference today. I'm terribly grateful, and we all are, that you have joined this new chapter of the Pimcore story. I'm thankful to everybody who has been there. What we are doing next is we have the Pimcore Awards. You have to join that. It will be a little party, some drinks. But I even now want to say, hey, guys, we need some drinks. Felix, where is this guy? Here he is.
I am already here, Deeds, and I've got drinks for everybody. Just grab one.
Thank you.
Of course, there's water in there.
Thank you.
No, there's no water in it.
Oh, thank you.
There's more in there.
I was so sure you're grabbing the big one. All right.
Guys, thanks a lot. It was an awesome day. I think we have 70 hours and 70 people actually, 70 speakers, and I think 25 hours of sessions. I surely hope that you enjoyed the day, because we position ourselves as that data and experience management conference globally. That's our aim, to be or to become. And now I really want to say thank you. The next step is the Pimcore Awards. And congratulations, it was an awesome day.
Cheers,
Thanks
guys.
a lot.
Cheers.
Cheers. And now I need a beer.
Cheers. Cheers, Deeds. Awesome. Now, I would like to... are you happy? That's good. Finally.
Feels so good.
Finally. Take a
Finally.
seat.
Thanks.
Take a seat. Now, once again, thank you very much, actually, Dietz and Bernie, for having me as your host at Pimcore Inspire.
Yeah, thanks for being
here. It was such a pleasure. And actually, you already mentioned the Inspire Awards 2021. Now, for the awards, I'm going to move to the audience. I'd like to thank you for participating in the Inspire Conference 2021. I hope you enjoyed it. And we're going to move over, and I'm going to hand over to our partner and marketing manager at Pimcore, Christian Kemptner. He is doing the awards, and
he is doing the awards.
Pretty excited who's going to win the awards, and for everybody else, cheers. Once again, guys, cheers.
Cheers.
See you next year. Bye.